to, you know, broadcast all of the top 8 matches. It basically means that we have 7 matches per day for you guys of TCG action. So it has been the most that we have ever broadcasted. So I think it's great news for fans of the Yu-Gi-Oh game.
Yeah, 7 rounds today, and then since we're doing all top 8, that's top 8, top 8, top 8, top 4 finals. Right, so we're looking at 6 or 7 more rounds tomorrow as well. That's just incredible. Yeah, that's so much dueling, and it gets really get to showcase some of the best players in the world. There's only one world championship each year. I mean, even though there's multiple different games for Yu-Gi-Oh, more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh than ever, which is incredible, because it used to just be, the World Championship used to be quite small, right? Just have like the 20-something players playing in the TCG, and that would be it. But now we're easily close to like 100 players that get to come to these events and compete in their various categories, and you get to see not only the camaraderie between each game, they kind of mix and mingle in between. You see the Duel Links players talking to the Master Duel players, talking to the TCG players, and it's really cool to see them all come together here at the World Championship.
Yeah, and also for you guys, we've got the analysis, which is a really fantastic thing we've added recently. So we're going to have Yahweh from Australia today. He's going to be our analyst for the day. He's going to be getting in with the players, asking them about all of the technical plays, how they built their deck, all this fantastic stuff that everyone really wants to know about. It adds so much depth to it, because there's only so much we can see from here. You know, we can't ask the players, we can't say everything we're thinking, but he can get in with them.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a of great use for sure. I mean, it's an amazing tool, and as you have mentioned, I mean, yesterday it has been nice to also witness some of the Master Duel and, you know, how it compares with the 3v3 action. But now you're alone. You don't have any outside help. You're on your own, and it's always nice to see. Also, I feel like round 1, outside of the nerves, it's also where you have no clues what you're playing against, and that's a big one, because I mean, with 27 players, there is a good chance that, you know, you might have some friends going around. You might, you know, ask yourself, well, what did you play against, and, you know, maybe, you know, news spread. But round 1, it's completely blind, and it's gonna be an interesting, you know, thing to witness, because you have absolutely no idea what you should play against, and especially in terms of you know, ratios of cards, you also have no idea. You're not like where you can look at past deck list from other events and just, you know, wonder maybe, okay, that card is gonna be played for sure as a free off. Here, you know, it's a wild guess out there.
Yeah, it really could be anyone's game. I mean, you always think like, oh, these are the decks I'm gonna face going into the tournament. This is what I'm prepared for. But it's the decks that you're not prepared for, that you're unexpected to face. The ones maybe you're not as familiar with, and how you're gonna adapt on the fly and adjust your playstyle to be able to compensate for some surprises this weekend is gonna really be a key factor in becoming a world champion.
Yeah, Yuna, of course, hoping to be one of those decks that people aren't prepared for. You know, you say you don't know what cards you're going to face. I reckon there's some cards Yuna's hoping she's really not going to face. You know, we were watching in Master Duel yesterday. We were seeing Chaos Hunters everywhere. We were seeing Artifact Lanciers everywhere. So fingers crossed for her that those are not making an appearance.
Definitely not. I mean, Malice has been such a strong contender in the TCG for so long now. Still kind of fresh in Master Duel. It's been, I think, a couple months now, I think. But definitely the deck to look out for in Master Duel, but not so much in the TCG anymore. And maybe it's going to be enough to sneak still in there. You know, you can't sleep on Malice Whitebinder, one of the most incredible Link monsters that really brings that whole strategy together. And I think the big part about Malice too is just how fast you can finish games with 2 different scenarios. You can have like Heart's Cryptor with just like a trap set going to battle phase. That's enough to do 8,000. Access Code Talker banishing one of your Link 3 Malice monsters can really result in 8,000 while you're clearing the field along the way as well. So there's a lot of reasons to play Malice, and because it can set up an awesome board fields turn 1 that'll instantly win you the game, or when you're going second, you can just clear fields and finish the duel in 1 turn as well.
Yeah, and I'm also gonna be on the lookout, which is something I always do for players picking up their cards and trying to reveal informations. I think that is one of the most maybe underrated skills that there is when, you know, you're in game 1 and you just recognizing when you lost, and if you can preserve some information, even just in terms of deck, I think that's precious. When we add these, you know, 50 minutes and then that's it, time rule into contention, I think that's even a more important skill to master. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's like the biggest change really going into this World Championship is at the end of the 50 minutes, if there isn't a winner, both players lose. You can't play to time. You want to finish before you hit that time clock. So you're going to want to play quickly and fast at a really nice pace so you don't reach that 50-minute mark. And I mean, it's a longer round than usual. We used to play with 40 minutes back in my day. So, then, you know, and then it went up to 45, and now we're up to 50. So you have plenty of time to play those games, but you just want to play at a brisk pace. What I would suggest is, like, when you're actually practicing, practice with a clock on. Have the 50-minute timer so you're used to playing under a time crunch. Because the way you practice results in the way you play. So if you're playing like you have to play at a YCS or the WCS here in this case, it'll really impact the way you play and the speed of your plays. And that would be the biggest suggestion I could get if you're wondering how to play with a 50-minute clock counting down.
Yeah, it's super important as well just to know your cards and your combos really well, because nowadays a lot of decks, they can do some quite interesting and longer combos on the first turn depending on the type of deck. So it's really important for you to know, you don't want to be working this out on the time. Not only is it going to be worse for you, you might do something wrong, but you really want to make sure it's very smooth and you can do it quite quickly. Obviously, you've got to make sure you ask your opponent for a response at all appropriate times, but you've got to make sure that you can just go, okay, I've seen these cards, I know roughly what I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to need to think for 5 minutes to, how do I get this card out of my deck that I really want to end on? You just got to make sure you know that.
And they actually have some special, not really cards, but things to help the duel here at the World Championship. So when your deck is randomized, instead of shuffling every time in between searches, you're able to just put the card on top of your deck saying, my deck needs to be shuffled, or my deck is randomized already. So you're able to just have that on your deck and then shuffle at the end, so you're not going to be wasting too much time shuffling in between each search from each card that you're activating until you need the deck to be randomized, like if you draw a card or something like that.
Yeah, it makes it so much easier, especially given the amount of searches that you could have in modern decks, and it's gonna be a crucial part of the game for sure. On the other hand, again, speaking on the differences between preparations, it's always an interesting aspect of the World Championship, and we have tried to ask them about it in the interviews, whether they have prepared with some of the other competitors, because it's always, I think, like a double-edged sword in a way, where you really want to play with them because obviously they are the most interested in, but 27 players, there is a big chance that then you will face them, and I don't know.
Have to beat them at some point.
Exactly. So I don't know how that was about, for you when you prepare for your own World Championship. It's definitely interesting for me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unique because you want the people from your region, or maybe they're your friends or something, to do well as well, but this is a solo mode. This isn't a team tournament. There's only one world champion. It'd be cool to face your friend in the finals, but if you face them round 2 or something, not as great. So it's kind of a really balanced game that you have to play with preparation. But preparation is the thing we keep saying. It's the most important. People always talk about getting lucky and stuff, but to me, when someone gets lucky, that's when preparation meets opportunity. The more prepared you are, the chances you're going to have those opportunities to get lucky. They go hand in hand. Skill and luck are not two separate identities, but they actually work together to me.
I don't think I ever had the chance to actually ask you that question, but now that I'm thinking about it, would you be able to give a percentage on deck building against playing in terms of importance of going to an event and actually winning?
To weigh them against each other, that's tough. You need to know your cards very well. The better you know your cards, the better your play is going to have. So I do think they go hand in hand. So I'm going to go 50-50 on that. Okay. I'm going to say you need to have the greatest deck to have the opportunity to even be able to play with the cards, right? If you have a terrible deck list, you're never going to have that opportunity to play. You're just going to end up drawing go. There's no place, no amount of being good at the game is going to help you if your deck isn't great to begin with.
Yeah, I think it's a really format-dependent kind of situation. Because on a weekend like this, you have to guess everything. So maybe the winner is going to be the person who's prepared the best with the best deck. But again, we mentioned Justice Hunters just coming out, so maybe it's slightly easier for the players to predict what's going to happen, because we've seen the Justice Hunters decks doing very well in the OCG. They're still doing very well in the TCG, having just released. So maybe those are the kind of cards on players' minds, but maybe the person who's prepared best, maybe they've got a plan for all 3 decks, maybe they're playing something a little bit different. Maybe the deck building, it's kind of a mix, isn't it? There are those formats. Maybe if you're just playing yummy mirror matches all day, maybe the best player is going to win.
You can be the best in the yummy mirror match, but then you just don't happen to play against any yummy decks in the tournament, then you're in trouble.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna be on the bolder side and actually call it more of a 70 in favor of deck building. Okay. Actually, I'm a big proponent of the importance of building your deck. 'Cause I feel like. Especially when you go to a tougher event like this one, the level of technical play is gonna be really, similar to the other opponents. I would assume so. While the deck building differences are really what changes. And also, once you start, the event, you can't change your deck at all. That's settled. You can change your plays. It has happened to me. I'm not gonna lie. It has happened to me a couple of times that I've, faced in earlier rounds opponents, and then I learned something new. And then I was like, okay, that's an interesting line. I might just change my plays, and then I improved, round after round. And considering that they can lose twice and still make it for sure, guaranteed. I think that's also something here where maybe, you see an OCG player coming up with something that you have never seen before, and then, I'm going to steal that. I'm going to do that to you, actually.
I actually did that back when with Shoutout first came out. I never really played with the deck, and then I entered a YCS, and I played against a really good Shoutout player one round who was like, Shoutout fusion, make my construct, tribute it for beast at the end of the turn, so you can't Shoutout fusion. I was like, I'm going to do that the rest of the tournament. Thanks for showing me. So, yeah, that's where the playstyle comes in. Because even if you fail at like part of the deck construction, say like there's a card in your side deck you were siding for a particular matchup, and it doesn't work out that way, you don't have to keep siding that card in against that matchup.
Stop.
You can adapt on the fly, and that's something I'm sure you've done in the past. I know I'm guilty of it. I'm sure you as well, Tom.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's also worth, like, the deck building and the play are very much connected. You can only copy what someone's shown you if you have the cards to do it, right? You can't say, oh, that's a really cool card. Let me just put that in. No, but your deck is stuck once you've submitted it, so...
I definitely have some stories about that. In particular, I have a love and hate relationship with Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. I remember in particular one event where I walked in, it was like ABC, I guess, and I was sure this card was like the best by far. I played like 3 copies, and then after a couple rounds, I stopped signing
it. Always seems that way, right? What is up with that card? That is tried and true. In theory, like Cherries is so good, amazing. But in play, sometimes it doesn't work out. Like
rarely works in practice.
But that could be a card we see this weekend.
Maybe.
Like a lot of these decks do rely on like specific cards in their extra deck. Like Yummy Snatchy is a key component card for the Yummy strategy. So being able to take that out of the extra deck could be huge. We've seen that like at YCS Vancouver. A lot of players using Triple Tactics Thrust into the Black Goat Laughs. Because if you have it on the field, you can activate it on the opponent's turn, call Yummy Snatchy. What's Yummy going to do without being able to go into their key link monster? Yeah, especially if someone starts with Obedience Schooled. Maybe we'll have that on the bingo card for this weekend, Obedience Schooled, and then Winter Cherries on the Snatchy, and then just pass. There's nothing you can do. You got to make a link one that's a piece.
I mean...
no tuner.
And that's where Effect Veiler comes into the action. That's the main difference, But no, totally. It's a card that we definitely could see played, and it's always an interesting one, because, I mean, I feel like the more Yu-Gi-Oh has grown, the more the extra deck space sometimes tightens up, and then when you play that card, sure, sometimes it's just for one matchup, but you might also want to sneak in, those interesting one-offs if you play against decks that rely on other things like Lunalight, Crystron, but obviously you can't side one-off for everything, so you need to also be very specific with your choice. So we'll see. Maybe that can come into play for sure. Yeah, definitely with some newer archetypes, it's really interesting to see with the new teams. Like, where some decks, you feel like the extra deck is just massive. You've got so much room. You play your Draco Tails, you think, oh, I think I need these 3 Arthur Lions, and then after that, the world is your oyster. Whereas maybe some decks like, the K9s, you're like, oh, I want to play my Nash Knight, I want to play 2 targets, I want to play the CXYZ Nash Knight. All of a sudden the extra deck just fills up completely. Some decks are different. Maybe the Yummy, you feel like, maybe, 3 Yummy Synchros, 3 Snatchies, and a Herald, and I'm good to go.
I feel like Typhon's also one of those cards that's always like, it's either maybe the 16th card looking in that you always want to try and fit in, because like it's really good in the scenarios where you don't have it. Like it always comes up when it's not included in your extra deck.
Exactly,
Yeah, the extra deck space is a huge thing. It seems to get smaller and smaller every year as the extra decks become more and more important.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely among the skills also of trying to figure out the ratios. I think it's also will bring up specifically for K9 Vanquish Soul an important question of whether duelists want to include Pot of Extravagance this weekend. It is semi-limited for this event, so that will be an interesting choice regardless. But I mean, it's up there. For example, you want to play the K9 engine to its full potential, maybe including that one werewolf. Can you, if what do you rather prioritize, consistency with the extravagance, or like power and end field?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of tend to lean towards the extravagant side, because with Vanquish Soul especially, you need to have those multiple attributes in your hand, multiple ways to get to rosin, and have ways to continue to play. So I do like the extravagance for the consistency value that you get there. And even in the top cut of YCS Vancouver, that just happened a couple weeks ago, we saw it kind of divided between the K9 and Vanquish Soul decks. So it's going to be interesting to see what they bring here at the World Championship this weekend.
Yeah, and especially now in a format where maybe we're expecting a little less Ryziel and of course no Mitsurugi, so those draw and lockbirds are probably going to find their ways out of the side decks, out of the main decks. Maybe you're going to be a lot happier activating Pot of Extravagance if you know it's not going to immediately get hit by one of those.
And I'm glad you touched on that. Like, we were talking about deck building and preparation. Making meta calls is huge. Like, being able to know what people are playing and anticipating that can really lead to your deck choices. Because decks like Lunalight, for example, if everyone's switching to cards that can break through fields like Thrust, Droplets, and things like that, and playing less of those interactions from the hands like Droll and Lockbird, a deck like Lunalight really can shine under the sun for that, because they just need to get to that Liger Dancer, which is impervious to any sort of field removal kind of cards like Regeki and everything, but could shine if there's no Droll and Lockbird. So being able to make those meta calls is huge and could be the key. I mean, you know all about it. You got that EUWCQ as Shuffle Reborn in your Zodiac deck. I mentioned that earlier. That wasn't anything that was on anyone's radar. So your deck construction really led to you winning the tournament those many years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna take full credit for that one, I have to admit, because I mean, it sometimes is also a huge credit to your friends, your testing circle that you have on, and it's about having people that you can trust and rely, because it's sometimes tough to test throughout every single niche option, and then if you can trust them, sometimes it does happen, and often it goes your way, sometimes it goes again the winter cherry maybe way, but I mean it's all about trusting each other and finding those niche options, and I'm sure we'll see some of it. But I think regardless, our duelists are about to get ready, so finally I think we can be ready to jump into some action. And here they are, as mentioned. I mean, as they go through the decks, I mean, I can feel the tension throughout the screen. It gets real at this point. You sit on the table, you look at the playmat, you look at your deck. You're just moments away from drawing your first hand at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it all begins. The tournament is about to get underway. You see the players taking their decks out and going to be started to shuffle up and get ready for our first duel.
Yeah, you got to knock the table a few times for luck. Hope you know that hand you're not going to have to pass turn one here. And as we mentioned earlier, we can see the useful little cards here to let us know what's going on. So, I mean, I hope for everyone at home, it's reasonably obvious that the players aren't playing at the moment, and we can see that pause button in the middle of the table there just to indicate that the game is not going on. But if the players are playing, it will be turned over to the green play button, and we will be able to see them playing. We'll also see this if, for example, there is a judge call or something like that in the middle of the game, just to let us know, and let everyone else at home know that the game is paused and they're not currently doing anything.
Yeah, it's an amazing, blue against red, even in terms of sleeves for this round, match. And as mentioned already, it's going to be this Malice against Yuumi deck, and yeah, the die roll might definitely be impactful. We'll see whether they relied on, I mean, and especially for Yuumi, I think it's quite relevant. We have seen players go all the way and focusing on field breaking spells, or rather take the approach that took YCS Vancouver by storm with a lot of different end traps and interaction from the end. So we'll see whether that will be the case for Ruben.
I'm loving how color coordinated they are. We've got the blue sleeves on the blue slide and the red sleeve on the red side. I'm probably gonna miss it. There's gonna be a card face down. It's gonna be a mirror force. It's gonna be blended in. You're not gonna see it, and then here we go.
I also love these tokens. The World Championship tokens just look absolutely beautiful this year.
Gonna have to see if we can sneak a few copies after the tournament ends, if there are any lying on the table,
Definitely. And you see the players shuffling. This is the Pharaoh shuffle. This is the recommended shuffle for the tournament. Keeping the cards face down and parallel to the table.
Yeah. Gotta do that. Make sure the deck is completely randomized. It's no more important time for it than now. And we can also see what we were talking about before, whether the deck is ready to draw from or ready not to draw from. So that's the green arrow below the concede flag. Players at the World Championships have to be careful before, if they want to concede a game, they've got to just check everything is okay and use one of those flags just to indicate that that is their intent to concede a game. really just want to make sure there's never any miscommunications. Obviously, we have a lot of players from a lot of different places speaking a lot of different language, so you can't be as casual about it. You don't want to be in a discussion about, you know, who conceded the game after it ended or something like that.
Seems like here we are, so let's see this die roll. Ruben with a 6. Great way to start things off against a 5, so barely making it, and I can assume Ruben will be the one going first with this yummy deck.
World Championship skills on display there, rolling that 6. Would expect nothing less.
He is the world champion for a reason.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's see. Let's see whether that obedience code will be on the line.
Here we go. Will we see that turn 1? It's the classic. Whenever you have Perulia in hand against Yummy, they always have obedience code. That's just the rules of the game. So let's see if that will be the case.
Yeah, you mean touched on Obedience School. It's a key card. Not only is it a powerful card, but it's a way to like kind of. It's usually used like as bait almost. To see if they have something like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to like check it. But because like, once you use it, the drawback is that you aren't going to be able to access a powerful card like Herald of Arclight. But still, definitely worth using in the Yummy strategy. And the first card we're going to see activated at the World Championship in 2025 is Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Yep. Obviously, alternate artwork for anyone wondering. And yeah, I mean, we have seen this plenty of times before. I mean, given that the synchros are generic, you can just take advantage of these Hornet drones and yeah, just make it the best of it.
Yeah, it's one of those things that when you imagine like somebody saying to you a few years down the line, you're just like, yeah, Sky Striker, you know, engages full Yummy combo. They'd be like, what? How are you getting from these Sky Strikers into this other deck? But yeah, a Link 1 and a level 1 token turns out is full combo for the Yummy deck.
But instead, we're gonna see a clutch play from Ruben. He's not gonna use the Sky Strikers, because if you keep this token around, the token actually says that it cannot be tributed. So if you get it by the Nibiru, then the token stays and you can still play through. So very interesting line here from Ruben, you know, just playing around that powerful interaction and just relying on his cookie to perform the combo. And we have not seen any interaction from Yuna up until this point, and ooh, here comes an interesting card. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice here from Ruben, going for the Star Ham over the Metal Marcher, which I think is the more typical play. But I guess he's got that Foo Velocity doesn't have much of a use for. And as you said, Marcello, here comes Herald. Herald is a super powerful card against a lot of decks, like, for example, Draco Tail. They really want to send monsters from their hand to the grave, but I think Malice, the cards are getting banished. I think they're okay.
And we see the Cupsy Yummy Way is going to let Ruben add some more Yummy cards from the deck to the hand. Now that he has the Herald of Arclight up for some protection for the rest of his plays, he's going to add Cupsy and Lollipo, the other two Yummy monsters that we haven't got to see just quite yet.
Yeah, no.
I want to talk about the speed of play here. I think that's something we're going to be able to notice throughout the World Championship, is players are going to be playing quickly because they want to avoid reaching that 50-minute limit.
Yeah, very clean play from Ruben here. We're seeing like slightly, you know, unusual sequencing. I think when you first pick up the deck, you're like, okay, first I do this, then I make the Yummy Way search 2, and then this.
Yeah.
But Ruben knowing, okay, now he has the cards he needs, so he can make the Herald first and then do some other plays.
No, he played amazing, and mainly from Nibiru, as mentioned, like keeping the token until he was able to make the Herald, and then he took it out of the field, and now, yeah, he just sequenced it quite correctly, and now he's able to add that surprise.
With the Cupsy?
Such a good card. I love it, honestly. It does everything. It does, you know, it's an extender, but also able to, you know, just return 2 cards to the end.
Yep, and that's a Yummy Snatchy in the extra monster zone, which is going to allow Ruben to special summon Lollipo Yummy from the hand, and now he is very well set up. This may not look like a lot, but Yummy is one of those decks where it puts out a decent amount of cards onto the field, but has a ton of more interactions than you may realize from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see. Let's see. Also, here comes the third question, whether Yuna will even try, or maybe just preserve information, because this is a lot to deal with, actually. So
yeah, what I want to see from well, let's see from Yuna.
Oh, Dark Ruler no more in the main deck.
Wow.
We're already starting things off with an incredible, unexpected way. That is a bold move to include a card like that, but the preparation from Yuna, she knew she would need it, and it's already paying off here huge in the first round.
Yeah, that is a super powerful start for Yuna.
Following up with the Hornet drones. These are two cards you would not expect in a Malice strategy. That's what I'm saying. We are in we're in store for a full surprises this weekend.
And I mean, I'm pretty sure here Ruben is thinking mirror match, right? You see the Hornet drones, like we have seen some builds playing, Droplet and maybe Dark Ruler, so I'm pretty sure he's thinking he's up against a mirror match right now. And that might affect his play significantly, because all you need to just combo is this token, but if you're playing Malice, that's not quite as powerful.
And now, now all Ruben's form of interaction that we know is the Yummy Surprise that he has face down.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things about the Yummy deck that's so fantastic is they don't use effects in the hand or grave, which makes it super powerful against those K9s, which require your opponent to use effects in the hand or grave. But the downside of not using effects in the hand or grave is once your field gets answered by a card like Dark Ruler no more, you don't have all of these interruptions. There are so many decks nowadays, they kind of have these like layered interruptions. That's what players like to say. You have some in the hand, some face down, some in the grave, some on the field, so you can't get cleanly answered, but you can.
Look at I was looking for his face. Now he sees the backup at Ignister and he's like, okay, was not expecting that one after the Hornet drones in Dark Ruler.
Yeah, that was definitely, catching Ruben a bit off guard, and yeah, we had the engage next to it.
Yep, so she swaps the engage for a copy of Wizard at Ignister.
And backup at Ignister, that was a normal summon, I want to say.
Special, probably?
No, it's not a dark. No, it was a normal, yeah.
I know, because
Kagari, I think it says you need to control a Cyburst monster, and Kagari is a machine?
Yeah, that's right.
So, are we going to see maybe a Phoenix? Oh, SP. That makes more. The modern SP. Okay. My mind was forgetting that one. That one's much better.
So what we're looking, if Yuna has something like Gold Sarcophagus, Malice and Underground, or March Hare, maybe banishing a Malice name from the hand would be a way to get some Malice monsters onto the field. SP Little Knight not being able to attack directly, not a big deal here, because the Dark Ruler no more is going to prevent her from inflicting any damage anyways, but forcing out the Yummy Surprise right now with the SP Little Knight. But this SP Little Knight's also going to disrupt the monster coming back as well.
But then, you just need the one monster to come back, right? And then you kind of start the Yummy train again. It looks like nothing, but then it just turns into more, and then you get a Snatchy, and then
but we have
more.
Droplet next.
Wow.
Dark Ruler no more, Forbidden Droplet. This is just incredible deck building. I mean, this was one of your questions at the beginning. Is it deck building or play? It's a combination of both, and Yuna's looking pretty good here. And there's the March Hare, another way to extend it. And she has a, what is she going to banish?
Just discarded.
Yeah.
Oh, she discarded the Malice monster. So she did have the March Hare plus the Malice monster to continue the plays. This is an incredible hand here from Yuna.
Really incredible stuff.
Like every card on Ruben's field has been answered at this point, so just the one card in hand going to have to get him there. But it's hard to imagine a single card that's going to stop this, with the exception of Artifact Lancia. But
I mean, Yuna has used every card in her hand as well.
Yeah, it's down to
this is when Yu-Gi-Oh's at its best, Marcello.
It's really amazing stuff already, and you can see the difference in the deck building. Yuna choosing all these powerful spells, going second and getting rewarded by it. Pretty much now the only thing she has to pay attention to is the field spell, boosting everything by 500 for each light beast right now. But outside of that, I mean, one card in hand from Ruben, and that's impressive stuff.
Yeah, everything negated. Probably going to have a trap be insulated. I'm sure no one will be better than Yuna at pushing through any possible hand interruptions Ruben might have. The Malice deck is very good at that.
Sets MTP 007, or sorry, 07. This is kind of the situation where TB11 wouldn't have been too bad to include in the deck here.
Yeah.
But still with plenty of link ratings, going to have access to something like Malice and Underground with this Malice Red Ransom coming down.
Oh, and no interaction from Ruben. Oof.
This game one is looking tough for him.
I mean, you open uninterrupted. I think you're just assuming you got this game, and instead, look at Yuna.
Yeah, Yuna having no issue pushing through this field. That's very heads up. She had the perfect non-engine to deal with the Yummy deck, so we'll see how well as well in later rounds if she plays against, other kinds of deck, because that is sometimes the difficulty with playing these non-engine cards. How do you tailor it to play against different decks? She certainly has the perfect ones for the Yummy deck.
And I mean, if she sequenced it correctly, this might even be enough, depending on how much she can she can do. It's
she needs to just clean up the field.
Yeah.
Won't be able to finish the game this turn, but able to set up enough control.
Yeah, of course, because of Dark Ruler. Yeah.
It will be. It will still put her in prime position in this game. But that's the thing. Like Ruben, even sitting on one card in hand, drawing to another one, has a chance to come back in this game. But it's gonna be tough. It's a huge uphill battle from here.
Malice, it just accrues so much advantage when it's able to play all of its cards uninterrupted, which it looks like Yuna is going to. You get to draw like up to sometimes 3 cards in a turn when you combine the White Binder and the Chessy Cat. So you just end up with so much advantage for next turn. You have a loaded graveyard. You probably end up with a March Hare in hand as well. It's so much stuff after all of this is said and done.
There is a yummy snatchy in that extra monster, so I'm just curious to what that bright card is on the other side.
And yeah, we do see the one Dormouse. This is one of the differences, of course, as it is limited for this event. But I mean, one is all you need.
Yep. Red Ransom banishing a Cyrus from the deck when it is coming back from being banished. Let's see where she goes next with this. It's going to be another Link summon for Splash Mage.
Yeah. Getting either another attribute for their access code in water.
One thing I don't see the access code linked off very often. Normally you're just using it to attack, but in this case, when you can't attack with it, well, you can attack, but it won't do any damage, so you don't need that massive attack stat it has. You might as well just link it off at some point for some more monsters.
Ooh, and this is huge actually, because we can also cut, Ruben off some synchros at least until that field spell is off, and this is huge. Usually you're able to obviously return them to the extra deck, but not gonna be quite the case here.
I think Yuna has a plan maybe to banish the field spell somehow, because that's the tool for recycling.
You think she's banishing the Dormouse here is definitely indicating that she's going to go into Heart's Cryptor here at some point and need a Malice name to be able to return. But yeah, clean up the field and have as much interaction as possible. Maybe like a Heart's Cryptor plus a Firewall Dragon or something like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That Heart's Cryptor maybe has got its heart set on banishing a field spell.
Do you think it might have made a difference at all whether Ruben just activated the synchros just to return them as cost to use them next turn and prevent them from being banished?
It is tough when you lose them because typically a lot of players only use one copy of each.
Yeah,
that could have been a key way, but I think Ruben isn't conceding here because he's clearly playing against some interesting
field.
Yeah, so he wants to get some more information out of the game potentially.
No, it makes total sense. I mean, why would you? But I'm surprised. I mean, Yuna, as mentioned, completely destroyed the competition at the playoffs. But I mean, she has not been obviously at a tournament like this, but she's looking like the world champion right now. Look at the confidence. I mean, also
she drew a world champion hand. That's for sure.
For sure. But like she's playing also at very fast speed and looking confident, smiling, of course. But it's great to see.
Yeah, worth noting, Marcello, you can't actually use cards in response to access code talk.
Yeah.
Use them quite early.
Yeah, you could use it early. I mean, because at the same time, I feel like depending on how many monsters you will banish from the graveyard, you can cut it off some, combo disruption.
Ooh! It is an interaction. The patient interaction was Nibiru, the primal being, this whole time. Ruben has just been waiting and waiting for the opportune moment.
Yeah.
Because you got to make sure all those Malice effects have been used as much as possible. And wow, and the Splash Mage is also already gone since Yuna used it to get another attribute for access code Talker. So there's not going to be any access to something like Link Spider into a Splash Mage afterwards to still go into things. But at the same time, being able to access the Malice March Hare with the White Binder in the graveyard will still be advantageous to her because she'll be able to get back the White Binder, potentially summon a White Rabbit, and still have. Well, no, I guess the MTP07 is going to be in the graveyard. So that is a huge Nibiru. He's still going to need a top deck off the top here to be back in this game. But
you mentioned before the token, the Sky Striker token has just been sat there very patiently, can't be tributed. So we're going to have a Sky Striker token, we're going to have a Nib token, and this White Binder that's just been banished is going to come back after Nibiru's resolve. So we're still going to have 3 monsters after this Nibiru. So
that Hornet Drone's token, right? It's just been waiting there impatiently. I almost forgot about it. It kind of blended in like you were talking about before the duel.
Yeah, we need red tokens for that side of the field and blue ones for the other. But yeah, I mean, Nib's such a powerful card, but Malice a deck that gives you so many monsters that maybe it just doesn't, in this case, doesn't matter.
Yeah, Nibiru is also a card that typically you wouldn't expect in the Yami deck. because if you use it while going second, then it shuts down some of your starters like the Sky Striker cards or Obedient School. So yeah, it's definitely an interesting inclusion by Ruben.
Interesting. I thought, okay, so going to grab the GWC from the deck.
Nibiru is one of those cards I feel like it gets sometimes against stronger players, they'll be better at playing around the Nibiru. So maybe at the World Championships, there'll be players who just consistently know exactly what to do. Like we see Yuna here. It was just like, okay, I've still got 3 monsters. Well, the only card you were talking about, Billy, was that Hard Scripter, and that's still going to hit the field. The field spell's gone.
Because of that token, the Sky Striker,
yeah.
the Hornet Drone's token gave her that extra monster she needed. She didn't need to go in anything like Smash, but it's just incredible. You can see all well calculated here. Hopefully, Yuna still remembers that she can't attack directly or do any damage, so doesn't try to go for game here. But the plays have not stopped. Wizard Agnister is going to special summon and bring back the Chessie Cat.
Yeah, what is even left in the extra deck to go through at this point? She's used all of the Malice Link 3s. I mean, it feels like with Malice, once you get to one Link 3, you're always in such a strong position, but going through all 3 is crazy. Oh, are we going to see the Allied Code Talker?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, it's in there. Agnister.
Oh, Ruben is going to surrender. You see him grabbing the white flag.
Yeah.
He's seen enough. He knows there's no card in his deck he can draw. Doesn't want to waste any more time. And Yuna, despite getting the B-Root at a late point in the combo, cool, calm, collected. And, I told you, it's just about the preparation. When it meets opportunity, it equals results.
Yeah, what an amazing show. And game 1 goes to Yuna, going second against the Yami. Full opener with the Herald, the surprise, the full setup, Nibiru in hand. I mean, that's impressive. Obviously, at the same time, we've mentioned it before. It's up to deck building. It's up also to the card that you draw. But I mean, full engine plus Dark Ruler No More, Droplet. So many interactions going second. It's great.
And in Master Duel, maybe you wouldn't be as surprised to see like a Dark Ruler No More included in the main deck because there is no side deck. But that is not a usual thing for the TCG. It is very rare to see something like that included in the main deck. But it's already paying dividends here in the first game of the World Championship.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be playing on Ruben's mind because it's a very, very scary card for the Yummy deck. Normally, your Herald is the card that makes you feel safe. There's not much that can go wrong. It's quite insulated from Droplet by itself because your opponent can't send monsters from the hand to the grave, so they often can only send so many cards when you have a Herald for a Droplet, but when you combine them all together... Oof.
It was truly a 6-card combination hand that you really couldn't pick anything better. Down to the March Hare to banish the White Rabbit to extend when you normal summon the backup, but you needed to play it correctly too, and Yuna did that because normal summoning backup out Ignister is not something a lot of players would think about, especially when you have like a Malice White Rabbit in your hand. You would think, oh, I want to normal summon my White Rabbit, so later on when I have a Cyber's Link, I can special summon the backup. But she knew from the beginning that that was not going to be the path to victory.
No, it was an amazing show for sure, and now the question is going to be once again, how well did Ruben prepare for the Malice deck in the side deck? Are we going to see those Artifact Lancias in there or not? I mean, that could be a huge difference, especially because I feel like you must be worried if you're Ruben. I mean, you went first, no interruptions. You set up your old field, you still lost quite convincingly. It wasn't even close. I would be scared, It's like, I'm going to do it again, but, I mean, is that going to work out this time around?
Yeah, I mean, going first with Yummy, and when you're diving into the side deck, if you were, looking at the deck list from YCS Vancouver, a card that was really popular in the side deck for Yummy, Solemn Judgment, because as we saw, the cards that can break through fields are the cards you need to stop, so maybe being able to go to the side deck, I don't know if that's something he may be playing, but Solemn Judgment would be a potential card that could shut down cards like Dark Ruler No More.
Yeah, for sure, because the Yummy deck is so efficient at playing into hand traps. If you get Ashed, you get Veiled, you can just tag out your Synchros, get 2 more back from the grave and kind of keep going. But when you see nothing, I always feel like I always get a little scared if you're comboing and your opponent doesn't play anything and you're just kind of looking at them being like, what have you got? Why haven't you done something? Use some cards so I can play through them. Because there are those times sometimes when you have a full engine hand, you draw and then your opponent's like, okay, that's fine. I'll just play my Dark Ruler.
Yeah, absolutely. And also it comes back to bite some of the strategies that we have seen. If end shops are that popular, sometimes you side trust, talent going first. That doesn't work against this approach.
All right, game number 2. We're going to jump right into it. Players are going to be playing quickly.
Yeah, maybe Thrust is a card that Yuna might be using, because as you say, the Dark Rule are quite uncommon, but I think it's quite common to include a few like kind of versatile targets if you run a card like Triple Tactics Thrust. So maybe that's the plan there. Maybe it was just one. Maybe there's just one Dark Ruler, and
I do wonder. I mean, even though he had the Nibiru there, there might have been some thought to just concede just a little bit quicker in that game. Because I mean, the clock is something you have to pay attention to now. It's not just by happenstance. Like, you have to know that you need more time to keep playing. So that might be something that comes back to bite Ruben if he doesn't able to take this game down. But you need to play quickly with the new time rules at the World Championship.
Yeah, but at the same time, this field-breaking approach doesn't line up that well. Because I mean, if you're not gonna interrupt your opponent, these combos take a while. You know, even if you're fast, some minutes are gonna be, you know, spent on that. And let's see whether that will be the case, as Ruben most likely is gonna try to repeat his opener.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point, Marcello, because that went as well as it could for Yuna almost. You know, she used you know, 2 cards basically to shut off all of Ruben's interactions, and the game still took a full 20 minutes, right? So obviously we have 50 minutes now rather than 45. And we have 30 minutes on the clock. So even like a complete ideal scenario, very like dominant game 1 for Yuna, and it's still 20 minutes. So if you play 3 games that long, you're going to run out.
Yeah, hopefully, the clock is going down, and I think the players are being told away from the judges, so hopefully they give them some time back on the clock. They can always extend the round and add some 3 minutes on the extension, so hopefully they're keeping that in mind while they're holding the players from starting this game, because this is, just time running on the clock. They should be allowed to start playing right now. But, you know, that is probably, you know, they're being told to pause by the judges, and I do hope they return the time to them onto their clock afterwards. And if someone can communicate that to the judges, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, so players just giving each other the stare down in the moments.
I mean, beyond asking the players like what things like, we just want to make sure that they are given back this time that they're being held up for too, because it has already been like 2 minutes since they have been ready, and they need to have that clock that time added at the end of the round. So there's a chance, even though the timer is going down, there will be more time played after the clock, because time extensions are still something that will happen. Yeah, it looks like we did pause the clock, but we have at least 3 minutes that need to be added on to the end of this round. Yep, there we go. We're getting the time back right now.
Time back, and that means that our duelist will soon enough pick up their cards. Obviously, still only the first of the remaining rounds, but you can see Ruben is completely locked in. He definitely doesn't want to lose this one out easily, and let's see. I think they can start. There goes the end shake, and let's take a look at this end. I see a nice starter from Ruben. Let's see what he wants to go for.
Did Ruben let Yuna go first? Okay, no, Yuna.
No, and there comes the best normal summon of the deck in the Capsi.
Yep, Yummy Capsi.
The Yummy deck is just one of those decks that's the most fabulously consistent of almost any Yu-Gi-Oh deck I've ever seen, because any of the level 1s almost end you on the same field. And then you have 2 extra power spells, right? You have the Obedience School, and then you have the Hornet Drones and 3 copies. It's so consistent. It must be some players' absolute dream to play with.
Mine. I really like the deck, but I mean, here I'm also interested in the sequence that Ruben is gonna go for. Most likely in-house, can assume that there is no interruptions in Yuna's end.
It's gonna be Cupsy Way.
Yep.
That's a good guess. I mean, you can tell by him searching. You can't tell by the picture.
Fair enough. We're probably going to get the other name, so the Lollipop and Cookie. Then discarding something from the end. What is it going to be?
Yeah, I wonder if we see maybe a slightly different line from Ruben this game. Because last time he played very carefully around potential interruptions from Yuna. But when you see cards like Dark Ruler, maybe you think, I'm going to play a bit more greedy. You know, sometimes you have to give up something to do that efficient play around hand traps. So maybe when you see your opponent maybe not running so many hand traps, you can be a little more greedy.
Absolutely. And for now, we are just gonna special summon and then actually use the Capsy Way to get into the Link 1. I'm assuming just to go into a Lollipop and bring back 2. Lollipop Way. Yep. Seems like that's gonna be the case.
Yep.
So we bring back 2 more from the graveyard. Again, uninterrupted by Yuna. It's gonna be an interesting choice whether he has another extender, because In that case, you usually keep the Lollipop to special summon it, because I think you do need the extra body, but let's see. Because obviously these monsters have their effects negated.
And here comes yet another Snatchy. Gotta keep summoning Snatchies because you don't have many other tuners, so this is quite a light end field here.
That's an interesting decision, not going for the Herald turn 1 against a deck that you have seen, you know, play
Forbidden Droplet
options, but let's see. Interesting decision by Ruben. Yeah, it's a pass, so definitely a weaker opener as the one in the previous game, but maybe it's gonna work out. And the first question is, are we gonna see that Dark Ruler right away again?
Well, this is maybe a good sign for Ruben because cards like Dark Ruler are fantastic if your opponents put their whole hand onto the field, which is basically what happened in the last game. But this time, Ruben's still holding on to 4 cards in hand, so...
Not quite.
Yeah.
And this will be an interesting one. I mean, showcasing just what the Yami deck can do. Is there gonna be a Ghost Spell, some interruption here from Yunnan? Oh, there is the Artifact Lancia.
Prepared for Malice. Artifact Lancia we're talking about was not only just the most popular side deck card in the past, it was the most played card at many of the events previously, and it's still in the side deck here for Ruben. And any of the Yummy Way Synchro monsters, anytime an opponent activates a card effect, they can return themselves back to the extra deck and summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard, and that's what we see here.
That's amazing, but we do see that thrust from Yuna. But you need to play through the Lancia. It's not gonna be an easy turn here. And we do see Ash Blossom on the thrust. Might be a quick one from Ruben. What an opener.
Yep, Lancia, Ash Blossom, plus some decent Yummy monsters here. Is that a normal summon of March Hare?
Yeah.
Not what you want as a Malice player, but you also don't want to see Artifact Lancia usually. Let's see if this prompts any sort of response from Ruben. It looks like it does. He's going to activate the effect of Yummy Snatchy, pay 100 life points to Synchro Summon.
Yeah, and although the Snatchy on field was, negated, the Snatchy doesn't force you to Synchro, summon with itself. So you can just use that one, and that works out. And we do see double droplet again in the end from Yuna, but... I mean, that doesn't really do all that much.
But since Yuna sent a spell, Ruben is able to chain the Yummy effect, so it's going to still put the March Hare face down and bring back 2 monsters.
That's devastating.
Yeah, it hasn't quite gone as happily as it did in the last round for Yuna, and I think the key difference obviously is the Artifact Lancia. Ruben has been playing the Malice deck a lot, I've noticed, at previous events. So
he made the top cut at YCS this year with Malice. Yep.
It makes a lot of sense for him to have respect for the deck by including those Lancias in the graveyard.
It sounds like Yuna might be looking to concede.
Yeah, that's about it. Reveals, is it Wizard maybe? But, I mean, anyways, Ruben with the comeback obviously doesn't want to give it easy to Yuna, wants to show everyone why he is the world champion at the moment, and we are going to get a game 3 in this opening set. I mean, to be expected.
Definitely. It was still 25 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to play the last game, and that's something with the new time rules. We need like all the players and all the judges also have to be very cautious of the time rules. We can't take up too much time. You can't slow the players down. You got to let them play and let them going, or be ready to add some time on the clock at the end. But you can see the quick play from the players. We're still going to get the games to go the distance. Even though we're in game number 3, we're nowhere near that 50-minute mark. We're only halfway done with the round.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's been very fast, very clean from both players. I'm interested to see what we have in store in the side deck from Yuna, because we saw a lot of going second cards, I feel like, those Dark Rulers, those droplets, and often if you have a lot of those going second cards in your main deck, that means you need some cards in your side deck to swap out for those when you know you're going first, and those cards can often be really, really powerful cards. So let's see what they are.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we definitely know Triple Tactics Thrust is in there, which is notoriously better going first sometimes, because you're able to set those powerful trap cards that may lock your opponent out from doing what they're trying to do.
Yeah, at the same time, the Yami deck is an interesting one. Usually you try to include, if you play Trust, you know, those one-off normal trap cards that shut down the opponent, like Dimensional Barrier, maybe could be an option, but...
Black Goat Laughs.
Yeah, Black Goat Laugh is definitely up there, so it will be interesting to see what is the card of choice from Yuna, but definitely she has a lot of cards to take out, I'd say, because, I mean, you don't want to keep, you know, Droplet or Dark Ruler No More going first.
Dark Ruler No More for sure. Droplet, maybe you keep like 2 in or something, depends on how many cards you need to take out. But on Ruben's side, I mean, there's some cards that are good going first, some good that are going second, and then there's Artifact Lancia, which is just good no matter what time you do it, no matter whether you're going first, second, third, fourth. It's going to be a key card he's going to looking to open up with here, and we're going to have to see if there's going to be something he's going to draw. You see both players locked in and focused as they side decked very quickly, and now they're already shuffling up for game number 3.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Yuna taking a leaf out of the Master Duel player's book, and, you know, there's Call by the Graves, maybe a cross-out designator, you know, just get those Lancias out of here. I mean, maybe her plan was just to hope no one had Lancia, but obviously that's not quite how it's worked out for her. But she's been playing Malice a long time, so she's probably no stranger to having her turn ended by
yeah, I mean, the Malice players, it's not that the Malice players that do well in tournaments just happen to get lucky and not face Artifact Lancia. It's a card they're beating every single round. It's getting activated probably every game 2 and 3, and it's being prepared for that, which is what is important.
So yeah, I think as mentioned, the settled is everything is ready for the decider one. I mean, one of them is still gonna be in contention. As mentioned, 2 losses are completely acceptable, but one of them will with the win, going 1-0 in this opener in Paris. So I think our duelists are ready. Let's jump back into action.
As you mentioned, losing round 1 doesn't mean you're out. You can definitely still win the other rounds, but you really it feels a lot better to win round 1 than lose in terms of like the mentality going on.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that. It's often when people say, you know, about Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like, you plan to win, you plan to have fun. Well, I'm like, well, winning is a lot more fun than than losing. So a bit of both. But
and in the meantime, I can also inform you guys that we had a backup future match, which was the one between Sebastian Samam and Akihiro Kato, and the winner of that match has been Sebastian, who has already concluded the backup future. So unfortunately, we are not gonna go back to that after this match. For now, let's focus on the one and finally with a chance of going first for Yuna, who has been going second all match long.
Yeah, I mean, no matter here, right, we're going to have, even with no backup feature match, we've already seen plenty of action and there's plenty more to come. Are we going to see a full Malice combo from Yuna? Are we going to see lots of interruptions from Ruben? Let's find out.
All right, it's time to duel.
Let's see. Such an important, and we do see the Purulia right away from Ruben.
Out of the cards you could see, like discarded immediately from the opening hand, I think Purulia is something you're fine with.
Yeah, and especially if you open these Ornate drones once more. I mean, it's at 1, but has been hard drawn twice by Yuna already in this match.
Yeah, Purulia got a little bit better against the Malice strategy since Alliance Insight with the inclusion, you know, backup at Ignister, Wizard at Ignister, and plenty of other monsters that summon from your hand, so it could be beneficial. But starting with Hornet Drones is going to be a way to get monsters on the field. At minimum, an SP Little Knight for disruption, depending on how many cards Yuna is trying to not give Ruben. But it will be a normal summon of Malice Dormouse.
The one-off.
Yeah, it's hard not to normal summon that one from your hand.
Yeah, and it's going to resolve no permanence, no Veiler, no response from Ruben, and what an opener.
Yeah, no Lancia in particular. It's got to be so happy for Yuna to see, because once you resolve this Dormouse now, you're then going to resolve another summon, and you're going to get to a Link 3 before Ruben has a chance to activate an Nibiru or something. Oh, no. No, you can't. Yeah.
No, 1, 2, 3.
No,
I was counting wrong because the token was 2 summons.
So that's gonna work out, but again, we are gonna see that double token hit the field, because again, the Ornate Drones is still there. So at the end of this, Yuna is still gonna have 2 tokens, the one from Nibiru and the one from Ornate Drones.
That's one of those like unexpected things you really don't think about, is the Hornet Drones being so good against Nibiru and just providing more monsters on the field. So it's a lot easier to access something like a Heart's Cryptor potentially, or just immediately a Link 2 with the Nibiru token into Haggard Lizard Dose. The Malice White Rabbit hasn't been banished just yet.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is amazing to see all of the ways that Yuna can just get straight through a Nibiru here. And I guess this is probably why she's chosen to include these Sky Striker cards, because it's not something that we've seen very much in Malice, but maybe she said, okay, I've got one less Dormouse, I need to come up with some extra ways to help me extend, and these Sky Striker cards are doing perfectly for her.
And you can tell that she knows how good it is to be like that anti-Nibiru technology, because she just leaves that token out there the entire time.
Both duelists have used the strategy, Ruben in game 1 and now Yuna. And I mean, technically they're both tokens, but they do have names, so you can use the lizard those because they have different names. So, yeah.
They do have names indeed. And now the Red Ransom is going to add Malice Underground. It looked like Ruben may have thought there for a second, but didn't activate anything. And Tom, you mentioned that Perilia maybe not the most impactful here. So far, she's been able to navigate the turn pretty well with only giving one draw.
Yeah, just one draw. You'd much rather have either of the other two Molchamus, Furlos or Meows.
Oh, for sure.
Can't imagine Meow's going to be super popular this weekend, but you never know. I thought Ruben was kind of looking at an Ash Blossom in his hand, so maybe he's kind of thinking about what is the best time to activate it and deciding not quite yet.
He could be trying to save it for, either maybe like the MTP 07 on his own turn to stop the interruption there from the banish potentially, if he does have the Ash Blossom in hand. But I also thought I saw one as well.
I think I saw a bell maybe as well. A proper fistful of hand traps from Ruben, and we're going to see a masterclass on when is the best time to use them and how is the best way to mitigate them.
Indeed. And now Yuna not stopping anytime soon. Nibiru has already been used, so that makes things easier from that point of view. And yeah.
And this is all because of that Hornet Drones token. Otherwise, she would have needed another way to extend onto the field with like a Link Spider or something. But really showing the application of the Sky Striker cards in the Malice strategy is wonderful.
Now Chessica, it's the field.
Letting Chessica resolve feels so tough when you're playing against Malice, because you know they're just going to refresh their hand. They're going to get more stuff to do. And as well, but often I hear people say when you're resolving Chessica in games 2 and 3, or when you're going first and you've sided in some really powerful cards to draw, you're not going to draw a droplet. You're going to draw something like a Solemn Judgment. You're going to draw a Dimensional Barrier. Any of these cards off the top of the deck could be devastating right now.
And even that Thrust would perfectly work here. So, I mean, let's see.
Yeah, can you imagine a Thrust as well? Once you've played a Nibiru, just any card that Yuna wants will come to the hand.
I love the back and forth here. Oh, smile after a couple draws. I wonder what it is.
Is that the...
Either like 2 of the cards she's already got, or 2 of the most powerful cards in the deck. There's no
really
in between.
Could go either way. Yeah, they're either the worst cards or the best cards. I tend to smile like that when they're usually the worst cards, that's for sure.
Same. Same.
Cyberus Wicked is going to come down next.
I actually don't think that has been the case, I can tell you that much. Oh, and we are actually going to play into this Perilia a bit more.
Another draw here for Ruben with the backup Agnister. And now we'll be able to trigger the Cyberus Wicked, and Chilling 2 will be backup Agnister to add.
And unfortunately, I think Ruben has picked up another Molcharmi, but with that Nibiru on field now, not really able to use the second one in the turn.
Yeah, maybe he's sort of rethinking what happened there, because you don't really want to use Nibiru when your opponent just keeps on playing without showing you any. You feel like you should at least have like extracted another card from your opponent when you use Nibiru, but it didn't. But then again, once your opponent gets to a Link 3, the Nibiru feels like it loses its value, so maybe you just had to do it then.
I guess by reading the Lizard Dose, he just realized, that's what's going to happen afterwards. Maybe just took for granted that the Nibiru was going to clear everything, and no, Yuna already had a way to push through. And
I think we have a pause here. I saw Ruben pointing at his headset, so there might be like a technical issue that they may need to resolve here really quickly. Maybe like a cord came unplugged or something, but you definitely want to be able to hear what your opponent is saying in your headsets there. But yeah, this has been incredible. Going back to that Nibiru and summoning on the field, normally when you see your opponent having a bunch of monsters on the field, it's been 5 summons. If I Nibiru, they're going to be left with just that one token. Even though we just saw it in like the previous game, it is not out of the realm to have an oversight thinking that this token is going to stay there on the field because of the Hornet Drones not being able to be tributed. Because that is very like a unique interaction that doesn't come up too often.
I agree. On the other hand, like Ruben played the same sequence on his own turn in game 1, so he's perfectly aware of that interaction.
Yeah.
And I mean, I would be surprised if he didn't take it at all into consideration. But I mean, maybe you're most likely used to seeing that in Yummy, and that's fair enough. I mean, the Sky Striker cards are not that popular in Malice, I'd say. So
yeah, that's very true.
I guess it's also the question of like, what can you do with 2 tokens? A lot of link monsters nowadays, they need effect monsters or something, you know, some kind of defining feature, which maybe the tokens don't have, but not the case with the Lizardos. So I guess you don't know exactly what's in the Malice player's extra deck anymore. I feel like maybe a year ago the deck was pretty set, but then as more cards come out, you start to say, oh, I need this Splash Mage, I need this Allied Code Talker, I need this Topologic Bomb and Dragon, and maybe the Lizardos was one of the cards that like fell out of popularity, especially with Yuna as well, including a Sky Striker card. So he might not have expected the Lizardos to be in the extra deck.
Okay, so it looks like there was a button bumped to like mute one of the microphones, but
fair enough.
Figured out so the duel can resume. So we're jumping back into it.
But yeah, Malice is one of those decks who usually plays 15 different extra deck cards. That is the case for Yuna today as well. And now we are just gonna keep on adding cards back with this March Air. Just an additional disruption possibly during the next turn for the European player. But we are gonna link off everything into... Okay, no. Upgrade.
Yeah, it's a hard script. Surely we will see a white binder as well before the end of the turn from Yuna, one of the most powerful cards in the Malice deck.
Okay, another card from the hand is going to be summoned Wizard Agnister, so this is going to give Ruben another draw.
Yeah, Yuna not that fussed, because every card you give your opponent is one more potential artifact Lancia in the hand.
Oh, and this, it was indeed a card drawn off the Chassis Cat, that talent. And let's take a look at the end. Oh, and it's a rough one, because that Obedience Coding is the only card you can use. But at the same time, if you leave the Nibiru there, you know, it's an interesting choice, but I think it's also a no-brainer, yeah.
Ruben had that Ash Blossom, yeah, and he decided to hold it on the ad of the Malice and Underground. I wonder if that's something he's going to look back at and think, maybe I should have stopped that Malice and Underground from really being accessible, because that got Yuna to the Chessie Cat, which got her to the Triple Tactics talent, which also got her to the Hearts Cryptor. It's hindsight's 2020 always, but that's tough, especially when you draw a second copy of the Ash Blossom.
Yeah, that's interesting here from Yuna. I'm amazed to see that, actually. Just banishing the Nibiru at this point in time, because we saw Ruben had Obedience Schooled and a couple of Molchamis in hand that were dead.
Another Fualis just being active.
The Obedience was shuffled back anyways, but I totally agree with you that, that just kind of forces the pass. And, it is a starter, at least for Ruben, but this is kind of rough. I mean, you do have 2 interruptions to try and play around with, but, I mean...
Oh, did she send back the Obedience School?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought in my head she was going to send back the Bell, but...
No. She sends back Obedience. So basically, we have Ash and Bell to try and slow Yuna down, but that's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
With just one Yummy card, it's not going to be enough to break through the field, and Yuna is taking down our reigning world champion in round number 1.
What a match, what a way to start things off. I mean, and here you can see it on screen again with this graphic. Unadix taking round 1, defeating the current champion. I mean, valid effort by Ruben, but what a showcase once more from Yuna.
And, you know, talking about your question before, is it deck building or playstyle? It's always a little bit of both, but the deck building here from Yuna was key. Having the Dark Ruler Noir in the main deck. The Sky Striker cards played more of a role than most of the Malice cards, just being the cards you used beforehand. The installation against Nibiru, all the different levels of things. It's what I love the most about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you play cards for one reason, but then you have the overlapping reasons as well that come out to play on the biggest of stages.
Yeah, it was super clean as well. It's the deck building, and then the deck building like complements the play, because you need to know that you can keep that token. I think Yuna knew exactly when the Nibiru came down what she was going to do, because I think otherwise you're never going to let your opponent Nibiru you before you make that Link 3, unless you have a plan to make a Link 3 anyway without summoning any more monsters. So I think she knew exactly what was happening right there.
Absolutely, and I mean, I can't wait to get into you know, her brain with the post-match analysis later on, because I feel overall the team for this duel really showcased why, you know, these duelists are here. It was definitely something that maybe players who don't follow Yu-Gi-Oh! At the highest level might not notice, but this duel was a lot about, niche interactions and just playing. Even I want to give credits to Ruben. Game 1 going first, he went for a line that is definitely not even close to the traditional one you see. And that is just because he was also trying to play around Nibiru, didn't know what he was up against, and I think he just showcased why he's one of the best players in the world still. But I want to bring up an interesting stat that I just thought of. I mean, considering the performance at the playoffs, Yuna is has a 100% win rate in future matches. Has never lost a future match ever. I mean, so that's impressive.
So yeah, she found out she was the round 1 feature. She's like, all right, off to a good start.
Exactly.
1-0 already.
We'll see whether that stays true, throughout the weekend. But that's some impressive performance. Given that sometimes even the most experienced duelists, are a bit shaky and nervous when it comes to playing on camera.
Yeah, you have to imagine Ruben's got a pretty good win rate in feature matches as well. I mean, he definitely won at least, the couple last year at the World Championships, but
he lost the last one I watched. He was playing against Ryan Yu, I think, in like a Malice mirror match. It was an epic match, but yeah, not the greatest start, but you mentioned this is 7 rounds of Swiss, so even losing 1 round is not a big deal. Losing 2, you can still recover. 3 is when things start to get a little dicey for sure, but...
Well, I mean, sometimes it's also, that wake-up shower that you need, just round 1, you definitely don't want to lose. You lost a close one, I'd say, and it can serve as motivation to just lock in and focus even more. So I'm sure that Ruben is just not gonna, take it too hard on himself.
Yeah, you have 2 paths you can kind of go, right?
Yeah.
You can either drown in misery, and that doesn't help anybody, or you can lock in and use it as motivation to do well in the last rounds. And you can also just look at the game, like how many times are you going to go first in game 1 and then get Dark Ruler no more? This is probably the only time it's going to happen for the remainder of the tournament. So you can kind of assess through that, learn from it, and then focus in, and you have to win out the rest of the rounds.
Yeah, but for now, I mean, Malice taking out that Justice Hunter deck. We'll see whether that remains, a trend throughout the weekend, as we will just show you guys also what is the deck breakdown for the event. It will be interesting to see again how many different decks are out there, and also if there is some common trends among TCG players or OCG players, maybe bringing one specific strategy altogether. But I mean, regardless, it will be interesting to ask some questions about Yuna, about her deck building choices. I'm sure those field breaking spells are not the most obvious choice when it comes to Malice.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, something like Forbidden Droplet, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, Dark Ruler more. The Sky Striker cards and Malice, unexpected. I'm really excited about this interview that's coming up because I do want to hear from Yuna and why these choices happen and how do you feel like... It's one thing to like make the meta calls and make these reads, but to have them actually come to fruition, like from plans, and see the results from your practice has to feel good.
Yeah, it's so cool because he's obviously gone with a slightly different approach than a lot of players were expecting. So to have it pay off round 1 on the feature match against the world champion,
it doesn't get better.
That's got to be fantastic.
And especially the Sky Striker cards really shined. I mean, in the end, they gave her the win both in game 1 and game 3. So I think definitely they are something that any Malice fan out there might just be on the lookout. I have to reveal that
myself included.
Yeah,
like I have my Malice cards just in my backpack. I gotta grab me some Sky Striker cards for sure.
Ooh, and we see a sneak of an amazing match between European champion Lorenzo Muselli and Julian, all the way with the double qualification as we have mentioned from playoffs and the North American WCQ. So that's an exciting one, definitely. I mean, the truth is, out of the 13 matches that are happening, everyone would be probably worth of being shown. But no, we only have so many cameras that we can give you guys.
Both quite stoic-looking players there. Do you think they'd finish, or do you think they were heading into a game 3?
I think they are heading into maybe game 3, maybe game 2. Who knows?
Maybe game 2.
Maybe the 35 minutes game 1.
Hopefully not.
Yeah,
not with these time rules. That doesn't benefit anybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I do like the pace of play from the players. There was thinking, but at a quick pace, because they both know that they have to win before the time runs out, and you really saw it from the players there and how they're playing. It's an important aspect. It's a little different, but if you practice that way with a clock on, you're going to be okay.
No, and definitely for Yuna, I think that was even more impressive because, again, it's the subtle things, but playtesting with a timer is definitely also something that, for example, some players have reached out to me before the World Championship, and I was like, that's definitely something you should do, and especially if you're playing, you know, field breakers, because then you're gonna give your opponents like 7 minutes, 8 minutes, who knows, you know, to combo through, and then that means you need to speed up even more because then, you know, things might get close. But regardless, it has been, you know, an amazing showcase. Happy for Yuna that, you know, she is proving once more why she is deserving of a spot here at the World Championship in Paris. But I think soon enough we'll be able to hear from her directly on some of these amazing choices, both in terms of deck list and in terms of play styles. And as mentioned already by Tom, we have a very special analyst for this whole weekend, right?
Yeah, he's come all the way from the other side of the world, even further than Billy has to be here. So
shocking, as hard as it is to believe. Yep.
So yeah, we'll hear from him. It's great because we're going to see him on the biggest stage. Maybe sometimes, you know, there's not as much attention paid to those YCSs down in Australia as there are in Europe and North America, but we're going to see him here.
Absolutely, and I think that's perfect, the moment to hear it from Yuna, the winner of round 1. So let's go to the post-match analysis.
All right, thank you so much, Marcello. I've got here the European points champion, Yuna, who also won round 1. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
All right, so I also have here a Japanese translator, so if there is a pause, so they're translating for the Japanese viewers.
ドイツのユナ選手おめでとうございます。ヨーロッパの WCS からご出場との選手でございますね。
So I think the question we all want to ask is, do you feel more or less pressure playing against the defending champion?
I don't have this.
あなたがその相手がCan I have your question?
So how does it feel playing against the defending champion? Do you feel more or less pressure?
向こうがチャンピオンであったことで彼を倒したことでいかがでしょうか。
I liked it a lot, like playing against different people from the other countries where this event is cool about. Like I want to play against everyone, but not the Europeans because I can play the Europeans like at our event.
世界中の選手と戦うことができてとても嬉しいと感じております。ヨーロッパだけじゃなくて他の地域の選手もこの機会でたくさん戦うことができてとても楽しみにしております。
Right. And what does it mean to be? So you explained that that's what it meant to be here for you. What advice would you give to players who want to be here? What advice would you give to players who want to be here?
他にここに来ることは自分が選ばれし者だとおっしゃっておりますが、他に今現場に来られなかった他のプレイヤーたちにどういうアドバイスがありますでしょうか。
I mean, it's like the same as it was for players for me. Just play the deck you like and get really proficient at it, so you can also beat the other ones.
自分が好きなデッキをプレイしていただいて、そしてそのデッキをマスターすることをお勧めしております。それを楽しむことが優勝までの近道だと思います。
Alright, cool. So we've got some clips from your match against Ruben. So game 1, the first clip here, you went second, you looked into this field. What was your thoughts with your opening hand?
先ほど1戦目のルベン選手との戦いなんですけど、こちらの盤面を見るときの自分の手札の感情はいかがでしょうか。
I saw my starting hand. I had enough engine cards and I had Dark Ruler and Droplet. So as long as Ruben or I can force him to use the spell card to reborn, I can just combo through his board, set up my own board, and then he plays with low cards in his hand against my board.
自分の手札にエンジンとなる起点となるカードがたくさんありますので、さらに禁じられたひとしずくがもう持っておりますので、こちらうまく活用しながらモンスターの蘇生も行いつつ優勝まで勝つことができたと思っております。
Did you feel any stress game 2 after you saw the artifact Lancia and that game wasn't going too well? Like before you were going to game 3, was there any stress for you?
アーティファクトノンギルスを見かけたときになんかストレスを感じていましたか？
Not really. Like, I expect not everyone to play Lancia, but I also have a secondary engine that helps me to play under Lancia. So I have like the main engine and 2 other engines, so I can play really often under Lancia. So it's not too much of a problem.
他の選手全員がノンギルスを使うことは予想は、考えてはいませんですけど、自分のプレイとしてはノンギルスも通った状況でもいけるという戦い方をしております。
Right. In game 3, we saw you had the Dormouse. You drew really well off Chessy Cat. You drew 2 cards. You smiled. We were guessing it was either the 2 best cards or the 2 worst cards. Tell us your thought process.
こちらの第3試合の時に、チェシーカートをうまく活用してドローまでもつながりましたんですけど、その2ドローの時はうまくいけたか、それともうまくいかなかったのでしょうか？
So my 2 Chessy Cat draws were like Talent and Impulse, and when I draw them, I had to smile and said to Ruben, "That's funny."
自分ドローした時にルーベン選手にこれは面白いですねって。
And yep, so sorry from that clip there. We saw you activate the talents that, and you looked at his hand. What was your thought process there? Did you think at that point that you had that game on lock?
こちらで参戦の子を発動した時に相手のカードを見た時にいかがですかね？
So I had Impulse and a Banish, and the deck can draw no play that plays through both, so I can just pass on what I have.
相手の手札見た時にこれしかできないですねって思っていて、それを選びました。
So we do want to congratulate you again for winning round 1. What is your mindset for the remainder of the tournament?
改めましておめでとうございます。次のラウンドに対してどういう心境でございますでしょうか？
I'm here to have a lot of fun and try my best to win it.
ここに来て楽しみにしておりますので、優勝まで楽しみにしたいと思います。
All right, we wish you the best of luck for the remainder of the round, and we will definitely be back with more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh, so stay tuned.
君のご活躍を期待しております。また次のインタビューまでお願いします。お待ちしてください。
C'est l'heure du duel! Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
うわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
Hi everyone and welcome back to the 2025 World Championship in Paris. Of course, it's the peak of an entire Yu-Gi-Oh season. It's the most important tournament of the year, and as mentioned, players coming from all over the world to compete at the highest level. But personally, I think it's also a great occasion to meet with some familiar faces that you might not see all over the years, since you might be competing in Europe, and they might be competing in North America, South America, or over to the OCG. And I think that's the case also for us, commentators, and it's great to have the chance, as we sometimes do, to be together with you, Billy, as we've known each other for quite a few years, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time now, Marcel. I don't even remember when we first met. It was at least 2015, maybe 2016, around. That time. It's been way too long. But yeah, being able to come together and commentate together at the World Championship is always something I look forward to every year, because we get to see some of the best players.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a lot has changed throughout these 10 plus years that we have known each other. And I think we are among the few players I think we have been lucky enough to experience most of this amazing game. First and foremost as players and fans, I think, of the game back in the day. And we have had our share of success, I would say. Neither of us can complain, but we both, if there is something we have missing for us, is the World Championship, which, the title speaks for itself of how difficult it can be. But I think it's nice to maybe go back and think about how and what it meant for us to maybe go to the World Championship for the first and only time, I think, both of us.
Yeah, you got a little bit closer than I did. I got 12th. I believe you made top 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a long time ago in an experience. But yeah, competing at the World Championship is it's really unlike anything else. The nerves, the stress, kind of, because it's such a hard tournament to qualify for. And then once you finally get there, you want to do the best you can and win the tournament. And playing versus commentating is just worlds different. When I'm playing, I don't want to say like I'm a little more selfish, I guess, but it's only me on the line. Like I know there's people out there that want you or me to do well in the tournament, but as a player, like I'm the only one to let myself down. If I don't know something about a card or an interaction, I'm the only one who gets punished for that. But then you take it to the commentary side. I'm trying to provide the best knowledge I can to the people at home. So like maybe they haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh recently, don't know what's really going on. I want to be able to explain what's going on, convey, and kind of get those players back into it. So if someone's like watching through the streams, they're going through YouTube and they're like, oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship's on. Let me jump in there and see what's going on. So you have to as a commentator, I have to know everything. I want to know all the card names, all the matchups, how they all work against each other. But as a player, you still want to, if you want to do well, you're better off knowing that stuff, but it's not like a guarantee. You can learn on the fly. Like if you haven't played against a certain deck, you can adapt. At least certain players can adapt and adjust as you're going through the game. But as a commentator, you have to have so much more preparation, I think, going into the tournament. I don't know if you have a similar experience with that.
Yeah, absolutely, totally. And I think maybe some fans and duelists just assume that it's the other way around, maybe. And when they come up to me and having known my career, let's say as a player, then they're like, oh, maybe you're preparing less now. And I'm actually quite the opposite, because all of those niche decks, also because generally speaking, the concept at least is that for us, we want to try and showcase the diversity of the events. So most likely on stream, you will get, those niche decks, and obviously you need to entertain people at home, as you've mentioned, and it's quite different. I think both of us were extremely focused players while at the table. So maybe, you can have a little bit of a chit chat, but during the match, you're extremely focused on that, on the gameplay, probably thinking ahead. Always I draw some comparison, between chess and Yu-Gi-Oh in the way where you can try and, prepare turns in advance. Well, you're doing commentary, no, not quite. You need to,
you're there for the ride a little
exactly, bit. And yeah, it is a lot about preparing for the field in a different ways, and especially the card names. I think it's something that as a player I was terrible at.
Yeah, you don't need to know anything. You just have to know, like, oh, this card puts my monster face down, so this has a Book of Moon-like effect. I don't need to know what it's called. Yeah, but as a commentator, you definitely want to know all the card names.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think anyways, it's a great way to still be part of the game. Because I think in a lot of events, but obviously when you go to the World Championship, it's quite different. I feel that even as a commentator, and I don't know if you can relate to that, you feel the tension, you feel the atmosphere, you know, that special atmosphere going on, especially when you reach even at YCS or, you know, WCQ events, those semi-finals, finals. It's electric, you know, in the air, and I think we have both the luxury of knowing what it feels like to sit at those tables, and I think, you know, it just brings back a lot of emotions for me.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. Kind of living vicariously through the players that do well. I am guilty as charged of that for sure. You know, because we're competitors at the end of the day. Even though we're commentating, we still have that competitive spirit. We want to be in that position. If someone offered me like, oh, you could commentate or you could play in the World Championship, I'm gonna pick play in the World Championship every single time. But you know, I love commentary. I love doing this side of the thing and seeing how many. The cool part is like behind the curtain. There's so many people who work so hard behind the scenes. There's so much that go into these tournaments that the players may not ever think about or know. They're just, oh, pairings are up. This is the table I go to. Time to duel. But there's so much on the back end for this event to even happen, and to bring the coordination for all the players around the world. And being on the commentary team, you kind of get a view into that world and seeing how much hard work goes on before you even get a chance to duel.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different perspective on it, even on the work of judges, I would say. You know, as a player, you are almost a little bit afraid maybe of, you know, having to rely on a judge call, but then you get to see just how much work they put in from a lot of different things, and they are an essential part even of the stream, you know. Without them, obviously, you know, a lot of stuff can happen on stream, and luckily, you know, they're there to catch it and correct any possible slip up. But I mean, just touching back on the World Championship, as mentioned, we both went together in 2017, which I think was a crucial turning point in the game, because it was the first time ever that, you know, the points were introduced, and so you could qualify in a way other than competing, you know, at the end of the year in the championship.
Yeah, that's how I got there. I know you went you went there for the point playoff, but I'm pretty sure you also won the EUWCQ that year.
True. Yes, I guess so. It's
you didn't need the points in the end of the.
Guilty. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was. I remember just the emotions when I read that announcement. I was honestly shocked in a positive way, because I mean, you have won definitely more YCSs than I did, but I remember, you know, that after winning, my dream was just going to the World Championship, having a chance there, and I got close very, you know, a lot of times, but then it was heartbreaking when you couldn't make it, and getting that feeling of, okay, I can go there in a different way, grind all season. I remember it's still the most Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played in my life. Like every weekend I was going, you know, regionals, and it's...
I rember seeing the Chicago regional. Exactly. Now it doesn't work that way. You can't go across the pond
absolutely,
there for the points, but that year you could.
Yeah, I could. I did, you know, I tried my best just to get there. And I think it's probably, I mean, I've talked about it before, but I don't think it's a chance that then I won that European Championship. Because, I mean, I played more than anyone else, I think, and so you get better by playing more, of course.
And we still see that too this year, even at the NAWCQ. Julian, he got in the points playoff, qualified to the points playoff, and then made the top 4 of the NAWCQ, so the invite got passed down to another player, Charlie, actually, who's a reigning Dragon Duel, not a reigning, but a previous Dragon Duel world champion. He won a YCS this year. I think he was like 17th in our point playoff, so he was just shy of missing the playoff. And just shy of missing that top 4 cutoff, but still made it. But I think the biggest thing is just from a player versus a commentator perspective, it's just the love of the game is still there. The way they're similar is like it's the passion, the love, being able to spread, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! To everyone and let them know like how awesome this game is probably my favorite part about being a commentator. And I think I've really grown into the role. And you know, I do miss being a competitor, but I do love that I'm able to bring the joy of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Welcome back to the coverage of the 2025 World Championship. We are now in round 2 of the trading card game. After witnessing an amazing round, we are ready with plenty more action. And what a match we have in store for you guys. After witnessing, you know, Yuna and her Malice deck take on the world champion and defeating the Yummy deck, we have the players who was awarded, you know, a first round bye. So is actually playing in the first match now, which is Damian. Again, another French player who qualified through the playoffs in the European Championship, playing the Malice deck. And oh, spoilers, he's decided to play once more, so we're gonna see another of the Malice players, although quite a different take on the deck as compared to Yuna. So first and foremost, I'd say let's hear it from Damian.
I'm Isaias Estrada. I'm from Nampa, Idaho. I've been playing since 2014, so 11 years as of now. I got 3rd place at this year's NAWCQ with Gem Knights. Probably just the tournament itself. I get to play, it's like very rare you get to play against like the best players from everywhere in the world. It's very rare. Seeing all the like different type of people that play the game, it's very cool. My ace monster would probably be, if I had to pick one, it'd probably be Dante, Traveler of the Burning Abyss. It has always been my favorite card. I haven't had a good macaron, so I'll probably pick Croissant.
A croissant enjoyer, we love to see it.
The best question of the weekend by far.
Indeed,
I think the meta is definitely croissant so far.
For sure.
I think it's like 90%, you know.
It's the meta game is there, you know.
You don't understand until you've had the croissant. Like, it's just so flaky, so light, so wonderful.
Absolutely. But I mean, I was focusing first on Damian, but here we got to see the opponent representing North America in Isaias. Is rocking again one of those Justice Hunter support cards in the K9s, but it's not the Vanquished Soul. We will see some Christian action in here, but before we focus on the match itself, let's hear it from the opponent, Damian.
Damien Valla, I'm from Valence in France, and I play Yu-Gi-Oh for 15 years. I've qualified by the WCQ playoffs in Europe. I am excited about playing against the best players in the world, and it's in Paris, so it's in my country, so I'm very excited about it. My ace monster is Dark Army Dragon. I prefer Croissant.
Dark Arm Dragon and croissants, you can't go wrong. Talk about meta.
And I mean, he has the turf advantage. If the Frenchman, you know, says croissants, we believe him.
That has to be the right answer.
Absolutely. But I mean, as we have mentioned, we have a great match lined up for you guys here in round 2. They are both on a 1-0 score, which means obviously they want to keep this streak going. They want to go undefeated all the way through round 5 to at least guarantee, you know, that top cut spot.
Yeah, and let's jump into it. It's game 1, round 2.
Ooh, we see a 3 and a 5. So for now, red players winning the die rolls. So
Malice is going first. Both players choosing to use the blue sleeves here. The players had the choice of using the blue or red sleeves, so it's all based on their personal preference.
Yep. Yeah, Damien didn't get the memo. They should have made him re-sleeve, you know, say, sorry, you're on the red side. So
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, Tom. I'm not waiting for these players to re-sleeve every round.
You're going to have to put the red sleeves. At least he's got the red t-shirt, you know. So.
True. All right, Malice going first. We saw what it could do in Match Duel, but we're going to see a normal summon of Malice White Rabbit starting off this match.
And we see the effect Veiler coming up from Isaias.
Is it a sort of like you smell weakness situation? Because that White Rabbit is not the thing that you start with most of the time. I feel like if you have anything else to do, you'd probably rather start with that. No traps set.
Unless you're playing something like TB11, it's not as good as the other ones. And yeah, you're right, Tom. Effect Veiler shutting down Damien's turn here.
It's really interesting because I feel like it's a habit for Malice players to be setting the card first, and then that might have thrown Isaias off from activating Effect Veiler, but he didn't set the card first, so I'm wondering what it is that he kept in his hand.
And then from Isaias here, Crystron Inclusion is an excellent start. It's really the key card to really get your Crystron strategy online. Going to add a Crystron monster from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, it is fantastic to start with. So usually in the Crystron deck, you maybe add the Solfefnir or the Sulfador, and it looks like we have the Solfefnir now, but if you summon Sulfador via its own effect, it's going to lock you out of things from the extra deck that aren't machines, and normally in Crystron you're kind of used to it, it's kind of fine, but when you're adding in the Canines, maybe you don't want to do that just yet, so we'll see what the plan is. Here we are, summoning the Solfefnir, destroying the inclusion, because you have to destroy something when Solfefnir is summoned by its own effect.
And you also get that bonus of the graveyard effect now being used from inclusion here by Isaias. You'll be able to banish it to special summon back a Crystron monster from the graveyard.
And here comes Solfefnir sending, Sulfador sending 2 monsters from the deck. Sorry, 2 cards even from the deck to the grave, and it feels like a card you have to negate because it's so powerful, but then if you do negate it, you know what's coming next. You know, there's 2 level 5s, could be an Infinity, could be a Ripper, could be anything.
Oh, but the Fualos is immediately met by an Ash Blossom.
Wow, that's unfortunate, and at the same time now means that Damiana has used a monster from the end, so this has suddenly turned quite grey, I'd say, for the Frenchman, and we do get to resolve this Ripper.
Yeah, you kind of get that free extra Azuna activation if you get the monster from the hand. I feel like a lot of players say, you know, if you activate your Fualos against a Canine deck and then they ash it, it's just devastating.
This is a huge Dominus Impulse trying to stop the Jokul. That's going to prevent both of those level 5 monsters from being special summoned from the hand. No trap card in the graveyard, so they will remain in Isaiah's hand, though.
Yeah, what is there to do for Isaias? I'm looking at his hand thinking, you know, maybe the Sulfador can't make its way onto the field because it might have to destroy a Crystron card, or maybe I'm remembering that incorrectly, but he's used the Jokul now, so yeah, is that an attack?
Looks like Lupus is coming down and then...
That's an interesting one. We have not normal summon yet, so yeah, we're just tribute summoning over the Lupus. That's not something you see every day.
Yeah, Damien down to 1 card in hand, so you have to tribute summon rather than normal summon, but you can just bring out this Azuna straight away. But once you've used the normal summon, it makes your Crystron line slightly weaker because you can no longer use the River Stormer and search Scrap Recycler, because you would have to normal summon the Scrap Recycler if you want to use it. So,
and the big thing here for Isaias is that Damien used that Mulcharmy Fualos, and so all his Canine cards are online, so being able to tribute someone for that Jokul gave him access to Izuna, and now more monsters are on the field. Canines really are on the hunt from those monster effects being activated in the hand or graveyard.
I mean, we're just gonna push a lot of damage. We do have access to some interesting options in the extra deck. I do see a card that is not super popular overall. Chronomaly Vimana could be an option here on top of the extra deck. Let's see.
I'm a big fan of that card. It kind of reminds me of like a rank 5, like Evolzar Logia kind of situation.
Yeah, I mean, it does make a lot of sense, especially in the Crystron Canine deck, because it is a machine. So when you've played a card like the Sulfador that requires you to only summon machines, it gives you an option. But here we see a
Valon is just so good, especially in such a simplified game state. I mean, it's hard to get out of it, and we can even go into Zeus, and I do think that could be a right decision. I mean, not really a lot of end and graveyard interaction, and yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Wow. This is tough to break.
Especially with 1 card in hand, drawing to 2. Gonna one shuffle the deck.
Yep.
See, maybe if I'm Damien, I'm drawing my card for my turn first, and then seeing if there's even a reason to waste the time on shuffling the deck here, because he's in a tough spot.
Fair enough.
But because you got to pay attention to that clock.
Yeah, I mean, it has been only 5 minutes to be fair. So
if you start from the beginning, playing to save your time, it kind of adds up there in the end.
I totally agree, and yeah, already wasn't the most promising start. We need a miracle off the top. Can we pull this off from Damien, or are we just gonna pick the cards up? It seems like that's the latter. So game 1 goes to Isaias.
Yeah, really on the backs of that effect, Veiler shutting down the White Rabbit, which is really the only Malice card that Damien had access to. And even still, a lot of players, a majority of them don't play TB11, so Malice White Rabbit isn't a great starter for the deck to begin with, but not even able to access like MTP07 means he wasn't going to have that follow-up despite his interaction. So that Veiler was actually pretty key, because had he had access to the trap card, he would have been able to search for Dormouse and had the follow-up. I mean, he still would have had to deal with the Valon and the Zeus that was on the other side of the field, but maybe there would have been something there.
Yeah, really interesting. I'm amazed to see him like not set that it was a droplet in the end. Like sometimes you set that first, it can psych your opponent out of using a card like Effect Veiler or Infinite Impermanence. You know, just give them a little bit of doubt. I mean, maybe they would have ended exactly the same way, but still, it doesn't really seem like it costs much.
Maybe a bit of nerves, as mentioned. This is the first match that Damian actually plays today, so you know he's still maybe a bit rusty as compared to the other duelists who already had to face a tough game one, and nerves might get into him, or I mean. Probably we might have even seen that Effect Failures anyways, and then it wouldn't have changed a thing. But now he gets to go first again. We have seen with Yuna just how much the deck can do, so we are obviously gonna wish him best of luck to maybe draw, you know, a more promising opening.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, another key part of that game was the Fualos being met by the Ash Blossom, because that means he used the monster effect from the hand, but didn't yield any positive results from it, only negative, letting all those canine monsters be able to activate their effects.
Yeah, that's gonna be a always key component of any, you know, duels involving canine cards. It's always so rough to maneuver through them, and that's why, you know, the Yami deck is so well positioned against it, because engine by engine it just doesn't use, you know, effects in the end or graveyard.
Yeah, definitely it makes a lot of sense. Isaias drawing the Lupus, but knowing how to play on anyways. Heads up, being able to tribute summon. I think it's something you end up doing quite a lot between the Crystron and the K9 engine, because all of those level 5s, so you need to keep in mind that you can tribute summon when you need to, and it was really important there that he did.
Yep, they really synergize well together, which is why we see so many players looking at using this strategy. I mean, before Justice Hunter's release, I know everyone was looking at Vanquish Soul K9. Wasn't a lot of talk about the K9 Crystron deck, but now that the set is out, YCS Vancouver has been played, it is becoming one of the top decks to look at going into any tournament.
Let's see this opener from Damian. Doesn't seem like there is a Mulcharmy. This Purulia coming down.
And yeah, a slight upgrade to the
chassis.
Yeah, slight upgrade to the rabbit with the chassis cap. But we're going to be negating it anyway.
Again, an interruption with that impermanence, shutting down the triple tactic cards. But we see a Sign in Mining, interesting inclusion in the deck. But oof, there is an Ash Blossom on it.
Damian Breeze, Isaias has the answer for it every time he does anything. But a Link summon here from Chessy Cat's going to send it to the graveyard for potentially a Link Karibo.
Yeah, but then the question is, do we have the Marcher? Do we have a Bestial?
This is Link Disciple. This unexpected, but Link Disciple plus a backup Adagnister. His plays are nowhere near finished despite those two interactions from Isaias.
Yeah, Malice, one of those decks that, I mean, we're seeing these hand traps, and it was very effective in game one, but I feel like it's quite known for just breezing past cards like Effect Veiler and Imperm, and maybe why these cards kind of fell out of popularity over the last year or so, but we're seeing them all come back now.
Wow, and a third interruption plus
a fourth?
Izuna? What is it going to be?
Oof. It is Azuna. 4 interactions from the hand here for Isaias going second.
That's unbelievable. What a end. I mean, 3 different interruptions plus the Izuna. What a dream opener, honestly.
Yep, Izuna is going to let him send a K9 monster from the deck to the graveyard. Of course, it's going to be the K9 Lupus. Lupus can summon himself back from the graveyard, and now performing an Exceed summon that'll be untargetable as long as Lupus is there as a material.
Yeah, is it just going to be Valon? What are we going for?
Could be the Valon to put that backup Adagnister face down.
And that's going to be the case. We resolve putting it face down. Have we stopped Damian once again? What an end. Wow. I mean, playing really an insane amount of interruptions.
If I remember correctly, Isaias was he was the player who qualified using Gym Knights, actually, which is a deck that you can't use here at the World Championship since Battle of the Legends Monster Mayhem's not legal. But he's showing it's not the deck that got him there, it's himself, the player, as he is piloting this deck well. I mean, drawing those 4 interactions is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and I think I had a peek at the last card in his hand. It looked like a Chaotic Elements to me, but was that a Sulfador off the top? So going to be able to summon both a Sulfador and a Jokul. Jokul's so powerful in this deck, which is why players are more or less running 6 copies between Chaotic Elements and the 3 main deck copies of Jokul, just because those Crystron K9s, Crystron monsters are so powerful to get out from the hand.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't get much better than this. Let's say, let's be honest. And yeah, just look at this. Wow.
Damien still has that card face down.
Yeah.
A couple of cards.
The droplet in the previous game.
Torrential Tribute. Let's. No.
Ooh, different dimension ground. Okay, it's something.
It does something for sure. It's a card. It's a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
It is. It's a trap card.
It's a Yu-Gi-Oh trap card, normal trap card.
It's not going to get the inclusion, though. The inclusion can still go to the graveyard because it is a spell and not a monster. And then he's still going to be staring down the Valon. I mean, what could you even draw if Isaias just goes to his battle phase, cleans up the field? Like, at minimum, that's what you're going to be seeing. But, I mean, we could be seeing even more than that, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, we can just make the same field as in the previous game, and that was enough. We are now in top deck mode for Lamian.
Yeah, we're gonna see like maybe Zeus Valon again, some follow-up.
Yeah, I was about to say we didn't use the Jokul, so thankfully Isaias remembers last moment and before committing to the Axis summon.
Yep, the Jokul's gonna add Izuna.
Yep. I mean, might as well. On the upside, we do not have 2 cards in hand. We can't normal summon those, you know, K9s, I guess.
You gotta look at the silver lining.
Yeah, exactly, you know.
All right, yep, so rank 5 is going to be coming down. Looks like he's looking at K9 Ripper.
Yeah, I mean, it could be just a Reaper Zeus angle once more, but let's see.
Do you think he runs Lantern? Because we didn't see it in the last game, but it feels like a card that most people would be running in their deck. So let's see if he searches one now.
Yeah.
Got to detach. And I think just maybe clarifying whether the card gets sent to the grave, but I don't think the card's not considered a monster while it is underneath an XYZ monster. It's just an XYZ material. It's a sort of formless void, not a monster, so it is not banished. It is just sent to the graveyard.
Well, it doesn't leave the field either. Yep. And Lantern, as you're saying, instead of like Jokul summons from the hand, Lantern summons back from the graveyard.
And yeah, that's a big deal because this is so much damage. We have case for K9, maybe a one-off in deck. Not quite gonna be the case, it seems.
No case.
Or maybe we sided out the target and that's what's happening, so might get a warning for it, but I mean,
not a big deal.
Yeah, not a big deal at all. Yeah, I think that's what's going on, as you can see. But yeah, we just move on to the battle phase, push a lot of damage, make that Zeus. We can even make another rank 5. I mean, this is a brutal turn from what has been not much of a Christian deck all around, just using them, you know, to access these K9s, but I mean, it works, so.
Yeah, I mean, you say not much, but like, because of the different dimension ground, obviously you can't use the Crystron cards, but that's forced Damien to have that card in his deck and set it and activating it. So having it, it's already done the work just by kind of being there, even if he didn't get to use it, because it kind of forced the card out of Damien, which has done relatively little to the K9 part of the deck. I'm wondering what even Damien could have in his mind to draw. I don't think he's running Elemental Hero Bubble Man.
That surely be a fun one, but not quite enough regardless. But we see some interesting inclusions here. Obviously, you have a lot of freedom with your extra deck when you're building this deck, and you can include some interesting one-offs. In this case, we will see this Infinitrack River Stormer.
Yeah, game just being paused for a second here. I don't think there's anything wrong with the materials. It just looks like River Stormer is 2 level 5s. Maybe Damien just wants a translation of the card, possibly.
It gets scrap recycler, right? Like, they might as well just say scrap recycler. Like.
Detaching material. I think it does more things,
I mean,
but I don't know what they are.
In terms of this game, that's all we're really going to be using here for Isaias. But it's good to always make a translation for a card if you do need it. If that is what we are, in fact, waiting on.
Get scrap recycler makes Zeus pretty good card.
Yeah, I know all my Earth Machine fans out there know this card all too well. It has been one of their key cards for many years for all those dedicated duelists.
Indeed.
But this is kind of more what I expected. If like, I mean, Malice is still a strong deck, but we saw like really showcasing a way to play Malice. You need to find like some new ways to use it to really have it line up and match up against those powerful decks that were released out of Justice Hunters.
Yeah, I don't think we can fault the Malice deck too much for this game when your opponent has, the 4 interruptions followed by the, the premium starter cards for their own deck. It's so difficult for any deck to beat that. But you have to say, like, maybe some other decks, are slightly more efficient at playing into hand traps. Maybe the Yummy deck, for example, it's not going to be too fussed about cards like Effect Veiler. Whereas, I guess enough of them against Malice is enough to do the job.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess Justice Hunter's card just, wanted to show why they are strong after their round 1 rough match for the Yami deck. And Damien, last 1 card, just moments away, most likely from picking up his deck. And I mean, solid effort, but you gotta feel bad a bit for him. And there goes the handshake. It's gonna be an impressive 2-0 score by Isaias. Dominating win, honestly, all around.
Yeah, for sure. So we've seen now Malice win one in a very convincing fashion, but unfortunately lose one in a very convincing fashion, going first each time as well. So slightly unfortunate for Damien there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, going first, you're feeling pretty good. Didn't draw like too explosive of a hand to begin with. So even when you have like a kind of a slower kind of hand, maybe you can play through 1, 2, 3 interruptions, but the 4th one is always going to get you.
I love to see that celebrating pose, there from Isaias. I mean, great start. I mean, 2-0 doesn't get much better than that. Still, needs a couple more wins to guarantee a spot in that top cut tomorrow. But I mean, I'm sure Damien will just try his best to stay in this 1-1. He's alright, so he'll try his best to move forward. But I mean, Crystron is up there. We mentioned could be one of the decks.
It's incredible, and that was an excellent display from Isaias why it is a deck and a contender here in this format. And a well-built deck there. I don't know how many players came in like packing cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Permanence in their main deck, but showing how they can really pay dividends, especially when you're lining up against some of like a deck like Malice as well, because they're not always going to have the Dormouse plus a trap. They're going to have to find other ways to play, and just each little interaction, trading 1 for 1 when each one of your like level 5 monsters is so powerful. Like you resolve 1 Izuna, you get so much off just 1 card. All your other support cards around that can really help you win the game quickly, as we just saw there.
Yeah, so either of you going to come and join me in the prediction game of predicting the Crystron K9 deck, or are you going to stick with your Vanquished Soul and your...
I mean, after that game, I'm going to switch into Team K9 Crystron.
There we go. Come over here. It's, the weather's nice.
It seems really good. That deck is scary, and it's not just like they have to draw like you look at like K9 Vanquished Soul. If you draw Holly Sue versus when you don't, it's night and day different how that deck operates. There's so many different combinations of cards you can draw in the Crystron strategy to really get things going. So many level 5 monsters, so many ways to get level 5 monsters on the field to each access each part of the engines.
And I mean, the other silver lining about this match is that if you notice, it only took around 15 minutes to be completed, which means, differently from the previous round, we'll be able to show you guys another match because we do have a backup feature just in case for events like this. So in just a few minutes, while they get the setup ready, I guess we can move on to yet another exciting match. In the meantime, what I can do is actually update you guys on some of the results from round 1. Maybe it's not that easy to get informations about them, but I mean, in table 1 we saw an amazing match between what was Charlie Fatch and Tom, and in the end the winner was Tom indeed. So also Charlie is gonna have to try his run at a second World Championship win with that 0-1 start.
And I see here in round 2 Charlie's actually playing against James, so both of them had lost round 1 and then have to play another person from, you know, the Americas. Tough road there for both those players.
Absolutely, but yeah, we had some amazing clashes, of course, as mentioned. That match we briefly saw at the end between Julien and Lorenzo, in the end ended with Julien taking it. So the European champion again also taking you know, a knockout in round 1, and now trying his best to, you know, stay in it and moving forward with another you know, record. But yeah, we see some interesting results.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I love about the 7 rounds too, because so many good players, like, they're going to lose. They're all good players. There isn't a bad duelist here. So even losing round 1, you have more Swiss rounds to play.
But I think it's time to just jump back into action, as we have another amazing match for you guys. There it is. It's still only game 2, and it's going to be the one between Johannes and Ryohei. And as you can see, we have yet another deck among the types Lunalight. Are you guys surprised at all?
Oh, I'm a little bit surprised, but I did kind of talk about if you can get a good meta call, you think people are going to be playing field breakers as opposed to those interactions from the hands. Lunalight has the opportunity to shine. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's actually 1-1. I think they're in game number 3, which makes a lot more sense with the time on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see you, Billy, showing me that deck in your deck box this weekend, the Lunalight deck. It seems to be a favorite of yours, and it's certainly an interesting one.
Yeah.
It does quite a lot of powerful things.
Yeah, no, I love the Lunalight deck because, I mean, if Droll and Lockbird is a popular card in the format, Lunalights are going to struggle. It's really tough against the deck because the new card, Lunalight Gold Leo, being a secret rare out of Duelist Advance, is really wonderful for the deck, but it needs to add a card to your hand and then discard a card, and then the cards you discard is usually going to add you another card. So if you get hit by a Droll and Lockbird there, it can be quite devastating. You can still go into something like number 41, Baguska, the terribly tired Tapier, but it can really shut down your deck. But if, like I said, if your opponent's not playing those hand interactions, and you can have access to the Lunalight Liger Dancer, which is their powerful new fusion monster with 3,800 attack. It's unaffected by all other card effects. It can attack twice. You can send a Lunalight Fusion from your extract to the graveyard as a quick effect to destroy all special summon monsters your opponent controls. It's an absolutely incredible card. Kind of reminds me of the same vein as Masterpiece, the true Draco Slaying King.
Absolutely, I mean. And Yami is definitely one of those matchups for which the deck is, I guess, designed to beat, because they don't really have an out to the card if you're able to, you know, bring up your big fusion monster. So we'll see whether you know, Ryohei is able to stop it in his track. I mean, it was definitely a deck that was popular somewhat in the OCG, so I'm sure he has, you know, played against it in the past. But it will be interesting to see, you know, the approach on as well the Yami deck, as we have seen different deck lists over here, for example, as mentioned, winning YCS Vancouver. And yeah, we'll see whether he agrees with our take on the deck, or he's going to take us to school.
Definitely can't wait to see this matchup, and you know, we're in the exciting game number 3. I love how all the players here, they came prepared. We haven't seen a lot of people playing slow, taking too long to think. They're practiced and prepared because they knew that these time rules are going to be different at the World Championship, and it's really awesome to see.
Yeah, I want to see maybe a sphere mode, you know, against Yami or against Lunalight.
Oh,
yeah,
especially if you open up with like the ideal turn 1 field and you have like a couple copies of Liger Dancer on top of a Baguska, yeah, the sphere mode can really catch you off guard. Lava Golem's also pretty strong against Lunalight as well.
Yeah, let's see. Who do we think will get to go first this time?
I'm gonna guess it's gonna be Ryohei, just blind, but you never know. It could
How?
Hey, I'm a man of chances. Let's see. Let's find out.
50-50, I guess. Let's see if you win it. It looking like the other way around for me, but let's see.
All right, yep, you're right.
Yeah.
So it could be a potential. Maybe there was a draw on Lockbird that got sided in one game number 1.
Fair enough.
It looks like we're starting off with Polymerization.
Polymerization, yeah, is the card to start things off.
This is good.
Yeah.
Fusing Black Sheep and Silverhound, they both have effects when they are sent to the graveyard here. But he's going to summon Perfume Dancer, and as it dances, it adds a Lunalight Perfume from the deck to the hand.
Black Sheep takes me back to those 2017, not gonna lie.
Little darker days, yeah.
Fair enough. I mean,
Fusion Substitute, Norden, yeah.
I enjoyed it.
I don't know. It was fun, it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the most powerful combos we had at the time, but nowadays people are using Black Sheep even more effectively because you can start adding back polymerizations and things like that.
Yeah, way more effective in the Lunalight strategy, but the infinite impermanence cutting off the Lunalight perfume here from the Perfume Dancer is huge, because not only does the Lunalight perfume special summon back a Lunalight from the graveyard, it's also a way you're going to access stuff like Lunalight Tiger or Lunalight Wolf from your deck to your hand. But it looks like he's going to add back the Silver Hound with the Black Sheep effect, since it was sent to the graveyard.
We saw an impermanence from Ryohei. I mean, the question is always, when you play against a deck that might not be, you know, the most popular, where to use your interruptions, and we'll see whether that was eventually the correct choice. From.
And the Silver Hound here is going to special summon out the Leo. The Leo is going to add from the deck to the hand unless Ryohei has a response, and it's going to be Dominus Purge. With the trap in the graveyard already is huge, because Leo also has the second effect that if Lunalight's sent to the graveyard, you can add one back from the graveyard. So negating it and destroying it is huge.
Yeah, this is rough for Johannes. Like, losing the Search and the Monster can sometimes be really devastating. A bit like one of Marcello's favorite cards, I want to say, the Psyframe Gamma. You know, negating and destroying can sometimes just mean all the difference there.
This might just be an SP Little Knight here.
Yeah, we see it on the top. We're thinking about it for sure.
That's really rough, because it looks like Johannes has got 2 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust in his hand.
And had to face 2 interactions from the hand, but they were both trap cards.
Yeah, you can see he's smiling a little bit, but yeah, I think that's about it.
This
Just
is
gonna banish the trap, but
brutal here.
Wow.
Yeah, get that out of here, the the Dominance Purge.
And that's a pass. Yep.
All right, play back to Ryohei. Will he be able to capitalize on the disruption that he had?
Yeah, it was such a strong start for Johannes there, backed up by the 2 thrusts as well, but the absolute perfect answer for Ryohei.
Yep, just an SP Little Knight. It's going to have to see if that is going to be enough. I have a feeling it's not. You know, I can't. I don't want to give up on my Lunalight man here.
Well, sometimes, depending on the hand for the Yummy deck, right, it might be the case that it's tough to play into. If you just open like 1 or 2 Yummies or just a single Yummy, and then you have to use an effect, and then the SP can banish something, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. That looks like a copy of Sky Striker Engage for Ryohei, so gonna...
He does still have the Silver Hound interaction here. He can banish it alongside a Lunalight Fusion to negate that engage. We'll have to see if that is going to be enough, though.
What do you think of negating engage? Because I feel like you just want to wait maybe for drones. I mean, no one is really playing other targets, but just in case, get rid of the drones.
Yeah, because then if you get rid of the drones, I guess, there's going to be tough to be able to get to Kagari to add it back later. But we're going to see a normal summon of Flawless. This could be a Typhon just coming down. Nope, it's a Link summon.
Yeah, Purulia sent to the graveyard.
Almirage. And that is a Link 1 monster, and now he can special summon Yummy monsters from the hand.
That is the case. No effect, of course, to play around that SP, but that lock into a synchro summon could be the Cupsy way. Let's see.
Lollipo way, not the one you want to have, but as long as you can get into Cupsy way, you're ready to go. It's going to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and he'll have to send one to the graveyard.
Yeah, no change.
The Lollipo way, I feel like, looks the happiest out of all of them. He's like, I have my lollipop. I'm so happy. But adding Cupsy and Cookie, the other 2 Yummies.
Yeah, maybe we should have added next to the croissant macaron like Lollipo against Cookie.
We're talking about all these croissants and macarons. I'm like, is it lunchtime yet? I'm getting hungry.
Looking at all the Yummies.
I had the same problem when Dolces came out. I was like demoing those cards. I'm like, these cards are just making me hungry. I could go for a waffle right now. But the Cupsy's going to activate the effect on the field, and this is going to prompt Johannes to chain SP Little Knight to try and banish both.
We are just having a think whether we want to put back in the extra deck, but no, that's not going to be the case. So now we're free to go. And this deck can surprisingly push a lot of damage thanks to the field spell. So
speaking of surprises, he adds Yummy Surprise from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, once you get that field spell in rotation, all of your monsters gain 500 attack for every other beast on the field, which is just so much damage. It's a bit like equipping like Mage Power, or sorry, United We Stand to like all of your monsters at once. It's so like, much damage.
It's like exponential growth.
Yeah.
Not just a little bit at a time. They all gain the boost for each one, and there is
here comes Mignon.
The field spell that we're talking about.
I mean, you only need a monster now to just win, because you bring back one, everything is already boosted by 1500, so as long as you summon a fourth one, that's 8000 by default without their attacks, so as straightforward as it gets, and you can just get into the Lollipop way if you want and summon back 2 and that's game. So that could be an easy way out for UA. Obviously, you never know what Johannes is holding into. Could be an Ibiru. You don't want to, you know, maybe expose yourself.
Could be 2 copies of Triple Tactic Thrust.
Oh, yeah. I mean, nowadays, what you can often do is just see if you can save some things for the battle phase, because there's quite a lot of effects, like, for example, Izuna and Nibiru, where you have to use them during the main phase, or even something like Effect Veiler. So many interruptions are main phase only.
But yeah, it seems like although, you know, there was a solid effort from Johannes and his Luna Light deck, this doesn't quite seem to be the case. And as our graphic shows, this duelist unfortunately lost round 1. So whoever is going to be knocked out pretty much has to win from here on, because they will be a rough, you know, 0-2 start.
Yep, and this looks like a synchro summon for Lollipop Way, which is going to bring back 2 yummy monsters, as we already said. They're all gaining 500 for each one, so 2,000 attack points on top of what they're already at. So no matter what their original attacks are, that's 8,000 just right there on the field.
Is an handshake, as mentioned. This is enough to push for game. Nice smile from both. Love to see the sportsmanship, but it is going to be Rio A advancing with a 1-1 record.
Definitely the start you want to see here after losing round 1. You kind of want to bounce back tough there for Johannes, you know, on, you know, kind of my pet deck, the Luna Light strategy. It's a good deck, but as long as you're playing, like, that's what I discussed, is as long as you're playing into a meta where people aren't using as many of those hand interactions, like, you're usually good to go. And you see him even compensating for that using the Triple Tactics Thrust, so that way if you do get like Droll and Lockbridge, you can still set maybe a powerful trap from your deck or something like that. But that wasn't the case. He got hit with the Infinite Impermanence and the crucial Dominus Purge there.
I mean, yeah, it was such an amazing match, but for anyone who might have missed it, we actually showed the 2 different round 2s for this one. I mean, we have such amazing action, so many amazing players for you guys, and this time we were blessed with 2 matches, which means that now we can finally go back to what was the post-match discussion for the previous match, which has been the one where Isaias just completely crushed it with his Crystal K9 deck. So I would say, without further ado, let's just hear it from the winner of round 2.
Thank you so much, Marcello. I'm here with Isaias. 2-0, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
That's good to hear. Why did you think Crystron K9 was the best deck for you to take to this tournament?
I just felt like it had, like, game 1, it had, like, the best end board of all the 5 decks.
Yep.
And I just really wanted to, like, play a really strong combo deck for the event. And, like, I didn't want to play Malice because it felt, like, inconsistent to me. So, in, like, Vanguard Soul, I just didn't like how, like, you had to, like, line up your attributes right. So it was, like, Crystron was, like, and I also had been playing it for a little bit. And, like, going second, it has a lot of room for non-engine, obviously. Like, my second game, I did, like, 4 hand chops on him, and it was, like, just couldn't play through it. And that's why I think this deck's really good.
You mentioned 5 decks. What were the 5 decks that were on your radar, and how were you seeing it across the field today?
So the 5 decks are the 3 juice decks. It's Vanquish Soul, K9, Draco Tail, Yummy, Crystron K9, and Malice.
Yep.
Those are the 5 decks. And so far, I've seen almost everything. The only deck I haven't seen yet is Draco Tail. So I'm wondering if there's actually someone here with it.
So what did you play in round 1?
Played against Yummy, Spell card, like board breakers cards.
All right. So we're going into your matches. Your round 1, he summoned Rabbit, you Veilered it, and he didn't have a whole lot. What was your thought process going into that game? Were you really confident that you had?
I'd say after he passed Veiler, I was feeling like my hopes went up. I perked up a lot. I was like, I was like, oh, because that game 1, I only had that Veiler. I was like, so if it didn't stop him, I actually probably just lost on the spot.
Yeah.
But he had no extenders. He had like Droplet, Impulse, but it just wasn't enough to like secure him the game.
Right.
Or get him back next turn. So
And then game 2, you had Imperm for the Chessy Cat, you had Ash Blossom for the Silent Mining, you had Baylor for the backup.
That was a lot.
And then you held on to Azuna. Tell us what was going through your head. Were you like, wow, this is my day?
Yeah, it was my day, and then I had Chaotic Elements, so I could like send a thing, and if I didn't draw a level 5, I could Chaotic Elements for Lantern, and then still play anyway. Like I just had like the stones, but it didn't matter because my drop turn was Sulfador, so I Joko Sulfador on top of my 4 hand traps. I'm like, okay, like he had different dimension ground, but when monsters are exchange materials under different dimension ground, they still go to the graveyard.
Yeah, we did see that. Yeah.
So I got to still play. So so he couldn't really do much to come back from like you can't come back from that scenario.
Yeah, let's look at some of the clips from game 2. So the first one we've got, that's like what we said. There you had.
It's a 3 graveyard.
You got your Imperm, your Ash, your Veiler, and you just knew, right?
It was like Valon, book it.
And what was your So were you always going for the Valon? Was there any?
Yeah. I thought about making like, because I knew his next player was probably just Splash Mage. I thought making like Vimana or something, but Valon just felt like the easiest one to do.
Yep. All right, and we'll go to the second clip. If it comes up.
Second clip.
But it's essentially when you go for the Jokul. Chaotic Elements. You go for the Jokul play. And is this the point where you are considering pushing for game? Like, what is your line of thought now?
I knew I could go for game because originally in my head I was like, what if I should go Battle Phase, make Zeus, and like send everything? But I just like no, I can kill him. But then like he flipped Dimension Ground, and it was I just couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah. And so obviously with this game, you got incredibly lucky, and not to discount your skill.
That game, my hand was really good game too, because he had a lot of extent. He had the backup. He had Chessy. Then what was it? Chessy back. He had Silent Mining as well. And I just had the answer for like every play he had. So it was just really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, and I guess some open dialogue. What are your thoughts on luck versus skill in this matchup? Obviously, like you know that. You need both to be successful, but what's your approach at mitigating luck in a tournament?
It really, I think the biggest thing for like that is the side deck, because like most of the time you'll play like 2 out of 3 games sided. So like my side deck is a lot more hand traps. So like post side, I don't lose these type of decks.
Yep.
Because like you have to have so many, and like my main deck is like a bunch of hand traps. Like it's so many.
Yep.
It's like 18, I think, but like I don't know, it's something high like that. And post side, it's more. So it's like. Try to mitigate those decks.
Yeah.
It's really hard to like balance it with engine. Like, it's really hard to like make sure you don't like just draw only hand traps.
Absolutely. And who are you most afraid of in this tournament, and what is your strategy to beat them?
Oh, unfortunately I only know a couple of the players and what they're like playing. But if I had to pick vaguely, probably one of the Lunalight players. There's a couple more. There's more than one. I know that I saw 2 or 3, and those are the people I'm really afraid of, because like. It's a deck not on my radar. I didn't like pick any cards for it. So it's like if they get to like the Liger, I probably just pick up my cards. Like, it's real. I don't think I can out that card.
Oh yeah, right. And why wasn't it on your radar?
I just didn't like decks like that where like it's really like the one trick. Like you put out your Liger.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing someone that has an out to that, they play that out. It's like your game plan shifts so like significantly.
Right.
Like. You get cherries on Liger. Like, what do you do with your cards?
Cherries. You mentioned that. Why did you bring up Ghost Cherries specifically?
It's something a lot of people are considering for Yami. It's like everyone is. It's a card. I think it's a card everyone should be prepared for at this point.
Yeah. Cool.
Especially like in such a small environment when you know like like there's gonna be these decks. I think it's pretty easy to say like this is probably a good card.
Oh, this is Isaias giving away a bit of his secrets already. We're only round 2. We've got 5 more rounds. What's your mental game for the rest of the day like?
1 game at a time.
1 game at a time. I like that. All right, cool. Thank you so much for speaking with me. I do wish you luck in the rest of the rounds.
Thank you.
All right, no worries. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with round 3 shortly.
All right.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça?
Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
everyone, and welcome back to the 2025 World Championship in Paris. Of course, it's the peak of an entire Yu-Gi-Oh season. It's the most important tournament of the year, and as mentioned, players coming from all over the world to compete at the highest level. But personally, I think it's also a great occasion to meet with some familiar faces that you might not see all over the years, since you might be competing in Europe, and they might be competing in North America, South America, or over to the OCG. And I think that's the case also for us, commentators, and it's great to have the chance, as we sometimes do, to be together with you, Billy, as we've known each other for quite a few years, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a long time now, Marcel. I don't even remember when we first met. It was at least 2015, maybe 2016, around that time. It's been way too long. But yeah, being able to come together and commentate together at the World Championship is always something I look forward to every year, because we get to see some of the best players.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, a lot has changed throughout these 10 plus years that we have known each other. And I think we are among the few players, I think we have been lucky enough to experience most of this amazing game. First and foremost as players and fans, I think, of the game back in the day. And we have had our share of success, I would say. Neither of us can complain, but we both, if there is something we have missed for us, is the World Championship, which the title speaks for itself of how difficult it can be. But I think it's nice to maybe go back and think about how and what it meant for us to maybe go to the World Championship for the first and only time, I think, both of us.
Yeah, you got a little bit closer than I did. I got 12th. I believe you made top 4, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a long time ago in an experience. But yeah, competing at the World Championship is just, it's really unlike anything else. The nerves, the stress, kind of, because it's such a hard tournament to qualify for, and then once you finally get there, you want to do the best you can and win the tournament. And playing versus commentating is just worlds different. When I'm playing, I don't want to say like I'm a little more selfish, I guess, but it's only me on the line. Like I know there's people out there that want you or me to do well in the tournament, but as a player, like I'm the only one to let myself down. If I don't know something about a card or an interaction, I'm the only one who gets punished for that. But then you take it to the commentary side. I'm trying to provide the best knowledge I can to the people at home. So like maybe they haven't played Yu-Gi-Oh recently, don't know what's really going on. I want to be able to explain what's going on, convey, and kind of get those players back into it. So if someone's like watching through the streams, they're going through YouTube and they're like, oh, the Yu-Gi-Oh World Championship's on. Let me jump in there and see what's going on. So you have to, like, as a commentator, I have to know everything. I want to know all the card names, all the matchups, how they all work against each other. But as a player, like, you still want to, if you want to do well, you're better off knowing that stuff, but it's not like a guarantee. You can learn on the fly. Like, if you haven't played against a certain deck, you can adapt. At least certain players can, like, adapt and adjust as you're going through the game. But as a commentator, you have to have so much more preparation, I think, going into the tournament. I don't know if you have like a similar experience with that.
Yeah, absolutely, totally. And I think maybe some fans and duelists just assume that it's the other way around, maybe. And when they come up to me and having known my career, let's say, as a player, then they're like, oh, maybe you're preparing less now. And I'm actually quite the opposite, because all of those niche decks, also because generally speaking, the concept at least is that for us, we want to try and showcase the diversity of the events. So most likely on stream, you will get, those niche decks, and obviously you need to entertain people at home, as you've mentioned, and it's quite different. I think both of us were extremely focused players as well at the table. So maybe, you can have a little bit of a chit chat, but like during the match, you're extremely focused on that, on the gameplay, probably thinking ahead. Always I draw some comparison, between chess and Yu-Gi-Oh in the way where you can try and, prepare turns in advance. Well, you're doing commentary, no, not quite. You need to,
you're there for the ride a little
exactly, bit. And yeah, it is a lot about preparing for the field in a different ways, and especially the card names. I think it's something that as a player I was terrible at.
Yeah, you don't need to know anything. You just have to know, like, oh, this card puts my monster face down, so this has a Book of Moon-like effect. I don't need to know what it's called. Yeah, but as a commentator, you definitely want to know all the card names.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think anyways, it's a great way to still be part of the game, because I think in a lot of events, but obviously when you go to the World Championship, it's quite different. I feel that even as a commentator, and I don't know if you can relate to that,
you feel the tension, you feel the atmosphere, you know, that special atmosphere going on, especially when you reach even at YCS or, you know, WCQ events, those semifinals, finals. It's electric, you know, in the air, and I think we have both the luxury of knowing what it feels like to sit at those tables, and I think, you know, it just brings back a lot of emotions for me.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. Kind of living vicariously through the players that do well. I am guilty as charged of that for sure. You know, because we're competitors at the end of the day. Even though we're commentating, we still have that competitive spirit. We want to be in that position. If someone offered me like, oh, you could commentate or you could play in the World Championship, I'm gonna pick play in the World Championship every single time. But you know, I love commentary. I love doing this side of the thing and seeing how many. The cool part is like behind the curtain. There's so many people who work so hard behind the scenes. There's so much that go into these tournaments that the players may not ever think about or know. They're just, oh, pairings are up. This is the table I go to. Time to duel. But there's so much on the back end for this event to even happen, and to bring the coordination for all the players around the world. And being on the commentary team, you kind of get a view into that world and seeing how much hard work goes on before you even get a chance to duel.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a different perspective on it, even on the work of judges, I would say. You know, as a player, you are almost a little bit afraid maybe of, you know, having to rely on a judge call, but then you get to see just how much work they put in from a lot of different things, and they are an essential part even of the stream, you know. Without them, obviously, you know, a lot of stuff can happen on stream, and luckily, you know, they're there to catch it and correct any possible slip up. But I mean, just touching back on the World Championship, as mentioned, we both went together in 2017, which I think was a crucial turning point in the game, because it was the first time ever that, you know, the points were introduced, and so you could qualify in a way other than competing, you know, at the end of the year in the championship.
Yeah, that's how I got there. I know you went you went there for the point playoff, but I'm pretty sure you also won the EU WCQ that year.
True. Yes, I guess so.
You didn't need the points in the end of the
guilty. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that was. I remember just the emotions when I read that announcement. I was honestly shocked in a positive way, because I mean, you have won definitely more YCSs than I did, but I remember, you know, that after winning, my dream was just going to the World Championship, having a chance there, and I got close very, you know, a lot of times, but then it was heartbreaking when you couldn't make it, and getting that feeling of, okay, I can go there in a different way, grind all season. I remember it's still the most Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played in my life. Like every weekend I was going, you know, regionals, and
I remember seeing the Chicago regional.
Exactly.
Now it doesn't work that way. You can't go across the pond
Absolutely,
there to the points, but that year you could.
Yeah, I could. I did, you know, tried my best just to get there. And I think it's probably, I mean, I've talked about it before, but I don't think it's a chance that then I won that European Championship, because I mean, I played more than anyone else, I think, and so you get better by playing more, of course.
And we still see that too this year, even at the NAWCQ. Julian, he got in the points playoff, qualified to the points playoff, and then made the top 4 of the NAWCQ, so the invite got passed down to another player, Charlie, actually, who's a reigning Dragon Duel, not a reigning, but a previous Dragon Duel world champion. He won a YCS this year. I think he was like 17th in our point playoff, so he was just shy of missing the playoff. And just shy of missing that top 4 cutoff, but still made it. But I think the biggest thing is just from a player versus a commentator perspective, it's just the love of the game is still there. The way they're similar is like it's the passion, the love, being able to spread, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! To everyone and let them know like how awesome this game is probably my favorite part about being a commentator. And I think I've really grown into the role. And you know, I do miss being a competitor. But I do love that I'm able to bring the joy of Yu-Gi-Oh! To all the people around the world through commentary. You feel similar?
Totally. I definitely think that it has been a big part of the game, but it has changed also a lot, you know, in terms of production, in terms of just the quality that we bring, I think, to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think it's essential for people getting into the game, you know, having this kind of content that they can just watch and rewatch, even not live, you know, and enjoy and just see. Also, it adds a lot to the story when you can get to see how our players made it, how it, you know, became champion, and I think it's special. And I totally believe with you that I think we both share a huge love for this game. And so what's great for us is to see, you know, new people, even new generations getting into it. And if we can find a way to help that game grow. I think it's great, and honestly, I think it also allows us to understand better how the emotions of the players get into the game. Obviously, we try to get and be as unbiased as possible while doing commentary.
It's hard.
It's tough. It's tough, not gonna lie. And I just want to mention, for example, at the European Championship, this year, I saw Lorenzo Muselli, Italian, getting that title, and I've known him quite well because he's much younger than me, than us, but he grew up watching me and my friend, Stefano Memoli, and I've talked about it after the finals where it's kind of like three European champions, knowing each other, and me looking up to Stefano, and then him looking up to me and Stefano, and so it's a lot of those stories in the game that just make it so unique, I think.
Yeah, the passing of the flag kind of.
Yeah.
I also feel the same kind of way. I mean, my entire Yu-Gi-Oh career, I dreamed of winning, or just anybody from the U.S. or North America winning the World Championship. I guess U.S. specifically, because Canada also won before the U.S. was able to capture a title. And being a commentator at the World Championship when Paulie won a couple of years ago, and we were finally able to take home the title, I teared up.
I remember.
It meant so much to me, and I felt just as good there, maybe even better than when I actually won myself at the YCSs. And I like that you touched on how the coverage has increased and gotten so much better over the years. I have 4 wins, but 3 of those were pre-streaming era. Yeah. So did they even really happen?
Exactly.
You have to go back and read the written coverage. I mean, the written coverage is phenomenal, and we still have it, written coverage that go along with our live streams. Yeah. So live streams are just in addition to that as well. But the way that the production has grown, the fact that I'm sitting here having this interview with you is just awesome. But yeah, watching the game grow over the years, more players attending tournaments than ever, and then having more people at the World Championships than ever. It used to just be TCG. It was a very small event. Now we have Master Duel. We have Dueling Speed Duel, Dueling Rush Duel. There's more ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Than ever, and having them all compete here at the World Championship is just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's special. It also brings, a lot of different skills to the game. So it's one game, but really it's not, Nowadays in 2025, you have a lot of ways of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's amazing to see, the different representation here, as you've mentioned, players from all over the world. And I'm sure, some of the skills overlap, but some are definitely unique to them. And you see also the consistency that these players bring, not only in the TCG, but obviously the big highlight of the weekend for Master Duel will be these back-to-back finals. You know something about back-to-back finals?
It happens to the best of us sometimes.
Exactly. And, also in the categories of, Duel Links, we've seen some amazing players, again, bringing and qualifying year after year when the competition is fierce, because you're playing against thousands of players online to qualify. It's brutal, but they still make it, which means, that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just so much about it. And I think touching on it, just something I'm curious to hear your opinion about is, obviously we experienced the TCG side, but technically this is the only event in which you get to compete against players also from, Japan and OCG. And I want to hear, if you've had any experience during the World Championship, how that was different. Because to touch on that, I think the highlight of the past 2 World Championships, obviously won by your guys, let's say.
Hey, once that door opened, we haven't closed it
exactly.
yet. Yeah.
I think, though, was probably due to the fact that in the past they maybe had, more of an advantage depending on the formats, and that's, why it's so unique. I think this year might be the first time that, again, they might have an advantage, because I believe, Maxi, outside of, getting semi-limited, Mulcharmies now are here as well, and so the line is getting thinner and thinner of the differences, but they're experiencing this format longer than us.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's definitely one of the things I'm looking forward to in the TCG tournament is how the different territories are going to compete. Because they've had the Justice Hunters cards for a little bit longer than a decent amount of time longer than the TCG players. So how that's going to play out is going to be interesting to see, and that's something as a commentator that I'm excited to do. I don't have to worry about having the best deck in the room. I don't have to worry about finding the tech that's going to beat everybody. But I do get to still experience those things. I get to more so enjoy it, just like the viewers at home. And I've really grown to appreciate that over the years. Like I said, we're still competitors at the heart, but I'm still a fan. I'm a bigger fan of the game than ever, and being able to commentate the matches means everything.
Nice. And yeah, it's glad to hear, and you know, I'm grateful to have this talk with you. So before we move on to it, though, I have one final question, which I'm gonna bring you into our own rituals in the European coverage, which is the prediction for what deck for the TCG, since we are gonna be going over the coverage for TCG, is going to win 2025 World Championship.
It's gonna be a tough call, but I mean, yeah, you caught me, on the spot. But I'm gonna go Yummy. I gotta go Yummy. I love Yummy Surprise. I like the way the deck plays. I like how it can play into the Mulcharmies a little bit better than some of the other decks. But I'm picking Yummy. How about you, Marcello? What's your pick to win this week?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I was a player, I would have agreed with you on Yummy. But just to keep things spicy, I'm gonna go with some of other known players. I'm not gonna say it, but I know they will be on K9 Vanquish Soul. So let's just call that my pick for this event. We'll see at the end of the day who is gonna prevail. But thank you guys, and thank you Billy for this amazing talk. And make sure to don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with more action here in Paris.
So hi Charlie, how was your trip over here?
It was pretty good. I slept the whole way here, pretty much. Yeah.
And where are you from?
I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. Yep.
And how are you feeling about this weekend? So you qualified at NAWCQ. What was that like?
It was just a great feeling. A lot of the time and work I put in just felt like it finally paid off. So I'm excited and I'm confident for this weekend.
So you feel confident. You feel like you did a great showing at the NAWCQ. What deck did you play?
I played Mitsurugi Fiendsmith at the NAWCQ this year.
Well, unfortunately, obviously you can't play that this weekend, so I guess you've been practicing with some other decks. And your story is quite special because you previously won the Dragon Duel World Championship. So what was that like?
It was just a surreal experience. It was 2018 in Tokyo. I was just a kid and I was fortunate enough to win Worlds. So coming back again, it just feels great.
So when you were a kid, did you have the same experience? Did it all sink in, or were you just kind of a kid like wandering around?
No, I knew what was going on. I knew the goal. I knew the mission when I went to Worlds. It was the same every time I go.
So now you're here as an adult. Do you feel more nervous? Do you feel more confident?
I think experience kind of helps with like nerves. Yeah, I'm confident. I was confident then. I'm confident now. Just ready to play.
You sound confident. Have you practiced a lot going in? Practiced with friends?
Yeah, I think this event is probably the most I've prepared of any event.
Going back to your Dragon Duel Championships, can you tell us a bit about that experience? So what deck did you play for the Dragon Duels? What was the format like?
The format, I decided to play Goki. It was Goki, Altergeist, but mainly Goki. Goki was the deck to beat. I just went in confident, knowing how to play my deck, and it worked out pretty much. So yeah, it was a great experience.
So obviously Yu-Gi-Oh's changed a lot back then. So Goki was very famous for its extra link combo. So now Yu-Gi-Oh's changed a lot over the years. What's your favorite deck now? I suppose you played Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. You don't have to tell everyone what your deck you're playing this weekend, but what are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see a lot of K9, Vanquish Soul. I'm expecting Yummy, as well as Malice. Those are probably the top 3 decks I'll probably play against the most, or just some type of K9 variant, if I were to guess.
So obviously you can't play the deck that you qualified with Mitsurugi, because Mitsurugi is exclusive to the TCG. So how did you prepare going into it when you've got this completely new format, the Forbidden and Limited lists, obviously the crossover between the two?
When I go into a format, I learn and play every single deck. Once I qualified, I already knew that I wasn't able to play Mitsurugi, so we just went to the drawing board, created all the decks, and I just played them all, figured them all out, and found out whichever I thought was the best to go with.
Fantastic. And did you practice with the other competitors from the NAWCQ, or did you have lots of friends at locals, or how did you find those people?
I have like a testing group, but one of the people in the testing group is Ruben, the previous world champion. He is, if not my main testing partner, one of my main testing partners. So him and a couple of my other friends, yeah.
Was he able to give you tips about the experience, or you think you kind of know everything because you already won that Dragon Duel before?
I kind of won before him, so like it's a little. So we both call each other champ. Like we both been here before. We understand the goal. We understand the mission. So I don't know if he had to give me tips and tricks, but he can give me advice because he is the reigning world champion.
That's incredible. So if you play him in the event, you know you'll have your eyes on the prize. You've got to take down the world champion. You've got to prove.
Yeah.
Charlie, have you got anything else to say to all the other competitors this weekend? You say you got the mission.
Good luck to everyone else because I'm trying to win. That's the goal.
Fantastic. Well, we'll be rooting for you, Charlie. Thanks everyone at home. See you soon.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out. Red Eyes Black Dragon. I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ。見てみろよこれ。へへ、どうよ。俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあ、お前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
Yeah. Welcome back to the coverage live in Paris of the 2025 World Championship from the TCG side. We're already, witnessed some amazing matches between some of our competitors, but we still have 5 more rounds today to find out who will be those 8 lucky duelists advancing to day 2 on Sunday.
Yep, that's right. Basically, the top third of the tournament, they're going to be lucky enough to compete in the single elimination portion. But, if anything's going to be like our first couple rounds, we're in for some surprises, some cool tech cards. It's going to be some unexpected stuff, but I'm ready and I'm excited for it.
And yeah, I think speaking of surprises, we do have some interesting information coming up for you guys. As obviously we witnessed some decks, but here is the deck breakdown, and look at that. I think what stands out the most, no Dracotales.
No Dracotail. Yeah, that is really surprising, Tom.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that's it's missing, rather than the thing that's not there. But I feel like, to me as well, Malice is a big shock, right? You're seeing 5 Malice decks. Maybe if you'd asked people before what you thought, maybe Dracotail would be where Malice is, and Malice would be somewhere else on the list. But instead, we're seeing a full 5 Malice. A couple of Crystron makes sense to me. Vanquish Soul, very popular too. And yeah, maybe Yummy, the most popular for me. But yeah, all to be seen.
Absolutely, I also would have Yummy was at the top, but definitely did not see not even one Dracotale being in there. And in the end, it's 7 different decks, which is fair bit of number, but especially, there are 2 that stand out the most now, which is that Sky Striker Pure deck. We saw it in action at the European Championship in Berlin, where it made it all the way to the top 8 before, unfortunately, losing out to the winner. But it seems like somebody, I guess, brought on that heritage and decided to bring the deck anyways to have a shot at the World Championship, and of course White Forest.
Yeah, White Forest is quite unexpected, but usually when there's a White Forest player, they're pretty dedicated duelists to that strategy, and it's a deck that they've been playing for like a long time, and it's something that can catch people off guard. But with the new time rules, you don't really want to catch too many people off guard, because the longer your opponents have to take time reading your cards, you're going to be fighting against that clock, of course. But what I'm excited about are these 2 Luna Lights that made it in here. Luna Light kind of on the edge of being meta contender, maybe like a tier 2 strategy, but if you play it in the right kind of format, the right kind of environment, it can really shine. So we're going to have to see if one of those Moonlight players is going to be able to make it. Any of these decks that you're surprised to see, or are you surprised to see the Vanquish Soul on top?
It definitely was one of the ones on the radar, but I have a feeling like the Sky Striker, the Luna Lights, and of course the White Forest were the things that I was probably expecting to see the least on the list, and it makes sense that there's only 1 copy of each. I love the fact that even though we're in a tournament where we have the best players in the world, there's only 27, we still see all this variety. Because you expect to see it when there's a tournament of 2,000 players. There's going to be loads of different decks, but here, even now, players are still not agreeing on what is the best choice for the event.
Yeah, 7 different decks is definitely something we have not seen at every World Championship, so it's nice to witness. And indeed, there are also some big surprises among them. You might just look at it and say, okay, Vanquish Soul, then Yummy, but there are big differences, I can tell you that much, in the way that they are built. We did manage to quickly see some Luna Light action in the backup future last round. Unfortunately,
Didn't work out so well for that Lunalight duelist.
Absolutely, but I mean, at least I have a good news for fans of the deck and Johannes, which is that he was and he received the bye on the 3rd round. So since he was 0-2, at least
got a W.
got a W. So he's still in there. I mean, he can go 4-0 and just completely guarantee a spot in the top cut. And who knows? Maybe we have talked about it. Maybe X3 can also make it. The former 2 world champions made it with an X3 record, so who knows?
Yeah, definitely. And then talking still about those different decks, I mean, Malice, there's definitely more than we expected, probably. I thought there'd be a couple Malice decks, but 5 is quite significant. But they're not all the same Malice decks. We've already seen a couple on stream, and I'm sure we're going to see them again. But what I really like was Yuna's deck from round 1, being able to include those Sky Striker cards and them being key in the victory, taking down Ruben there, the reigning world champion round 1. So even though it says there's 5 Malice decks, they are played quite differently from each other.
Yeah, I think maybe we underestimate how much players like to keep playing the deck that they qualified with, because we see a lot of the European players at our qualifiers all played Malice in that points playoff qualifier. So a lot of them have continued to take it, and then maybe we're going to see that from other players too, that they just say, okay, I qualified with this deck, but playing it for a long time, it's a good choice for me.
Yeah, when a new set comes out, when I have a deck sometimes I will play a deck for too long and not try other strategies. But also you can just kind of incorporate the new strategies into your testing and be like, okay, I may have to adjust my text, adjust what I'm going to play, maybe play a little bit differently than I have been playing, but still using that same strategy. Because at the end of the day, comfort is king. You don't want to just use the deck because everyone says it's the strongest deck, it's the best deck to beat. You want to use the deck that you know the best. You know it in and out. You know what you're going to do in the scenarios where you draw a bad hand. It's really easy to play when you have your full combo and you're going uninterrupted. That's easy. It's what are you going to do in those situations where you're met with some disruption or you don't have that ideal hand. And when you're playing a comfort deck that you've already played before, it's a lot easier to know those options in a tournament like the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at the end of the day, it also sometimes comes to those, play styles, let's say, whether you're more of a control or combo guy, and that has been the case for Vanquish Soul against, maybe Yummy, which is more of a traditional work on combo deck. And we have seen, Ruben on the deck, he will be facing off this round against Lorenzo Muselli, as we will see later on, which is, a great show, a great clash, I'm sure, between the Italian, and the American duelist. But we have a lot of amazing matches, as mentioned, coming up, and it will be interesting to see just throughout the day how this matchup line up with each other. I think, and it doesn't surprise me all that much as compared to, a 2,000 players event. I saw, looking through, some of the options, some very detailed, some targets on their backs. Some duelists have actually made some wild cards, trying to predict, what their opponents were gonna bring. And I think that's totally a possibility. I mean, you're up against 26 players. You can check how they qualify, what deck they played, and then based on that you can do some calculations and maybe just pray that. So I think we can bring up some more infos on the screen, so about how these duelists are ready throughout the day, and so what are we going to look at in terms of matchups and in terms of players. So we can bring up on the screen for you guys what is going to be the round for round 3, and that is table 9, where we are gonna see Keitaro Yoshida with his Vanquish Soul K9 deck. And
名前は吉田慶太郎です。日本の大阪から来ました。遊戯王は20年間ぐらいやってます。はい、私がこの大会に出場資格を得たのは、日本選手権2025でベスト4に入ったからです。そうですね、私がこの大会で楽しみにしているのは世界中のプレイヤーと一緒に遊戯をすることです。はい、私の、魂の相棒はドラゴンメイドパルラです。クロワッサンかマカロン。クロワッサンです。
Right answer with the croissant.
Absolutely. I mean, I want that breakdown at the end of the day.
That's the data we need to know.
Please, backup, just prepare a graphic of the breakdown of macarons and croissants.
See the balance of the bar graph.
That's what I want to see, a tier 0, And I mean, obviously, we need an opponent for this round, and we have another amazing duelist in Totsawat. So let's hear it from him.
Maybe in a moment we'll hear from him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So before that, we can just talk about how awesome the croissants are, right?
I'm thinking like next year, you know, we should have in one of the days before like a cooking class.
Ooh. Wait.
Especially in Paris. You know, but we're not going to be in Paris.
Croissant, Crystron? Is there a combination here? Maybe Crystron is the deck? They're similar?
Oppure
เป็นตัวแทนจากเอเชียแชมเปี้ยนนะครับเป็นชาวไทยครับผมมาถึงตัวนี้เนี่ยก็เริ่มจากการผ่านจากตัวแทนประเทศไทยก่อนแล้วก็เข้าสู่รอบคัดเลือกในระดับเอเชียแชมเปี้ยนครับแล้วก็ผ่านเอเชียแชมเปี้ยนมาถึงระดับเวิลด์แชมเปี้ยนได้ครับรอการแข่งขันในวันเสาร์นี้ครับคือจริงๆตื่นเต้นมากเพราะว่าแบบว่าเดินทางมาไกลแล้วก็คาดหวังกับการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้สูงมากครับเอสมอนเตอร์ที่แบบชอบสุดๆเลยจะเป็นเรนโบว์ดากอนครับมังกรสายลุงเรนโบว์ดากอนถ้าให้เลือกก็ชอบคอ2มากกว่าครับผมเพราะว่าเคยกินแล้วก็แบบเหมือนว่าเป็นของขึ้นชื่อของที่ฝรั่งเศสด้วยครับ
croissants.
Domination. I'm definitely going to bring some croissants tomorrow from, breakfast. I've been eating them every day. Delicious.
Yeah, I think we're going to need to find like a better food than the macaroon to compete.
I don't know if there is one. I don't know if there is a better food.
They are pretty good, I'm not going to lie. But yeah, I mean, croissants, completely undefeated. Yeah. Dominating absolutely the event. But no, it's great. I mean, I love hearing these interviews also because it shows that there are just a lot of different ways in 2025 to qualify to the World Championship. And it's beautiful to see, these stories of course, we are more familiar, for example, to our playoffs or, the European and the North American Championship. But from the OCG, their path is quite different. And so you always, love to hear and compete just how fierce of a competition, as mentioned by Wanako, is going to be. So I mean, now we're just taking a look at some of the top tables. We can see Yuna still undefeated with their deck, gonna be facing off against another opponent trying to keep that undefeated record going. But I don't know, does that count as being on Future if we saw her just quickly? So maybe she will, take the energy of being undefeated on stream.
That could be the case for sure. But, I want to talk about these players' favorite cards. It's something we always look at in feature matches in North America as well. But Parlor Dragon Maid, that's an interesting one. I don't know if I've ever seen that as a favorite card. Going up against Rainbow Dragon, that's definitely an iconic card. And a lot of Crystal Beast fans out there love Rainbow Dragon.
Yeah, I think Marcello, he's got a good favorite card, Marcello. It's quite unique.
I have a lot of favorite cards.
Yeah, that's true. There's always too many to pick from.
We have to choose one. And I mean, mine, is, some people might know, is Sagi, the Dark Clown, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, from back in the day, Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just something from the artwork to seeing it being played. Maybe an evil side of me with that Crush Card virus being activated by Kaiba with it. So maybe could be the one. But yeah, I just love the card. And so who knows? Maybe we'll see some Sagi someday.
What about you, Tom? What's your favorite card?
I feel like it changes sometimes, but I think my favorite one is going to be Upstart Goblin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. I just love I love that 37 card deck. I mean, you can't really play it so much anymore because Marcello making a face there as if he's ever played less than 41. But you can't play it so much anymore because you need to draw those hand traps in your opening hands. But
it's still a cool card. It's an iconic one. It's one that has been used so much throughout the years, and it kind of feels good. Just thinning your deck out, drawing more cards, and
undefeated with 42. I can't relate. I can't relate.
42. Okay.
I'm
even more.
60 cards for me.
60. Exactly.
There is some theory like you could still include Upstart Goblin even if you're over 40. Get you deeper to the there. You can easily side them out for your side deck cards. You don't have to even think about that one.
Interesting. Yeah. But I mean, we'll see. I can tell you that we actually could see Upstart Goblin later on today. Who knows?
There is a Sky Striker duelist.
Who knows? Maybe
non-zero chance.
Might be on the card. Yeah.
Non-Sky Striker, a 0 chance.
Absolutely. Oh wow.
It's a reach.
Okay.
Oh, my favorite card though, just so I can go ahead and throw it out there, X-Saber Arabellum. Long live X-Sabers. My favorite theme, but
I like it.
Was that the Airbellum or the Urbellum?
Airbellum. Definitely not Urbellum.
Not Urbellum.
Urbellum, it cost me a match once, but we won't get into that.
Okay.
It was a cool card that I always tried to make useful, but it is neither here nor there. But we are here at the World Championships.
Absolutely.
We saw the deck breakdown. Hopefully we get to look at the rankings here soon, pretty soon after round number 2 to see how the players are doing. I really don't know which one of these. I mean, we saw that the VSK9 deck is the most popular deck. But I know that in the first round there was a few like mirror matches, kind of just taking each other out, and that's kind of the symptom when there's a popular deck that they're going to eliminate each other as you face them off in the rounds.
Yeah, that is like a classic, because often when you're like testing a deck, you think, oh, how good is this deck? And you're trying it out, and you think, when you lose a mirror match, though, you need to like take that aside and say, okay, well, I was playing my Vanquish Soul Canine deck, I was trying it out, but then I lost to a Vanquish Soul Canine deck, so I shouldn't really count it against against the deck. You know, you have to say,
still won.
Yeah, it still won. It just wasn't me. So
I mean,
it should have been me, not him.
But no, I mean, the rankings are always interesting. Right now, what I can already anticipate is we have only 6 duelists with an undefeated record already in round 3 at the start. So it will be interesting to see whether somebody can actually go 7-0. I don't think it has been done yet, ever since they introduced the 7 rounds. So, I mean, it is rough in such a field. So it will be nice to have, maybe a 10-0 undefeated world champion. Who knows? Yeah.
I mean, if we featured Yuna every round,
exactly. I mean,
she would be undefeated for sure.
Absolutely, no questions asked. But I mean, she will have a tough match now in round 3. But again, I mean, so many different decks. Some performing better than others, I gotta say. But I mean, for the Luna Light enjoyers, there is still one undefeated, who knows who, but, there is an undefeated one, I can tell you that much, so we'll see whether we'll get, some action later on and get a proper, show of those combos, maybe.
Yeah, that would be nice to see, more than just, like, jumping in there at the tail end with... that was such a tough game with the Infinite Permanence, the Dominus Purge, while holding 2 copies of Triple Tactics Thrust. Like, that's like worst case scenario, like a nightmare you dream about on your way to the World Championship.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely one of the ones you just immediately go and like complain to your friends about. You go afterwards and say something like, oh, I can't believe what just happened to me here. But it's good, you get it out of your system, you have your complaint about it, and then you focus back onto the next game.
Yeah, it's always about locking back in. Seven Swiss rounds is a lot to play. You can take 1 loss, 2 losses, maybe even 3 losses, and still find your way into that top 8. It's about not going on tilt. You got to like stay focused, stay positive, and doing the best you can with what you're dealt.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, we have mentioned what our round will be for round 3. But we have not mentioned what Keitaro's opponent, Warnako, will be on, and that will be Malice once more. So we're gonna have another look at how one of these 5 Malice deck is performing. Again, taking an interesting look at the approach of the deck building, and for a change, it won't be a player from Europe representing the deck. It seems like that's a popular choice among playoffs winners at least.
Yeah, and not only we might be seeing Malice again, but it will be facing against a deck we haven't seen Malice take on, and it's going to be that K9 Vanquish Soul strategy. So seeing how it lines up against all the different new decks as well, it can be completely different than the previous games as well. Also.
Yeah, and although it is the most popular deck, we actually haven't seen Vanquish Soul yet at all. So that would be an interesting show of whether it's a fluke, whether, sometimes, as you have mentioned, there are these talks about what is the best deck, and then will they be right? I mean, 1/3 of the competition is on the deck.
Yep, it's definitely a deck to watch out for. But if it's not going to be that deck, after seeing Isaias with that K9 Crystron deck, I think your pick might be the one to win it here this weekend. It really impressed me.
I'll be really interested to see this matchup in particular, because a lot of people going into the European Championships, I heard a lot say, now that these new Vanquish Souls are getting more popular, they were dropping the Malice deck because they thought, okay, I think this is quite tough. I don't want my cards to be stolen by Holly Sue. I think it's really tough going second, maybe with Malice into Vanquish Soul in particular. So might be this is one of the most difficult matchups for the Malice decks. It'd be really interesting to see what tools they have at their disposal that they've come with here to try and counter this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we have already seen that Artifact Lancia is not so popular. I mean, it was there in round 1 with Ruben, but we haven't seen it then afterwards. And it will be once again the question of, do these duelists trust, or like, did they expect so much representation that they put? And if they did they put the full 3 copies, which also can be a big difference. And I mean, we'll see whether that would be the case. But yeah, I do think the deck lines up quite interestingly against it. But Vanquish Soul K9, I feel like, is the weirdest deck in a way on the field, in the terms that it is consistent in a way, but it's not consistent in what the deck does, I feel like.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into it. It's game 1 of our round 3.
Ooh, and we see a free, but we do not see what Keitaro had as a result. So let's see who is going to open with. And I think it was one Nako at least pointing at himself. So
yeah, I definitely see what you mean about the Vanquish K9 deck, because it's not a lot of decks where they have different engines, like we saw Ryze or Mitsurugi. You know, you can get from one to the other. You can make Duo Drive or King of the Feral Imps or something, but you can't really do this in the Vanquish Soul deck. There's no way for the K9s to start picking up Horizon, for example, but for now we're just going to be seeing some Malice action.
But even again, going second, I mean, Olisu is just a phenomenal card, arguably the best around, if it resolves with the right attributes, and that's always an important question. But for now, it doesn't seem like there is much of an interaction.
Yep. Dormouse might be limited to 1, but Malice and Underground is semi-limited here at this event, so opening that is like opening up a Dormouse. Not as good, but still going to get the job done. Going to banish the White Rabbit, so White Rabbit can summon herself to the field, and now going to look to set a Malice Trap card face down.
Yeah. Ooh,
it's TB11.
Wow, okay.
This is a card we haven't seen play in a lot of Malice strategies in the TCG, but we see from the Asia region, TB11 is a card still included in their Malice decks.
Yeah, it makes some amount of sense if you're dropping a copy of Dormouse from the deck. Maybe you think, oh, I need 1 extra Malice card to replace it, and in this case we've gone for an extra trap.
Yeah, it makes the just normal summon White Rabbit a lot stronger, since you're able to access the Dormouse with White Rabbit as well. And we see the Splash Mage going to bring back the Dormouse, then link summon here for Malice Red Ransom. Used to only be able to add Malice and Underground, but now Malice in the Mirror is going to be a great target here.
Where do we think Malice will go from here? Look, fanning out the graveyard there, maybe for a March Hare. But here we're going to see TB11. I'm wondering how much this actually adds to the Malice combo lines. I feel like everyone's kind of forgotten about this card. Once the chance to cut it was there, people were like, okay, I'm going to cut it and I'm not really going to look back. But when you add it back in, maybe it just adds all of these extra lines you can now do.
So Red Ransom is going to summon itself back and banish a Cyberse monster from the deck, and going to banish the Chessy Cat, and Chessy Cat will join the field with the other Chessy Cat.
Yeah, maybe a blast from the past. We see a Dot Scraper.
Ooh, but that goes the good old rock Nibiru, the primal being activated by Keitaro. Do we have a response? No, we do not. So everything is clear, and we get a token.
Yep, Nibiru the Primal being coming down here for Keitaro.
Yeah, Nibiru is such a strong card, and Malice is a deck. They can't put up anything to negate Nibiru all that easily, because once you go into something like Allied Code Talker, for example, that's the end of your summons for the turn. So you just kind of have to say at any point, I could get Nibiru'd, and then I will just do my best to carry on. And March Hare does such a fantastic job of that.
Yep, and the best part here is being able to use the Nibiru before the Malice player has access to Whitebinder. So just keeping them off Whitebinder could be key, because Whitebinder really gets all your trap access going and being able to do so much on the opponent's turn as well.
And yeah, play may resume once these life points are checked. And okay, we're gonna just give right away the token back into this Link Spider.
I'm wondering if the play was stopped so we could do some get out the calculator and figure out how big the the token was.
Fair enough, just to give it back.
So Link Spider usually used to make Splash Mage over there afterwards, but Splash Mage has already been used, but a great way to get back up Secretary onto the field.
Oh, and there goes, yet another maybe not super common option in the deck, but yeah, look at this. I mean, through Nibiru, we have just unmasked a full-on field once more. And the question is, do we have another interruption from the Vanquish Soul deck?
And we talk about how important it is for Vanquish Soul to draw Holly Sue, and the games that it doesn't, it's night and day different from the games that it does. But the Chessy Cat's going to banish a March Hare to draw 2 cards, and then Wanako will be able to add the March Hare right back to the hand.
Yeah, it's so tough here because you're holding on to that Nibiru and you're like, when do I do it? When do I do it? When do I do it? And you don't want to hold too long because then it feels like it's not enough. But he's played it now and it just feels like it's not achieved anything either.
All right, going to go into the G Golem Crystal Heart, and that's going to bring back the Link Spider. That's not something we see typical in a lot of Malice decks. But now they're going to link those away. Maybe he's still playing something like Terahertz or something usually, but White Binder is the key card you're going to want to access as a Malice duelist, and that is what Wanako is going to summon next. Use the effect on summon to banish some cards from the graveyard. Going to banish that Malice in the Mirror that he discarded off the effect of Backup Secretary, the Ad Ignister version, of course. And then he'll be able to banish a trap, so that means he can add a Malice trap from his deck to his hand. That's cool.
Yeah, very good interaction here, not most straightforward one. But now, yeah, we just access yet another trap card in the GWC, and we are gonna activate it right away. Okay.
Yep, so he's gonna banish the White Binder, summon back Red Ransom, gain 2,300 life points, and then special pay 900 of those life points to special summon back White Binder and get a fresh draw.
Quick shuffle there just to make sure the deck is randomized before we draw once again. These Malice turns, they're just so powerful. You just, at some point, you just look back at the hand and you say, why have you got 6 cards in hand again? Yeah. Like, draw 1 from here, 1 from there. Add 1 with the Malice in the Mirror. I like seeing that Malice in the Mirror. As we said, like what it adds, just adding that 1 extra trap can sometimes make the deck so much more like comfortable to play with. You just have all this extra resource in your deck at the expense of maybe adding in an extra card that you don't necessarily want to draw, but having it in the deck can just make it so much cleaner sometimes.
And yeah, we just reset our trap card. Now we go into Firewall and we are almost done with our turn, but of course, now again this Ignister is gonna be the last piece of the combo, having a negation. That's quite the start. Look at this.
Yeah, and I like how we really got to see why he's still including TB11, because it is useful with this combo. It seems it was intended to have add the Malice in the Mirror, to discard with the backup Secretary Ad Ignister, to have to be able to banish it. This all makes sense. There's always a reason for everything. It's not just like, oh, I'm just gonna go ahead and include this card in my deck. No. Wanako knew what he was doing, and it's for a specific reason. It's fantastic to see. And this is, all through in Nibiru to still have an incredible end field.
Yeah, and having drawn cards, not only is it the field, it's also the hand. I can see at least an Ash Blossom, but maybe some more cards. So Guitar are going to have a tough time getting through everything.
I think we both saw what that draw was, yeah.
Yep, Holly Sue off the top, not in the opening 5, but waiting there on the top of the deck. But that does mean that Katara is going to have some plays here that might be meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, I do see a Razen as well, which might be just normal summon in the same column of, Firewall as well. But, I mean, this opening is quite something from Wanako.
Yeah, you could imagine in a dream that the Razen is going to destroy both the Firewall and the Code Talker, but it seems very unlikely that's going to get to resolve, given all of the potential interruptions.
All right, going to reveal a couple of attributes here for Vanquished Soul Razen to probably try and destroy the monsters in the column, and that is the case here. This is going to force Wanako to, I guess, have to use the allied code Talker effect.
You can always remove the Razen, and then it won't be in a column.
That's true.
Yeah.
Good Firewall. But it looks like, he is going to go with allied code Talker to just go ahead and negate and destroy it.
Was that a summon Razen or not? I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that in my life, to be honest. So
I decided not to go for the search effect, which is quite interesting, yeah. Wow.
Next is Holly Sue and Zhao Long. Gonna try and summon both these monsters from the hand.
Nah, one issue with the Vanquish Soul deck is if you have to push through some interruptions and you lose cards in your hand, then all of a sudden the remaining ones don't work. Whereas a lot of other decks, if you just sneak through one card right at the end and then you can just one Dormouse at the end, you push through interruptions is enough to end the game. But there's not really any Vanquish Soul cards that will do that all by themselves. You still need other cards to reveal to get the value out of them.
Yep, and we see why Wanako decided to use the Allied Code Talker first here to put the White Binder in the graveyard, so the White Binder could be summoned back with the GWC06 And now on summon, the white binder is going to be able to banish up to 3 cards from either player's graveyard. The key one is going to be that white rabbit to be able to access another Malice trap card from the deck if he doesn't already have access to MTP07.
Yeah, you'd almost really want the MTP07 to already be face down if you're Keitaro, because it means that it's, you know, the face down card isn't something else. But in this case, it probably is going to be something else, because it looks very deliberate here, this summoning of the white rabbit and searching a trap.
So he's going to still have the MTP07. Firewall Dragon hasn't used the effect just yet. I believe his monsters can't be destroyed by card effects either, since the red ransom is pointing to the Dormouse.
I think we revealed, what was it, a burger next to the Jayolong?
I don't know, it's quite bright.
I thought so. So, Dark and Fire, I'm assuming, but we get this
Hit with
Ash
Ash
Blossom as well. Wow.
Not letting him special summon a monster from the deck.
And so, yeah, we're just gonna use the Jayolong effect to special summon itself.
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine what cards Keitaro could pull out of the extra deck here.
Yeah, rough start, obviously. The goal would be to try and go for a zoo somehow, but that firewall is still active.
Yeah, a firewall and an MTP can be activated now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to activate the MTP before the Ripper can do any good here for Keitaro. Going to banish the red ransom.
But we see a main decked copy of the quick spell coming down from Keitaro. It's the forced release.
Yeah, slightly sneaky interaction here because the red ransom was banished. The forced release might be able to also destroy the white binder. And then when the MTP resolves, there wouldn't be a Malice link on the field, but Wanako is going to be heads up to that, and looks like it's prompting the firewall being used just now.
Yeah, I think so.
He's going to return his own Splash Mage back to the extra deck with heads up. Adds a March Hare from the deck to the hand with the MTP07 resolving and banishing Nibiru. Now Keitaro just sitting on 1 card in hand versus Wanako's formidable board.
Yeah, just look at this Malice once more, proving why it is a deck that, you know, many might have thought was not going to be this popular, but 5 duelists out of 27 decided to bring it, and up until now they are being quite successful. So
yeah, it just keeps going. Red Ransom gets so much advantage now. 2 cards added to hand. Only, I think, the dark monster that was revealed, which I think was Heavy Borga, as you mentioned earlier. So difficult to do so much with just a lone Heavy Borga.
yeah, and it is indeed a pass, which means this duel is gonna go to Wanako's way.
Yeah, this is looking like it's about to end pretty quickly. Just put the monsters into attack mode, enter the battle phase, and attack. And we're going into a game number 2 here fairly quickly with a dominating showcase of the Malice strategy, showing it can still contend with these strong, powerful new decks that really got pumped up by the Justice Hunters release.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you draw, you know, one of your Entraps, Mulch Armies as the 6th card, and it feels bad. All-Is You might be even worse, because that card alone can sometimes just completely dominate the opponent, and we knew that the attributes were there. So it absolutely would have crushed him, and who knows how that duel could have ended up. But regardless, congratulations to Wanako, who now is only 1 game away from clutching this win in round 3. But this time,
I think one thing we can really take away from these Malice matchups that we've seen so far is Nibiru the Primal Being really isn't the card you want against Malice. It seems to have minimal impact most of the time that it's been used so far today.
But I mean, now we get to see Vanquish Soul finally going first. And you know, we have already seen that forced release is in the main deck, which means most likely, I don't know if Extravagance will be there, most likely not, but that makes the combo just so much better going first. Like you essentially have 2 more interruptions at the cost of nothing, because you know, as soon as you can get the Reaper, it pretty much adds that to your end field, and that would be nice to witness, I think.
Yeah, small downside of Ripper against Malice in particular, it's quite funny. Often, like, you know, you can just banish your opponent's, like, last little engine card, but against Malice, no.
Yeah.
You can't banish a Dormouse. It's going to come straight back onto the field. But I still think it's more than powerful enough to be including on your end field.
Yeah, go after like one of those like Link 2 monsters or something to try and prevent them from summoning, you know, one of the Link 3 Malice monsters.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great end piece. Of course, for this event, we don't have that loved or hated, you know, Smash Paradise, no die rolling here for the Vanquish Soul players, which means they had to change sometimes, you know, what they want to go for is going first. And it's gonna also depend once more on this question: are we gonna see some monster interactions? Because if we see again Impermanence and Impulse, we might have some, you know, Izuna or K9 cards that are kind of stuck in the end, and then that might be an issue. So going first, I mean, we have seen a lot of different options. What do you guys think? Is there like a preferable end field that you want to set up with the Vanquish Soul deck in this matchup?
It's a tough one, because the Vanquish Soul is really one of those that depends on what you draw. But I feel like the Trap, the Snow Devil, is so powerful, because again, Malice, because it's a Link deck, often you don't really need to focus on effect negations, you need to focus on monster removal. So being able to wipe the field once is fantastic. Being able to set up a few pops, or maybe search, you know, steal with the Holy Sue. But yeah, I think getting to the Trap, which is sometimes not prioritized, depending on whether you want to summon some K9 cards as well. Sometimes you end up with fewer Vanquish Soul monsters on the field, but maybe in this matchup, the Vanquish Soul is just premium.
Or just making sure you have access to like Izuna, so you can have Valon. Just putting one monster face down against Malice is actually quite strong, because when they don't have any face-up monsters, they really need Link monsters to keep extending their plays past it. So even just turning one monster face down can be quite key.
I mean, I think it's time to find out, because our duelists are pretty much done with their side decks. So let's jump back into action. Let's go to game 2. Here they are. I mean, it's gonna be a close one, of course. Again, as mentioned, are we gonna see any Artifact Lancia in the side deck from Keitaro? But first and foremost, are we gonna see that Razen? The end is picked up.
Yeah, I was just having a little peek there. I didn't see it, but maybe my eyes were not good enough. But he's putting the handle a little closer to the table.
Ooh, it's gonna be a case for K9 that we start things off with.
Such a fantastic card to start with. If you can get a Jokal instantly and put a Ripper in play and just prevent any interruptions coming from your opponent. So maybe Wanako gonna say no to that.
Ooh, but that's, yeah. I mean, I guess with an Ash Blossom, it's always gonna be a matter of, do I try and risk it? But if I don't, most likely then they're gonna get to the Izuna, so whenever I use this Ash Blossom later on, it's gonna be a bit of a, you know, downside for me as well.
I mean, it really speaks to like the dynamic that K9 brings into the matchups. Like a card that normally you would auto use on something that adds, you have to have a lot more consideration, as you mentioned.
It does seem like a big risk, doesn't it? Because once you let this Jokal come into play here, now when are you going to use the Ash Blossom? Because there's going to be a Ripper on the field, almost certainly.
Yeah, I think maybe it might have been worth just using, I guess. But yeah, because now we get so much advantage. And the only question is, as you were saying before, there is no real way of going from the K9s to the Vanquish Souls. So let's see if we can access that engine, because, I mean, otherwise it's going to be pure K9. I have... Okay, thank you. No. I was about to say...
One is Izuna.
I mean, one, yeah.
It's surely Izuna and forced release, right?
I think so.
It would be nice to...
Just come on, hold your hand over it just for one more second. Oh,
that's Izuna. And yeah, I mean, you can't have such anything but forced release, surely. So
yeah, those are the two cards that are looking like is being added to the hand here.
I mean, you can always get a second case, no? If you then go into the Reaper and set the forest release.
There is a case for a second case.
Yeah.
It doesn't Ripper. It requires your opponent to have used a monster effect though before you get the set. You get the set as a little bonus.
That's why you got to get them to use that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring as fast as possible.
You just got to activate a card and then look at your opponent and then they say no response and then you say, "Are you sure?" Like,
are you sure? Are you sure you don't want to stop this?
It would be really helpful.
I'd appreciate it if you stopped it.
No, I think it's kind of confirmed that we do not have access because I think we are normal summoning Izuna. Yep.
So this is just going to be a K9 turn here from Kataro.
I see a Jiaolong, but okay.
Jiaolong pretty much needs other Vanquish Soul monsters to get onto the field there.
I mean, we could normal summon it, I guess, but yeah.
And go into Rock and add it back?
I guess. I mean, if we have two fires outside of it, maybe, but I mean, no.
Ripper is going to be coming down next.
Yeah, sort of interesting choice there to keep the Jiaolong rather than summon it off the Jokul.
Yeah.
And then you'd have the Lanterns effect.
Exactly.
Maybe he wanted to do something else with it.
Okay. I do see another fire, but I don't know if there is a second one. Probably not. No, there is none. So only one fire in hand. So
it's a pretty cool fire too.
Yeah, definitely a cool one. Yes, we are just gonna normal summon Izuna now and send Lopez possibly for next turn.
We can be a little short. Yeah, I feel like if you just summon the Jokul, you'd be able to have an extra rank 5 right now, but
yeah,
there's something to be said for keeping extra fires in your hand. It is an important attribute. And maybe you just want extra Vanquish Soul monsters because maybe he's hoping to draw a couple of cards off this Rescue Ace Impulse that you two are just talking about.
Yeah, but
even having the Izuna with the Lupus in the graveyard still kind of threatens another rank 5 during the opponent's turn.
Sure.
Which could be useful.
But I do agree that against Malice specifically, I would like to, end on an additional disruption, possibly just the Valon, and not having it right away to stop a normal summon, could be, not ideal, but it's a pass, so
not the strongest field.
No, definitely not. No Vanquish Soul cards at all, and I think we are happy, if we are Wanako, so...
And is that an old school Raigeki? Here we go.
Wow.
Raigeki coming down. Simple but strong.
And that's brutal, yeah. Wow.
What's the forced release gonna do? Oh my goodness, is that a K9 Hound? That is definitely not something I'm used to seeing in TCG decks for sure. It obviously has some way of not being destroyed.
Yeah, it cannot be destroyed by card effects, yeah.
But I think
that turn or battle.
That's basically all it's going to do here, but at least he continues to have a monster on the field.
Yeah, but that's definitely not something we expected. I mean, as an extra deck slot, but I think, it kind of confirms that, I would say Extravagance is not in the deck. I would be shocked if that was the case, but let's see on the other end. Okay.
A tough start, but, working with what he has, normal summon March Hare, linked away into Almirage, so he could special summon the Wizard and bring back that March Hare. This is at least 3 monsters, including a Malice name, which is all you really need to access something like Red Ransom or White Binder from the extra deck.
Yeah, I think in Malice, if you can get to that link 3, then you say, I will take it. However ugly it has to be. Let's see which one he chooses to go for.
Salamangreat Almirage continues to be great in every deck but Salamangreat.
Ooh, and we go into Splash Mage, which we could be punished for potentially, but not for now. Keitaro doesn't want to respond at all. And that means we can finally get into our Link 3 Malice monsters potentially.
Yeah, maybe you do it now on the Red Ransom, so you will get to trigger that Fire Attacker immediately once it is summoned.
Yeah, and there goes the spicy, fire monster we were talking about, Rescue Ace Impulse.
Oh, but is that an Ash? This patience on the Ash is going to pay absolute dividends.
It will allow, if he does have another copy of Izuna or something in the hand, to happen. You know he has the Lupus in the graveyard as well, but I don't know if he added another copy of Izuna.
Yeah, normal summoning that Izuna makes you kind of wonder. I mean, I suppose you're not thinking necessarily about Raigeki, but Book of Eclipse definitely something on the mind of Vanquish Soul players, surely. So maybe holding it in the hand is preferable, because you can't use it unless your opponent lets you summon the Lupus anyway.
Very true.
So it's like, you know, it's nice to get it on the field maybe, but in this case, going to be punished for doing so.
Is this just going to be an access code talker? It is.
Yeah.
The Hound still will be able to survive.
I think Malice have got plenty of ways to destroy things, or get rid of things without destroying them.
For sure. Oh, he's keeping track of how much attack the Hound is gaining. He gains 500, I think, every time your opponent activates a monster effect. Something like that.
Or maybe it's a monster in the hand or grave.
That would make a lot of sense, right?
It seems very canine, but yeah, I don't think the attack's going to be too important.
So he's going to target the Hound to try and destroy it by banishing the Red Ransom, but of course Hound will protect itself, and Red Ransom is going to summon itself back at the cost of 900 life points and banish the Cybers from the deck, and of course it's going to be Malice Dormouse. 300 more life points will be paid, Dormouse touches down, and the Hound grows stronger, but so does Wanako's field.
Yeah.
This Hound is just gaining attack after attack points after attack points.
Yeah, but here we are. Maybe we're going to search now for the MTP, for example, that could remove it, and that would almost be game on the field by itself. Maybe now even you just say, okay, I'm going to go to the battle phase now, because anything you use, you might have to use straight away.
That does make a lot of sense, but looks like Wanako is choosing just to go ahead and use it right away.
And yeah, this MTP really paying dividends, as mentioned. Gonna finally get rid of that ever-growing, you know, Hound.
It was a hungry Hound. He ate a lot, but now he's going to have to eat his lunch in the banishment.
And I mean, we do have the Lupus, but that is not enough. And Keitaro extend the handshakes. And yeah, I mean, what a show from Wanako. Once more, the Malice deck dominating on stream.
Yeah, and like kind of a different way from that we've seen it played in the TCG. TB11 is a card that a lot of players have cut from the deck for quite some time, but Wanako really showing you why you can use it and how it works in combination, because you know at some point you're going to add that Ad-Ignister backup secretary from your deck to your hand. You're going to need a card to discard. You're also going to add that Malice in the Mirror in that combo as well. So you're going to have that Malice in the Mirror to discard, so you're always going to be able to banish it along with the TB11 to access a trap in another, with so many other ways, you know, to get access to those Malice Trap cards. But I thought it was pretty cool, and like every card has a reason in his deck, and you can tell by the pace of play there, he knows his deck in and out. And also, you know, big shout outs to Regeki.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm down. I will come in for that. But I mean, yeah, glad to see, you know, those kind of cards being back in the mix. And yeah, shout out to, you know, Totsawat Wanako just making it and, you know, building his deck that way. Made it really work. Again, we see a different take on the Malice deck. We have seen Skystriker cards. We've seen, you know, Silent Mining and, you know, some other interesting options. And now we see yet another take on the deck and a successful start of the event, 2-1 now. And that means, you know, you still have one loss at least that you can comfortably just take. And it's a great show. I think definitely it's a deck that is starting to convince me.
Yeah, I really like that the tech cards are having an impact on the tournament here this weekend. It's not just about the deck you bring, it's about your core. It's about what cards you're playing to supplement your strategy and how you're making those meta calls for the tournament.
Yeah, it's super cool because we've seen like Malice. I mean, obviously the Malice deck is extremely powerful, but yeah, as you say, we've seen that Raigeki, we've seen the Dark Ruler, we've seen the Droplet.
Oh, I almost forgot about
super powerful spell cards.
The Dark Ruler no more.
The incident. But yeah, all of these things. But you need to also have the right cards in against the right decks, because, you know, you play the Dark Ruler no more against that field. It's probably not going to do as much because the Ripper can just get turned into a werewolf, and then you still have the Azuna to be used as a material. But on the other hand, they use the Raigeki there, but Raigeki against the Yummy deck can just get negated straight away. So having the right cards for the right deck, also super important.
Definitely.
Yeah, and it seems like it's always an interesting, you know, way of trying to delve into our duelist mind and just see what they were thinking of, also in terms of matchups. I can tell you that we did not see all of the wild options that were in their decks in the main and side deck, so we'll see. Maybe, I mean, it's enough to speak it's early to speak about it because we might see them again later on, who knows. So we'll wish best of luck to both, obviously, for the remainder of the round, but I want to try and understand if we can just jump back. So I would say We have a backup future match. Let's make use of it.
All right.
Ooh, and we are already into action. Okay. It's a yummy mirror match, I believe, and we do see that Dark Ruler, which probably was negated by Solemn Judgment. I don't know. Let's try to, you know, get a...
I'd imagine that's what
Yeah.
happened here.
And
But Metaltronus, it looks like it'll be the next activation here, trying to special summon a Yummy monster. And he doesn't have to banish them both face down if he chooses not to, if he just wants to have a monster on the field.
Yeah,
and it looks like that is going to be the case. But now Felipe is going to use Yummy Snatchy effect to synchro summon.
Yeah, maybe this is what the judges feel like when they come to a game and the players are saying, this is what happened. They say, look, let me just go through all the cards in the grave. I'm going to figure out what happened here. The Solemn Judgment was used on that. The Metaltronus may be used on the Arclight. And now the Cookie destroying its friend Lollipo.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it looks like the Yummy Snatchy was summoned back alongside the Cookie from one of the Synchro monsters tagging out. So on summon, the Cookie destroyed the Lollipo. Oh, he chained it to the Metaltronus. And then the Cookie destroyed the Lollipo. And then the Yummy Snatchy is placing the other Yummy field spell on the field.
Yep.
That's going to give him a little additional interaction here on Sebastian's turn.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to see here. We can go into a Synchro and then use a Crookie to pop the Lollipo. And I mean, this might just be a quick ending of this duel. This was table 1, by the way, so they are both undefeated. But yeah, you can see here Sebastian smiling a little bit. They might know, you know, each other. I think they both qualified. You know, of course, they're representing the Americas region. But I mean, both undefeated at least. So it means that no matter what happens, you know, they're still in it completely. And wow. Well,
yeah, maybe still in the tournament. It's not looking like Sebastian. You can also tell from his body language, showing that his last card in hand is Dominus Purge, which he can use, but he will have no other cards really. He might just be conceding. Or no, he is using
No, I
Purge.
didn't even see that he got purged. That's what's going on. He was using the Capsi, and now he's saying...
Oh, he's trying to surrender now because the whole time he was trying to use it, he had the graveyard in the hand. So at least we got to jump in and see the quick ending to this one. But it's cool to see that they went the distance to game number 3. I really like the surrender card. I got to get my hands on one of those.
It's your favorite card,
It's my favorite card.
Use it all the time.
Maybe in my later years, yeah, for sure. But that it's cool to see. But at least we got to see that Yummy is at the top tables in a mirror match.
I mean, doesn't surprise me all that much. I mean, we both mentioned how well it is positioned against, you know, the field in general. But obviously great to see. And we do get, you know, confirmation again on some of these side deck cards that are being popular. The end was actually pretty strong going second. I mean, we had both Impermanence and Purge. And Dark Ruler no more. And in the end, the card that really stopped everything was, you know, Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, Solemn Judgment has been a key side deck card for a lot of Yummy players because Dark Ruler no more, fantastic. Any sort of field-breaking card, really strong against Yummy, and Solemn Judgment can pretty much counter anything.
Yep.
I mean, it's the OG Solemn Judgment.
Absolutely. I mean, good old man, and I mean, it just works out. So it's gonna be interesting to see. But at least now we have one guaranteed, you know, 3-0 player, Felipe, making it all the way to round 4 undefeated. And yeah, yummy.
That's my pick
for sure. I mean,
I'm still thinking about swapping over to the Crystron. So
yeah,
that deck's
I'm not
quite
feeling
strong.
that confident. I mean,
your Vanquish Souls, there's a lot of them though. you have more options than anyone. You have more chances.
Rough.
It only takes one.
Sheer numbers, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, sheer numbers, sure. But for the rest, we'll see. But I mean, it was indeed an amazing match one once more. We'll see whether that will keep being the case, or you know, whether we're gonna see some more action maybe on the Lunalight side of things. We'll see.
I would be so happy if Lunalight surprised the competition and snuck in there in top 8 and found their way to win the World Championship. It's such a cool deck, and like I said, I love Liger Dancer, and it'd be cool to see them take on a lot of decks. But it's gonna be a tough road because there's so many powerful decks in the tournament, and you really have to line it up well into the meta, and there's so many surprises in this tournament that's definitely working against the Lunalight players.
Yeah, as you say, you need to know what you're beating with it, and also, are the players unprepared for it? That's what you want to know. I mean, what are players expecting? We've had a little peek at some side decks, and it looked like players kind of had a plan maybe for the Lunalight deck.
Yeah, I mean, you always want to have everything on your radar that could potentially be an option. I mean, they also know, just everyone else, that if people are playing those field breaker kind of cards as well, like Lunalight will become more popular and be an option. And the one thing that shuts it down is if you're just ready and prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see whether that will be the case as our duelists get, I think, more comfortable throughout the days. Those couple first rounds are always a bit rough, but now I think the engines are rolling, and we get to see just peak performance across all players, and we already had some amazing matchups. We have mentioned just looking at some of these matchups that were going on through these rounds. I can't wait to just see what the results from them have been and who is keep on advancing it. As mentioned, there were only 6 players left undefeated at the start of this round. One of them will be Felipe. On the other end, I mean, we'll see whether it will be Yuna staying undefeated. I mean, Isaias we have seen last round, and then there was Tom and Shane. So these are the 4 other duelists who might be still undefeated. And who knows? I mean, everything really can happen. The competition is open.
Yeah, it's cool to see Yuna still undefeated, despite not being on the feature match, still winning on and off. But, after that round 1, like, Yuna might be, like, one of the favorites to win it, with, an exciting strategy, doing something that a lot of I don't think anyone else in this tournament, or I've never seen that kind of strategy combined with the Malice and the Sky Striker card. So Yuna could be our next world champion.
Yeah, definitely could be. I mean, I agree. I mean, usually you just see Malice as a going first, very solid combo deck. Maybe, I mean, she found a way to make it work going second with the Sky Striker, which was, notoriously good at going second and breaking fields. Yeah, she might have found, the solution, but it's still, pretty early. We are only in round 3, and we still have 4 more rounds today to find out the top 8 duelists that will advance. And, I mean, competition is definitely up there, but we want to now go just rewind a bit to the first match that we witnessed here in round 3, because obviously that will be the post-match analysis that we are going to go through, no?
Yes, of course. So I'm sure we're going to have a lot of questions here. Mostly to me, I just seeing a Raigeki just kind of gets me excited. It's so much fun. It really brings you back, like one of the oldest cards maybe in the tournament. I don't know if there's an older one.
From the first set.
Raigeki, yeah. I mean, how old is Solemn Judgment? That's also pretty.
Second set.
All right, I'm here with an encyclopedia of Yu-Gi-Oh sets.
But yeah, I mean, definitely Raigeki and Solemn Judgment, some key components of those paths. So I want to hear it from the winner of round 3, Wunax. So let's go to the post-match analysis.
All right, thank you so much again, Marcello. I'm here now with Wunax. We're halfway through the tournament. How are you feeling?
พี่รู้สึกยังไงว่าชนะได้ครับ
ตอนนี้ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับแล้วก็ภูมิใจมากที่ได้มาแข่งขันงาน World Championship 2025 ในครั้งนี้ครับ
He's very happy and very excited about being here and going already so far.
Ah, very lovely. So why did you pick the deck you chose over the 2 decks that everyone thought was the more powerful decks?
พี่เลือกเด็กอันนี้และไม่เลือกอีก2เด็กที่เมตาทำไมครับพี่
จริงๆที่เลือกเด็กนี้เพราะเหตุผลเดียวกับตอนเอเชียแชมเปี้ยนเลยครับมันน่ารัก
It's the same reason why he picked it during the Asian Championship. It's because it's cute.
Oh, that's a very good one. So definitely, as we know, people play with powerful decks, but they can also play with decks that are their favorite. Is there any decks that you're scared of today?
มีเด็กอันหนึ่งที่พี่กลัวหรือเปล่าครับ
เด็กที่กลัวจริงๆก็หลักๆจะเป็นยัมมี่เพราะว่ามาริสจะเสียเปรียบมัมลี่ค่อนข้างเยอะ
If we had to name one deck, it would be Yummy because the Malice deck lose very hard to Yummy.
Have you had a lot of preparation against that deck, or just a lot of preparation overall for this weekend?
และพี่เตรียมตัวแข่งกับยูมิหรือว่าแค่เตรียมตัวทุกที่ครับ
จริงๆเตรียมตัวกับทุกเด็กเลยครับพร้อมกับทุกเด็กเสมอเลย
Yes, he prepared against every kind of deck.
And has there been anything you've seen today or you've played against that has surprised you that you didn't expect?
และมีสิ่งที่ทำให้พี่ตกใจหรือเปล่าครับพี่วันนี้
ตอนนี้ทุกอย่างยังปกติดีทุกคนเล่นเก่งและมีความสามารถแบบสุดๆแบบที่คาดไว้เลย
Everything is alright. The players are all high level and it's as expected. Sorry.
Yeah. Cool. So we're gonna take a look at your game one. So we did first notice you played TB11, which is a card that we don't really see as much anymore. What was your thought decision in playing it, and how? And like, of course, this was your Enfield. Like, what are your thoughts on that card specifically?
เขาเห็นว่าพี่เล่น TB11 แต่เราไม่เคยเห็นแต่ธรรมดาในปกติพี่เล่นไปทำไมครับ
TB11 ก็เพื่อนๆที่บ้านก็บอกเหมือนกันว่าเป็นการที่คนเขาไม่ค่อยนิยมแต่ผมอยากใส่ให้มันครบทุกแบบเพื่อที่จะใช้งานได้หลากหลายตามสถานการณ์
He had a friend back home that also says that it's quite unusual as a card, but he wanted to have the full set of it and to prepare for all kind of situation.
Okay, cool. Definitely, and it helped you with this board through the Nibiru, so it would have worked out. Now we'll go into the second game, the second clip, where you used a card that we haven't seen in a long time. Tell us about this card.
พี่ใช้ไพ่ที่อันเก่ามากบอกอะไรเยอะหน่อยเลยมั้งครับ
ครับผมสำหรับไรเงคิหรือทันเดอร์โบเป็นการที่ใช้รับมือ vs K9 หรือยัมมี่ได้ค่อนข้างดีหรือรวมถึงพวกการทำลายบอร์ดทำลายสนามของเด็กที่เราแบบไม่เคยเจอหรือไม่เคยรู้จักได้คือเป็นการแก้เกมที่ใช้ง่ายและรุนแรง
It's a card that is very good as an anti-board card and it's very easy to use and he knows that it's strong.
Okay, that's very cute. And the third clip was towards the end of the match where you ended the game pretty much, where you activated the 07. How confident were you into this game with when you saw your cards?
และคลิปสุดท้ายจะเป็นตอนพี่ใช้ 07 ไปและพี่จะรู้สึกว่ายังไงในเกมสุดท้ายตอนเห็นไพ่ไปมีแบบเดี๋ยวผมจะชนะหรือเปล่าครับรู้สึกชนะหรือเปล่า
ตอนสุดท้ายที่ได้ใช้ใบนี้ก็รู้สึกแบบน่าจะได้เปรียบพอสมควรส่วนเรื่องจะชนะหรือเปล่าก็ยังบอกไม่ได้แต่ว่าตอนนั้นคือก็ตั้งใจจะพยายามทำให้ดีที่สุด
When he saw his cards, he wasn't sure if he could win yet, but he had the opportunity to turn the tables.
Right. And just away from the match in general, do you build your deck and play more based on numbers and statistics or your gut feeling?
และพี่จะทำเด็กแบบไปดู statistic และ
ใช้ความรู้สึก
ใช่ครับ
ใช้ความรู้สึกเน้นๆเลยเน้นใช้ความรู้สึกเลยก็คือพวกสถิติอะไรนี้ก็แบบจริงๆมันเป็นค่าเฉลี่ยจริงๆมันดูได้สามารถใช้ชี้วัดได้แต่ว่าหลักๆเลยมันคือเด็กของเรามา World Champion เราก็อยากจัดเด็กด้วยตัวเราคนเดียวนี่แหละ
It's more something of emotion because if he becomes world champion eventually, he wants it to be a deck that represents himself.
Okay, sure. And do you follow the TCG or the Western players as much as we follow the OCG?
และพี่จะดูพวกของ Western player อะไรแบบนี้ขนาดที่คนที่อยู่ Western จะดู OCG หรือเปล่าครับ
ดูบ้างแต่ว่าไม่ได้บ่อยมาก
He also looks at it, but not as often.
Okay. And what differences have you noticed in both play style and deck building between the East and the West?
และพี่จะดูอะไรที่เปลี่ยนไปที่ East และ West อะไรเปลี่ยนไปครับ
จริงๆก็เรื่องการจัดเด็กหลักๆมันจะต่างกันตรงเรื่องแบนลิสต์การมันจะไม่เท่ากันแต่ว่าคือเข้าใจพอยต์หลักของการเล่นว่าแต่ละเด็กมันมีจุดประสงค์อะไรชัดเจนอย่างเงี้ยก็เข้าใจว่าแต่ละฝั่งจัดเด็กยังไงแต่เราก็ยังเลือกจัดอันที่เราชอบอยู่
Okay. He understands the difference between the East and West deck building, but he still builds his deck the way he likes it.
Okay. Very important to stay true to yourself. You know the game has a lot of luck involved, of course. What is your strategy to minimize the impact of luck in your games?
มันจะมีความที่โชคดีมากในเกมไพ่พี่ทำได้ยังไงว่ามีโชคไม่ต้องการโชคขนาดนี้ครับยังไงครับ
ครับผมจริงๆพอมันเป็นการ์ดเกมยังไงก็ต้องใช้ดวงแล้วทีเนี้ยเราเลือกได้ว่าเราจะใส่การ์ดที่มันเสี่ยงมากหรือเสี่ยงน้อยอย่างถ้าเป็นหลักๆเลยคือผมอาจจะไม่ค่อยเล่นมาชามี่เพราะว่าไม่อยากจั่วได้ตอนเข้าเทิร์นแต่อยากให้แบบการ์ดทุกใบบนมือสามารถใช้ได้หมดเลยทั้งในเทิร์นเราและในเทิร์นอีกฝ่ายเด็กผมจะจัดแบบนั้นคือจะไม่มีแบบเดทการ์ดคือจั่วมาแล้วทำอะไรไม่ได้
It's a question of deck building. He avoid high variance cards. He prefer a card like Masami, I think, where you can use the cards in your turn or during your opponent's turn and to not draw that card anyway.
Very, very good. So going into the rest of the day, there's 4 more rounds. What's your mindset like? What's your strategy going into the rest of the day?
strategy ของพี่ให้บ่ายนี้มันจะเป็นอะไรครับ
สำหรับกลยุทธ์ตอนบ่ายก็เล่นให้เต็มที่ครับและที่สำคัญคือเล่นให้ดีและมีมารยาทครับ
playing with fair play and at his full capacity.
Nice, nice. All right, thank you so much. I congratulate you once again. We'll take a short break and we'll be back with you shortly.
โอเคขอบคุณครับมากครับ
ครับผมขอบคุณครับ
C'est l'heure du duel.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin.
Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça?
Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin.
Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça?
Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95。
All right, welcome back, everyone. I've got here Billy. Right now, we're just going to talk about how today's been going. Yeah, so we're 3 rounds in. We're basically at the halfway mark as we go into round 4. Round 3 is still going. And right now, it's still anyone's game. Like, we have more rounds of Swiss than there are players that normally command that many rounds. So,
yeah,
it's still anyone's game. What have you been seeing between the mains and the backup features?
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of Malice action, that's for sure. I mean, we know there's 5 Malice decks in the tournament, but they've kind of like snuck into all our feature matches so far, but all being played differently. I think that's the biggest thing that's been key for me for this tournament so far, is that they're not all the same Malice deck. I mean, the one that I like the most that I've seen so far was Yuna's deck in round 1. I've never seen the Sky Striker cards used in combination with Malice as a strategy, but it was amazing. And even just using the Hornet Drones token as like a Nibiru insulator was really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it has been a strategy where they just keep that token on the field to protect themselves from the Nibiru, so that if something does happen, they have that extra body. Even even the Yummy deck, they can continue with the Link Spider or so on and continue with their plays. It's
the same kind of thing. Yeah,
definitely very, very unique and take on it from other Malice decks, as you said. Were you expecting Malice to have, like, despite having such few numbers, to do so well? Because Yuna's still doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, when you have like 5 of the decks out of 27, like you expect like maybe 1 or 2 to do well. So yeah, I thought maybe 1 will probably sneak into top 8. We'll have to see if more Malice decks are going to be able to join Yuna. If Yuna makes it, just because you're off to a good start, you mentioned there's a lot of rounds. We're still early in the tournament. We've only had 3 rounds. Round 3 is still going on right now. We have some players still dueling, trying to get their wins, and even after round 3, no one's really eliminated from the tournament fully, because, you know, it's a long day, 7 rounds to play. You can take 3 losses and still potentially make that top 8 cutoff, because there's only 27 players in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we also have the new time rules, which in the 3 rounds, we haven't had many matches go into the time to apply the end of match procedure. We've seen it once, and with that double game loss, it sort of influences the number as well, because there'll be less wins overall.
Yeah, I think the players came in ready and practiced. They were practicing with that clock, knowing that it was going to be something you don't want to play till the time. You want to make sure you're done with still plenty of time on the clock. And we've seen some really good pace of play from the players, which I'm really excited about. Vanquish Soul, you know, being the most dominating deck in the tournament, you kind of expect it, or not when I say dominating, I mean the most played deck, because it really has not been dominating. They've been like kind of taking each other out, and like we just saw Vanquish Soul lose to Malice, which is going to be the deck. But seeing like all the different types of Malice, like we just saw TB11, but being used in a cool way. Like it was clearly designed for that combo, to be banished with Malice in the mirror, to access more of those Malice traps. Like all I'm excited about is all the variety. You know, a lot of times talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, oh, there's the best deck, it's the top meta deck, but no one really knows what the best deck is into this tournament, into this brand new format, because it's not only combined list, but Justice Hunters is still pretty fresh for the TCG. And seeing how all these strategies play out against each other has been awesome.
And we had Wanako just then, who has told us that in terms of like numbers versus intuition, he goes more with intuition. He goes with what he feels. He brought Malice because he thought the deck was cute. He says that when if and when he wins this tournament, he wants to have won with something that he likes rather than what the numbers say is the best deck. What are your thoughts on it? How have you usually approached tournaments as someone who's been on this playing field before?
Oh yeah, I'm kind of the same kind of way. Like I want to win with the cards that I love for sure, and comfort is always key. Knowing your deck in and out and all the different matchups is much more important than just playing what people might think is the strongest deck in the room.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see that it worked out for him, like with the TB11, with the Raigeki, both cards which are a little card, I'd say ones that we don't really expect to see. Are you the kind of guy to also play cards that people don't really expect and have like written off really early on?
Yeah, I mean, that is nice to have like the unknown factor going into a tournament and taking people by surprise, which is what Yuna might be doing with her strategy here this weekend. But not all. I'm not the kind of player that will like strive. Like I don't have to have that hidden factor. Like I'm gonna tell you maybe like what I'm playing. Like for instance, when I used to play like Domain Monarchs, I wouldn't wait for my opponent to ask me how many cards are in my extra deck. I would sit down and be like, I don't have any cards in my extra deck. You know what I'm playing. Good luck. You're gonna need it if you want to beat me. So while it's nice to have a hidden strategy, I'm kind of like an open book.
Yeah. And with that word luck, like we saw, like in a tournament, you need that luck as well. And it's very interesting to see how everyone approaches how to mitigate the impacts of luck in a tournament. With Wanako saying he just wants to play cards which are very flexible and consistent rather than cards that are high variance. What are your thoughts on like high variance strategies? Do you think that if you are a little bit underprepared, you would benefit more from playing high variant strategies, or do you think that if you were underprepared, you would still play what's tried and true?
Yeah, I'm going with consistency over like high variance, because like with high variance comes with not being able to play. Like you don't want to draw a hand and not be able to do anything. That feeling doesn't feel good. You want to have like the most consistent kind of deck that you can probably build. So at least you're going to have an opportunity to play against other different strategies and not just have your deck be the reason why you lost that tournament. But I mean, playing with the cards you love is really important too, because like that, your wins, not only is there like prizes on the line, your legacy is on the line. What people remember you for is on the line. Like it's your story that you're trying to tell to all these other duelists, and you need to paint the story that you want for your history.
Yeah, and it's not just about like winning the title is nice, but winning the title also means you get reinvited next year, which is definitely the prize that everyone really wants. Like, world champion's cool, but
I want to come back again.
I want to come back again and again and again and play on this very unique stage. It's not something that we typically play at home because it is an amalgamation of the two lists. But and it really influences our deck building decisions. What was that experience like for yourself?
It's interesting, because you qualify in like a particular format and then you have to play like a whole new game there. So like back in 2017 when I got to play, it was even more interesting because it was also when Link Summoning came out.
Yeah.
So the only like Link monsters we had to play with that were viable were from the structure deck that released alongside it. So it was like you had a Decode Talker.
Yeah.
And that was like it. So I like played like a true Draco deck because there was something that didn't require the extra deck because we weren't used to those rules where we weren't able to special summon like the extra deck monsters. So it definitely affected my deck choice going into the tournament. But at the same time, Masterpiece, the true Draco Slaying King, my second favorite card of all time. So I still had the opportunity to use that there.
Yeah.
But looking at this format and the players going into it with the combined list, it's also interesting because Justice Hunters really new, really fresh for TCG players.
Yeah.
But on the OCG side, those cards have been available for quite some time.
Yeah.
But they also have a lot of other cards available at the repertoire that they just can't use. Their Forbidden and Limited list with the set and stuff that they can't use that's already been out is much longer than what it is for the Americas.
Yeah, definitely.
Or the TCG in general.
Yeah, definitely. Like one we notice is the Maxi, which we saw how powerful it was in yesterday's Master Duel. Although the OCG players or the players from the East have had much more experience with Justice Hunters, they've played in a way which has to factor that card in, whereas we've, this whole time we've been playing with without Maxi. So in this format where there isn't Maxi, do you think that the TCG players might have a bit of an advantage navigating through Maxi and like navigating through format without Maxi. Like we're already used to those players.
Yeah, the other side of the coin, you're right. There is that difference. They might be a little more used to it. Maybe the OCG players kind of are happy to play a format without Maxi. You'd have to ask them their opinion on it. And I'm curious to know. So maybe we'll be able to get one of them on a post-game interview, and you can ask them about the difference between playing with Maxi versus not having it in your deck as well. Because that card's been forbidden for many years now in the TCG, but still viable in the OCG, and it definitely is a meta warping card, and it can create some interesting strategies.
Yeah, and with the competition, I like how everyone's, when you ask what everyone's happy about, they all want to play against people that they've never, or they don't normally have an opportunity to play against. And, the supposed best players from around the world, 26 of them, 27 of them, if you must. Do you think that the camaraderie built here is something that's like wonderful and long lasting? And like, how was your experience like interacting with like players from other regions?
Yeah, no, it's definitely awesome to meet players from all around the world, and it's the best players from all around the world. So for the weekend, it's a lot of fun. You get to take pictures with people you never get to really be with. A lot of the times I see players like going around with game mats, and they want to get every participant to like sign their game mat or a particular card and something in general, because these are the moments you want to remember for the rest of your life. These are the opportunities that don't come up every single day, and it's what it's all about. I mean, at the end of the day, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about friendship, and it's about breaking down barriers from all around the world and bringing people together, because it's really about the power of friendship. That's the most important part. I mean, prizes are they're going to come and go. Money comes and goes. Everything like that. But the thing that lasts forever is the friends you make along the way and the story that you build for yourselves.
Yeah, the memories as well. Like this is the end game. This is what every aspiring duelist wants to be. Like when they start out, they start playing locals. They start participating in regionals, and then they go into the WCQs and YCSs. And once they get the taste of competition, they chase the dream of making it to the World Championships. And once they're here, it's like they've made it. And then after that, do you think for most players, they feel like they've achieved it and they can take a step back? Or do you think the hunger to come back is even more there?
Yeah, no, once you achieve the top success, you want to go back. Just like Josh, he's been to 7 World Championships. It's something you want to do every year, and hopefully you watching at home are going to maybe attend the World Championship yourself one day. We're going to have to find out. We're going to be back shortly for our Round 4 feature match, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for more action here at the 2025 World Championship. I was trying to tell you to wrap up one point, but I gave him one of these things. Ready?
Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはスー したぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあお前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
You hear me? No. You didn't hear me. 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Welcome back to the coverage of the TCG 2025 World Championship live in Paris. We are now in round 4, as we have already witnessed some of the duels, that are enabling our amazing participants to try and have a shot at that top 8 tomorrow. I mean,
yeah, I can't believe we're already in round number 4. The day has been flying by so fast, and like you wait all year for the World Championship, and then once it's here, it's like, you want to savor every moment of it, but you blink and it's over.
Yeah, 7 rounds of competitions is fantastic for us, though we get to see a lot of great action, even though it's a small event, only 27 players, but so 7 rounds. I think a lot of players are going to get that maths confused in their head, because I think everyone knows, everyone goes around with the 2,000 player tournaments, they know how many rounds, probably know how many rounds you need to win to get the top cut, but 27 players, 7 rounds, I think no one's really going to know until the standings come out.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Definitely anyone's game still. I mean, we're only halfway through the tournament.
Yeah. And I mean, we already see some of those amazing duelists. We got as backup future what was table 1, witnessing, Felipe being the first duelist to advance with a 3-0 record. And that's obviously something to be very proud of.
So Yummy on top so far.
Yes, it is on top. It is definitely up there. And it could be joined by others soon. But for one good Yummy news, I have to bring one bad Yummy news maybe, because Ruben has lost against Lorenzo Muselli.
No.
Yeah. No, just
we'll keep this for off camera.
Just to keep it even, exactly. No, but regardless, I mean, it's a close. I've been told it was an extremely close match. They came down to a clutch draw at the end from Lorenzo, so I'm sure they tried their best, but I mean, it's been a pretty rough day for Ruben, I gotta say. I mean, we saw him lose round 1, and then in round 2, he was the player awarded the bye. So right now, he has technically not, won a match on playing. So he definitely, I'm sure, will try to lock in as much as possible, because he needs to win the remaining rounds.
Still has time to turn it around, but on the edge there for sure.
I mean, but yeah, we saw it already. Like, of course, you're gonna have some games that are more decisive than ever, but in general, it's difficult that you will have some free games here. I mean, you have a lot of experienced players. It's gonna be rough, yeah.
Yeah, he must be tired of playing Europeans by now. Maybe last year he just didn't have to play any Americans struggling to defeat some.
Yeah, I don't know.
Some of the
I mean, I don't know about that on the back of 2 North American champions, but I mean, sure, we can reminisce a bit. Even though, honestly, it has been a while since Europe has won a world championship, almost 20 years. So like,
has it been that long?
Actually, yeah, it's unbelievable.
Wow.
But yeah, it has been a long time. And I mean, OCG has just dominated for a long time at some point. So
it seemed like they were winning every year there for a while.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like there were just a few exceptions with Galileo maybe trying to, raise the flag with that first, second, and third place consecutively, which was one of the still most impressive runs ever at this event. But I mean, regardless, we have some interesting decks back into competition. Sky Striker, I can tell you, is still in it. Pretty sure it's sitting on a 2-1 record at the moment. Alongside the Lunalight was undefeated. So I mean, still some of those niche decks are still up there. And maybe, I mean, if it's a possibility, I would just bring back the deck breakdown once more to just for anyone who has missed it, we can take a look at how the decks are represented here in day 1 of the World Championship with the Vanquish all at the top. So yeah, let's try to bring up the deck breakdown if possible, so we can take a look at it again. And for anyone who missed it, yeah, it was Vanquish all at the top with 9 decks, then Yummy with 7, and that surprise of Malice with 5.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest surprise of the weekend next to Sky Strikers. 5 Malice decks is quite more. I thought there might be 1, 2, but no, 5 Malice and then only 2 Chrystrons. But after seeing Isaias used that in the round number 2. Really put on a clinic of why that deck is so strong. And your pick to win it this weekend. Only 2 players are playing it, but we're going to have to see if that is going to be the deck of the choice of the weekend. But this is going to be game number 1 of round 4 of the WCS. And it looks like they started in a Dimension Shifter. It looked like a Walrus, an Ash Blossom, all sorts of stuff happened within the first 20 seconds of this match.
Let's try to recap. First of all, I mean, Felipe is the duelist we barely saw in the backup future, one of the undefeated one, but as you can see, up against Shane on 2-1 score apparently. But yeah, I must assume, yeah, there was Shifter, then Fuva, which has been negated by Ash. So, I mean, Shifter is quite annoying for the Yummy deck.
Definitely. With the Synchros wanting to tag out and return themselves to the extra deck to special summon back from the graveyard, that's not going to be able to happen here for Felipe.
Yeah, I also feel like the Snatchies, you often like burn through quite a few of them on your first turn, but you don't really want them banished. You can get them back eventually, but you have to do that by having a field spell in the graveyard. But without any field spells in the grave, obviously you can't get any in the grave with the Shifter.
Yeah.
You're going to have a bit of a struggle.
And I think we could even see a pass with just, you know, the surprise bounce and the Akruki setting up 2 interruptions possibly. I mean, you don't really have to go into much else, but let's see. I think Felipe is gonna have a think about it. I think it's kind of reasonable. You could just pass with the surprise set.
You might be thinking of just going into 1 more copy of Yummy Snatchy potentially, just to have more options to synchro summon with.
Yeah, because actually, I mean, I didn't keep track, but we actually have to use the Yummies summoned by Obedience Code. Yeah, and I think that's what's going on here. Otherwise, they're gonna just be destroyed in the end phase. And makes sense. We just make an SP and call it a day, I think. We just set the... Ooh, we set 3 cards. Now that's better. Yeah.
Rest of the hand going face down to the spell and trap zone.
Oh, you can't summon.
Ah, yeah, you can't summon it, right? We are under Obedience Code. Yeah, that's right. That's right. We have to go into plan B, and that's why, yeah, the pass just made sense, I guess. Or
it
just...
yeah, there has to be some downside to summoning 3
yeah,
monsters in your
yeah.
deck with 1
Fair enough.
card.
That's right, good catch. I guess we just make Snatch and pass then. Yeah.
But if you make Snatch, your cookie is gonna be destroyed, maybe. So maybe you make a Synchro, but then you have to give up a Snatchy.
I guess Capsi, I mean, yeah, it definitely makes things more complicated. Might as well just add 2 and then just banish 1. You can see how annoying it can be to just having to deal with that Shifter.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, oh, okay, never mind. The Shifter is in a Vanquish Soul Canine. At first, I thought it was in another Yummy deck, and I was like, that's kind of bizarre to use Dimension Shifter in Yummy when it's a pretty strong counter to the deck. But much more obvious that the Shifter would be in the Vanquish Soul Canine strategy.
And it looks like a pretty nice hand. I'm seeing maybe 3 Vanquish Soul monsters, but it is rough with the Vanquish Soul deck. If you use a couple of interruptions on your first turn, you've used the Fuva, which has not been replaced, so because it's been Ash Blossomed, and then you've used the Shifter, you're starting with fewer cards in hand, and then you might not have those attributes in hand that you want to reveal.
Yeah, this could be the time for you, Marcello. Being able to have Vanquish Soul get a win here on a feature match would be quite nice.
Possibly. I mean, this is still a lot to deal with, but let's see what we get off the top. And Medlov is a good card to start things off with.
Yep, now that they have access to Vanquish Soul start, it's a little bit stronger than it used to be. Being able to get the field spell there and search out another Vanquish Soul monster of a different attribute than the one you have on the field could be huge.
And here comes a Dominus Purge, negating Mad Love, and having that nice upside that even though like often decks can kind of tag out their Vanquish Soul monsters to play around cards like Infinite Impermanence, Dominus Purge just negates the effect directly, so there's no way for it to sneak through somehow.
And it looks like he's revealing a couple attributes here.
Yeah, I mean it works all right because the defense of Capsi is just slightly higher than the Medlov potentially, but we are just gonna bounce back, as we can see here, the lowest, which is this Capsi.
But that has to be a little annoying there, right? Because now you've got nothing to synchro with the Snatchy.
Yeah.
But When does the Croaky trigger? I know it triggers. Does it have to be
When
destroyed or left the field or something like this?
I'm sorry, the what?
The field spell.
Oh, a croaky. Okay, I was like,
What do you call it?
I don't know. No, I think maybe your accent just threw me off there. But I think it's when a monster synchro summoned.
No, that's to destroy, but it's
that's
got
what you're
another
asking
effect.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's leave the field, which means we could have used it.
Just summoned a
yeah, to
another
summon
Cupsy
something
from
else.
deck, maybe something like this.
Stake Your Soul, a great card here. It's gonna be banished, right, from the Dimension Shifter.
Yeah, drawing that clutch fire monster there off Stake Your Soul, because I saw the stake, two darks and a earth, but no fires. But then drawing a fire to turn on Stake Your Soul, so powerful.
Yeah, this changes everything. So, but yeah, I do agree with you, Tom, that maybe we just forget about the.
It doesn't need to be destroyed or something like this, or it would be go to a particular place. That's
No, it's I can check. No, it's just leaves the field by an opponent card effect. That's it.
Oh, interesting.
Yep. Anyways, here we see arguably the most powerful card in deck. This Ollie Sue with the perfect attribute.
With the remaining cards.
Yeah.
And gonna summon a Zhao Long from the deck.
The whole hand on the table here for Shane.
Okay, we are just gonna switch, I guess, Capsy to attack. Yep. Might as well take the extra damage, and I guess we do play the K9 cards. We might just go for Reaper here.
One card got to be on the mind maybe is a yummy surprise. I can't remember if Felipe searched it, but it is quite a popular one to search.
And yeah, that is exactly what he knew about. And let's see.
He's gonna try and return the two monsters on Shane's side back to the hand.
Ooh, and it says okay.
I think he's responding using the effect of Razan, but Razan was negated by Infinite Impermanence, so
that makes sense.
Not too much of
Yeah.
an issue.
Still has the heavy border on the field. Zhao Long is going to special summon itself to the field. The first one came off the Holly Sue.
Yeah, it's still a lot of damage, and you always need to be careful taking too much damage against Vanquish Soul. Got one of the most powerful direct damage effects that modern Yu-Gi-Oh has seen for a while, I'd say, outside of the gimmick puppets.
We saw that in Master Duel yesterday, that's for sure.
And that's what it looks like going into the battle phase. But we know Felipe's got that Cupsy in hand next turn, and next turn he will be released from the Dimension Shifter.
Indeed. And I mean, yeah, banishing is surely annoying, but the field spell have just that additional effect to shuffle back even from banish. So, you know, you can recycle resources that way with the Yami deck.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a bite as well that you can't add back the Vanquish Soul that you use
with rock
for rock.
And I guess that's pretty much it. Yeah, Shane shuffling the deck, and solid attempt, but this one will be more on the grind side of things, with Felipe getting yet another turn to try and push back.
Yeah, I think he's got at least the one card in his hand. It's amazing, the Yummy deck. It's so resourceful, because a lot of decks, if all of their cards were banished, you would be in some trouble. But Yummy is more than happy to have its cards banished, and then you can just shuffle them straight back into the deck.
And we get a draw of Burger, but whenever you see any color that is not a monster, you're not happy in these kind of scenarios. You really need as many attributes as possible, but unfortunately he picked up the first release, I believe, or anyways a spell, so not gonna help with the disruption. And now we get Cupsy. Are we running the second surprise is the question.
A lot of players do.
Yep.
mean, Felipe survived the hardest part of this duel. It's just getting to another turn after getting hit with the Dimension Shifter is huge.
And there is the second surprise, so big in this spot. Is that... I think it's another Capsi, maybe? Let's see, because the only annoying thing is once you already have an Akruki, you would like to first synchro and use the effect to pop, but okay, that's what's gonna happen actually. Yeah, because we are not using the effect of Snatchy, it seems like. Either we have drawn into the field spell, or as mentioned, we much rather make use of this effect and then synchro summon.
Gotta keep the Crocky on the field.
I can't even remember how I said it now.
No, I think you said it the right way. I don't know. I was just in a daze for the moment, other the time being. In my head, I was like, I have no idea what you just said.
It's the field spell.
Yes.
It's on the field.
It was quite funny. But yeah, now the effect on the Synchro Summon is going to take down the Rock of the Vanquisher. Let's see if you can change the effect of Rock to summon from hand. But no, he's going to summon the white flag from the side of the table and surrender the game number 1 here. So sorry, Marcello, I spoke too soon about your Vanquish.
Jinxed it.
I jinxed it right away. But you know, this is our matchups. You know, going at it. I got to pull for the yummy player there.
Absolutely.
In Felipe.
And I mean, Felipe just showing us what the deck can do. Definitely not, you know, probably not expecting to be facing off against Dimension Shifter in game 1, but making the best out of it, and I think he has proved us why they are so good. But I think since we didn't get a chance to show you guys before the match started, I would like to hear the interviews that these two players had, just their presentation. So maybe why don't we bring up for you guys on screen the interviews from Felipe and his opponent right here, if possible.
But if not, we could...
Felipe Zapata Viseria. I'm from Argentina, and I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since 2016, for 9 years. I won my invite by winning the WCQ that was held in Bogota a couple months ago to winning the event. That's what I'm looking for most. My ace monster will have to be Elemental Hero Dark Bright. I think I will go with Croissant.
Another one is
another croissant enjoyer. Absolutely, but I mean, always love to see, you know, some representation. As mentioned, won the WCQ in Bogota, and here to make a statement, and already undefeated. So 3-0 and only 1 game away from making a 4-0 start, which is impressive. But now let's hear it from Shane Tai.
Maybe we'll hear from him just a little bit longer.
From him later in the post-match interview.
I'm filled with anticipation. None of the questions matter to me except for one.
We know what he's gonna say.
Or I mean, maybe he was the one macaron enjoyer, and then that's why we can't play the clip. Yeah, we just gotta.
It's a conspiracy. It's a croissant conspiracy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe, who knows, maybe this is our stretch on, you know, asking for Ami for a yummy croissant in the future, who knows. So I think that would be a nice one.
We just only pick players for the future.
Exactly.
If they gave the right answer.
That was the hidden way to get on the future match stage.
Exactly.
You have 1 or 2 options. The right one and the wrong one.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, factual. But I mean, now we go into the match with the Vanquish Soul deck going first, and let's see whether, you know, that shifter will be there. Obviously, some interesting side deck option available for our duelists this weekend. We have seen a lot of different takes on how to approach these matchups in terms of, you know, what they want to side into. And in this case, I'm definitely, you know, curious to see some of those options in the side deck. The main deck also looks quite different, so let's see whether that will be the case. Anyways, I think our duelists are almost done. Let's just jump back into action.
Yeah, I also think you touched on something cool there. We're talking about side decking and Dimension Shifter. He had the Shifter going second, but having Shifter going first against Yumi might be even stronger.
Yeah, absolutely, but I see a certain card, which I'm hoping we might get to see, you know, later on from Shane. And I can tell you, it's been a minute ever since we see that in action. So let's see.
I don't know what the card is, but I have a guess based off of the fact that it's Marcello saying he really wants to see it. That I have a personal guess, but I don't want to spoil it.
Interesting.
I need to. I don't know what's in the decks, but
Yeah,
I just know Marcello's some of Marcello's favorite cards.
Yeah, I mean, I have some controversial picks, let's say that. So I might have peeked into some interesting options, but let's just see. I mean. Shane definitely with you know, backs against the wall, not only one game down but also one match down as compared to Felipe 3-0. So really needs and wants to stay in this and win it. So
I want to know. I feel like Artifact Scythe is probably one of Marcello's favorite cards. Maybe that's
Sanctum. Is my favorite. Scythe is just you know the ending of it. So anyway, the ends to the mean, yeah. It is.
Oh no! I hope it's not the artifact we saw yesterday.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not. Do you want?
It's
do
a
you
song
want
that
a hint? Do you want a hint?
I know.
Here, give me a hint.
Guess the card. Okay.
We've been playing Guess the Card all weekend.
Exactly.
Just so y'all know
by
at
the way.
home.
Okay, I'm gonna give a hint to any of you guys. There might be some Ojamas involved.
No.
And that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay,
But
that was not it.
Delta Hurricane for sure. Delta
No?
Hurricane.
Okay,
for sure.
perfect.
Oja Muscle.
We'll see who gets it. Not quite.
No.
Not quite, maybe. but-
Ojama Yellow.
Yeah, imagine. It's. I mean, for attributes, maybe.
Is there a level? Oh yeah, is there a level 5 Ojama?
Aren't they all light? I want to say.
The fusion, is it 6? No, maybe it's
they're-
level 6.
There's
the
none.
Ojama
level-
King?
Yeah, none of them are level 5.
Yeah.
No,
and they are all
no, it's definitely level 5 Ojama.
Ojama Knight.
Yeah.
Ojama Knight is level 5. Yeah, you can summon it off instant fusion back in the day. Yeah.
That's true.
So, who knows? Maybe.
Make a
But here are our duelists. Nice fist pump. Let's take a look. Oh, and I see the card. I can tell you that much. I do see that card, so I'm excited to see it in action. And we see the Infinite Impermanence. And, ooh, Ardron Field Spell is a great way to start things off here with a Vanquish Soul start.
You do have some controversial favorite cards, Marcello. I gotta say that's a hot take.
Did you see what card it is?
I know. I kind of. It came to mind once you said the Ojamas, and then I saw a little bit of the card. I was like, I see.
I forgot they're even on that card.
I didn't see it's my. I didn't say it's my favorite card. I said it's a nice card to see. I think because I mean I always love when cards that have not been played for like I don't know 15 years come back into the mix. So.
Yeah, it's a nice card to see. Maybe if you're Shane, but.
Oh no, if you're Felipe, honestly, it might be an nightmare. But
yeah, I think he may disagree that this is his favorite card. I think maybe Chain Disappearance it's just a more fun version of the same, even though it's definitely worse. But
maybe it doesn't have Ojamas in it.
It's got Man-Eater Bug.
Oh, that's Man-Eater Bug on the card.
Isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
But you see Vanquish Soul really off to a great start. Holly Sue summoning Dr. Madlove from the deck, and the Madlove is going to grab Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. Now, Heavy Borger is going to return the Madlove to special summon Borger. That's right, the Madlove is the dark attribute that Shane will need to draw a card already.
I feel like it's a very unique way of revealing cards. Maybe I've just not seen it before to like just put the card on top and show the whole hand.
Yeah.
Sure, I feel like you normally just put it on the table.
I used to do that where you like stack your hand together and reveal the front card. Yeah, I kind of like that.
Oof, and we see another clutch top deck from the side deck, I believe. I mean, this is an opener from Shane. I mean, if Vanquish Soul doesn't win this game, then my hopes are definitely going much.
We're about to see your card.
Here it comes.
There it comes, some Ojama's Spice with the power filter. I mean, for anyone not familiar with the card, I mean, the text is quite simple for it.
I don't know, it gets pretty complicated.
Yeah, I mean, either player can special summon monster with 1,000 or less attack. That is it.
Wow, what cards can you activate now in
the not the Ojamas.
Yeah. You can't activate Obedient Scald. You can't activate the Hornet Drones.
Can't link summon.
You can't link summon. You can't special summon. You just can't do anything.
Normal.
Summon. Lollipo is going to try and shuffle back the Holly Sue, but Rocket the Vanquisher is going to chain to add it back to the hand, of course.
I'm unsure that I would do that, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Because this is the only thing that's going to happen, right?
And could we see an RP Feather Duster is the question. Because that could be a way to deal with this game.
Yeah, because there's just no...
Ooh,
it is hard to
there.
Feather
Oh my!
Let's go!
Wow.
We still have a goat, though. We still have a black goat loves. But
Yeah,
just
but-
like, I just don't see... There was just no need to do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the Black Ghost last is quite strong. I was going to use the Dust Devil.
Dust Devil, you
And
can
then Chain
destroy it. Yeah, I mean, you're still probably going to win, but there's just...
Yeah, I totally agree with you that maybe, you know...
We can only assume he's going to call Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you say, Tom. I mean, when you're at the World Championship, maybe you could expect it, and yeah, I think that is it. I mean, the Black Gold Loft really does it. I mean...
The layers.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so much to stop Felipe in his tracks, and this just means that the Vanquish Show finally gets a win on stream, and we will be moving on to game 3.
But was it the Vanquish Soul really? You know, I think it was the Black Goat. I think it was, you know, I think it's Aliba's mask. That's what I've heard on the Black Goat.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows? It's a mystery. Yeah, it's
The Black Ghost laughing for sure. I mean, it's cool to see the thrust going for the Duster, but it kind of being irrelevant there. I mean, essentially the power filter was irrelevant too. Just needed the Black Ghost laugh to call Yummy Snatchy. But if you're at home and going to your local OTS and struggling against Yummy, that's something you do want to consider because the Black Goat laughs is so powerful against that Yummy strategy.
Yeah, there are sometimes decks which are like so efficient, so consistent at doing the one thing they do really well. On the other hand, it makes them like quite targetable. So if you're like, oh, my synchros are really powerful, or Snatchy is really powerful, you say, okay, maybe I'll just remove them. Maybe I'll play my Dimensional Barrier. Maybe I'll play my Black Goat Laughs and call Snatchy. Or there's another card we've seen this weekend as well. We're not quite seen it on stream yet, but I've seen it in a few players. Side decks maybe to target those Snatchies.
Yeah.
So.
But I mean, it's not the first time that we have seen Felipe in action, because we did see Game 3, and in the previous Game 3, he was also going first, and he won due to Solemn Judgment. So we can just assume that those are gonna be back in his deck for this Game 3, just supporting his engine, most likely taking, you know, the place of those Fuvalos, which are gonna be in most of our duelist main deck this weekend. But outside of that, he also has some interesting cards, both in the main deck and side deck, especially playing around a lot with the ratios of these Yummy monsters, and we'll see what he decides to bring in to just close this one out. I think regardless, it will be a close one. Can Vanquish pull off the comeback, or will it be Felipe advancing with a 4-0 undefeated record? I'd say let's find out. Let's go to Game 3.
Hold, gentlemen.
Hold.
No, but it's been a great time here at the World Championship
absolutely.
so far. I mean, we've seen some iconic stuff. I mean, that game right there was pretty incredible. The triple tactics thrust. Who would have thought power filter? Not me. All right, let's go. It's game number 3 here at the World Championship.
Vamos. Yeah, let's go. And I mean, we are seeing some of the shake-up with this RP Feather Duster, as mentioned, Billy. But now it's gonna be the Yummy deck going again first. But the question, always when you play against Vanquish Shoal, is that Olisu gonna be in the end with the right attributes to back it up? Because that can make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that's very difficult to really interrupt on your first turn. You have to have something very specific like an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring or something like that. It is always a very specific hand they need, but it does seem to happen. So, you know, just a couple of monsters and a Holisu can make all the difference.
I also want to note we're going to a game 3, 30 minutes still on the clock. You know, sometimes if you go on the internet and read some of the comments, you would think if you're going to a game 3, there would be no time left on the clock ever. But that is just simply not the case if you go into a tournament and prepare for, you know, the time rules, which we've seen that's something I've been really impressed with all of our players, is they came here knowing like how fast they had to play at an adequate pace to make sure you don't go to time, because that doesn't benefit anyone.
Yes, indeed. Also helps when you activate, you know, Power Filter and Black Goat.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Goat Lash is such an incredible card. And players are going to get a second chance to get their hands on it in the 2025 tins and Mega Pack bundles that are coming out very shortly. So if you're looking to stop Yummy, that will be something you want to pick up, another opportunity there.
Yeah, it's such a fantastic and versatile card, the Black Goat Loves. There are loads of decks which just include it to, you know, maybe if you can discard it off something, then you can use it going second even, which is not something a lot of trap cards can do.
And here we see Macharmi Purulia. I'm not the biggest fan of the card against Yami, I have to admit. No, not so much.
I guess if they have Obedience School, it doesn't do
But also the Sky Strikers, you know, it doesn't really do all that much. You can, I mean, at like really best case scenario, you get like 2 draws off it, but most likely you can just get the 1. And we are checking extra deck from Felipe.
Yeah,
that can't be a good sign, can it?
Yeah, usually not. Because usually when you're going through extra deck like this, you're thinking like, okay, what can I do? I feel like that's like the thought there.
We have. Oh, we don't have any monsters.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
That is a good card, okay.
That's why he's looking through his extra deck, is the Pot of Prosperity.
Yeah,
He's thinking about what he's going to.
Could it be that he might want to go for 6? Usually it's a 3 in this deck, but maybe he's just like, yeah, I think he might go for a 6, which is quite rare in
Probably looking for like Obedience School or something to help play around with that Perilia.
But yeah, I'm also sure that, I mean, I'm sure that there is no other monster in the end, and that makes it, you know, tougher to start. So yeah, I would get rid of the second Herald maybe.
I do always wonder though, if you like always want to go for 3 with Pot of Prosperity, I don't know why you'd want to actually include it in your deck, because it feels like not necessarily worth it if it's always a 3.
Ooh, and there it is.
He would have got it in 3.
He would have got it.
He would have got it in 3, Tom.
You disbeliever. There it is, proving you wrong immediately.
And it looks like the way he separates them, and maybe this is part of like his testing habits to see like, oh, had I gone for 3, this is what I would have hit. So I could see that being the case here, but he's not immediately grabbing the Obedience School, so maybe he already has it.
Oh, wait.
Oh, okay, so we were wrong. Gonna grab the Cupsy.
Maybe he was like sorting out which ones were his favorites, because the top 3 were definitely the best.
Definitely.
Do you really not go for Obedience School first if you have it?
I'm wondering maybe
you must already have it, right?
Your hand is like, you know, doesn't lend itself to Obedience Schooled.
I mean, this hand is amazing, I know that. But I don't see the Obedience School maybe, but I don't know.
Ollie Sue.
We do see Ollie Sue with a fire. Do we have the Dark? We do have Jokul, and what an opening this is.
Finally, we're seeing why Vanquish Soul K9 is such a strong deck. You're going to add the Caesar Valius.
This is absolutely brutal, isn't it? Because you get so much, and you've invested so little, because the the Rasen's replaced itself, and there's going to be the Caesar Valius to pop card. This is just incredible.
Holly Sue, Steel, no, Hornet Drones is gone.
But now, I mean...
He needs that Obedience School.
Exactly, like, do we really not have it? Because, I mean, even if you have Orange Drones, I feel like you just go Obedience Chain, Orange Drones, you can just keep it around, you know?
And you have 4 monsters all of a sudden without giving a draw to Perilia.
There is no way. I mean, yeah, this is quite the issue. As Tom mentioned, we do have the right attributes to just pop a card with the Caesar as well.
Yeah, it's so powerful having that Caesar pop on the first turn, because players often want to set some like powerful traps. That's kind of what you do going
But
first.
we do have Thrust. Maybe we can just go for that Obedience with Thrust. That's an option.
That's why he didn't take it. Okay.
There you go.
Now it's how dare we question Felipe? He knew what he was doing. There's a reason why he's 3-0. He already basically had a copy of it with that triple tactics thrust. Smart stuff.
Yeah, smart stuff indeed. And this does complicate things, because suddenly the one pop from Caesar turns from amazing to not so relevant at all. And yeah, this doesn't really give any draws as well.
Mist is coming.
Yeah, it's so much easier to not give any draws when you just get to summon all 3 straight from the deck.
And you can see, yeah, this is not gonna be quite it.
Yummy Snatchy is going to place
Ooh,
Field Spell.
And we go for a Crookie instead. That's an interesting one.
Makes sense if you've got a few monsters to clean up.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And it also plays around Caesar, you know, more.
Looks like he's going for, is that Cupsy way?
Yeah. We're gonna go Cupsy way, and here we do chain the Caesar.
We don't want to chain the Cupsy way, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, to the activation of Caesar?
I thought so as well.
Yeah.
Because you can't, once they're on the field, like there's not so much to do with them.
But also
them out again,
because
right?
Maybe he's just using it to like check the Caesar whenever it's going to finally be activated. Going to discard a useless Sky Striker Mobilized engage from the hand.
I definitely think that was worth it, because I mean, you could have forced it out with the cookie, and at the same time, yeah, you would have.
I'm not going to question Felipe for a second time this turn.
I know.
Fool me once.
I know.
Fool me twice.
The thing is, you don't give
get
them
fooled again.
draw. Yeah. True. But yeah, now we go for another Snatchy.
This is going to protect him with the quick synchro effect from any sort of targeting effect.
Yeah, but now we give draws because we are still under the Purulia, so.
Yeah, this was such a crazy opener from Shane with the Purulia followed up by the Holisu.
I'd say both were really good, but, you know, Prosperity, Trust, and Ornate Drones. It's also up there. But yeah, we do get a draw off that Purulia finally. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be all that relevant, and we can access Surprise. Okay, so I guess Lollipop Away is an option to just keep this plays around. But we only have 6 cards in the extra deck, by the way.
Yeah, this is one of the problems. Like, the deck can be very reliant on the extra deck. You need all those snatchies, you need those synchros.
Yep.
Gonna take a quick peek at what is left.
Yeah,
just
pretty
a
much.
handful. He might have more cards in hand than extra deck.
And we're also locked into Beast. It's important to remember.
No Herald or Arclight.
Yeah. So I think it's gonna be the Lollipop. No, okay. Last second, no. We decide to go for the put both face down instead with the Cookie.
Cookie Yummy Way.
Yeah, smart. Just
no
not,
chain.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Doesn't want to give Felipe the opportunity to tag out those synchro monsters. I love the art on Cookie Yummy Way. Just that upside down Cookie Yummy is so funny to me.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, like, if it chained earlier in the turn, the Cupsy.
Yeah, I think
would have
definitely
been fantastic.
That would have been great. I mean, forcing out something else, popping one with the Cookie that was already in graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not a great spot here for Felipe.
No.
He's gonna have to, I don't know.
Because also now the Cupsy is in attack position for whatever reason also. And yeah, that's 0 attack because there is no minion on field.
You can put one on the field, but you're right.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, worst case scenario, we can just bounce, but no, yeah, it's gonna be a tricky one, yeah, for sure.
Because those monsters are gonna be flipped right back face up.
And also I mean, not that it matters all that much, but yeah, we are in the same column, I guess. Let's see. It's gonna be an important draw here from Shane. And
Mad Love.
yeah, holding 5 monsters in hand, and now we can just flip 6 maybe actually. Yeah, and it's gonna flip those Caesar and Razen back up.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy start for Shane.
He knows one of the set cards is a Yummy Surprise. Gonna flip up the Razen, flip up the Caesar Valleys.
Valleys having the non-targeting destruction, also very handy.
Ooh, but there is a Solemn, actually.
Yeah, quick question, can it negate flip summons? I have no idea.
Yeah.
It can?
It can.
Okay.
Definitely.
I feel like it's one of those older cards that don't say summons a monster. They say they list all the different ways you can summon a monster.
I just know that because it was always tricky with I have a Sangan set on the field and I flip summon it and then summon gets negated by Solemn Judgment. Was it ever on the field?
Oh yeah, I remember someone explaining that to me when I was a kid and thinking it made absolutely no sense. I was like, it was definitely on the field.
Well, it was face down. Was it on the field? You don't know what it was. It's one of those old puzzle rulings. And now let's see how Shane is going to navigate this turn with a full grip of Vanquish Soul cards. Going to normal summon Dr. Madlove.
No effect. Makes sense.
Doesn't want to let him tag out those Yummy Way synchro monsters. Goes to battle phase. Going to force out the surprise. But it's just going to take it down.
Really?
Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove with a punch over Cupsy Way.
What a turn of events, honestly. He takes both down. Wow. I mean, I guess the plan is after we take this damage, we just use Surprise on a Synchro then?
Just to summon it back?
Yeah, I guess just to put everything back into perspective.
You can't do. He's either going to take the 50-50. If you chain a surprise, it's just going to destroy what he brings back.
Exactly.
So he has to just let him pick and hope he misses the surprise. And he does.
Oof, he does miss.
So this at least gives Felipe a little bit of interaction because he can surprise back the Synchro, and then if Shane does anything, tag out the Synchro, bring back the Snatchy. Then he has the double Book of Moon with the cookie that he's going to return to the extra deck.
Yeah.
And he also has the destruction from the Quirky?
A Crocky?
A Crocky?
A Croaky? What do you want to call it?
I don't know.
And
a Crocky sounds good.
I feel like, you know, it is always surprising how much you get out of a single yummy synchro, but I feel like it's somehow not going to be enough to rely on this against the whole field.
No, it really seems like Felipe had it in his bag, but maybe that one decision, that only one questionable decision is all it takes sometimes to, you know, end up on the other end of a duel, and it seems like that will be the case, because, yeah, we just see how much his opponent is able to do. And now, though, we are activating, as we can see, this Olisu, which means we can finally bring back the Cookie Yummy Way into the extra deck to bring back 2 more monsters. And I mean, the Yummy deck only really needs 1 card to be working with, as you can see. We are gonna be able to have so much advantage going on.
So he summons back Cupsy Way and Cupsy Yummy.
Yep. Drawing a card.
Almost like complete opposites to the deck, don't they, with the Vanquish? So once it runs out of cards, it's just gone. Whereas Yummy, it kind of uses everything, and then it's just got 1 Synchro, and then...
Oh, that was a decent draw. I mean, at least it's something.
Yeah.
Drawing an Ash Blossom there.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting spot again, because that 50-50 was huge. I mean, definitely...
I mean, the game when it ended on the spot had hit the Yummy surprise.
Absolutely.
But I mean, it's still pretty tough. He only has a couple of forms of interaction, and I think Shane just has more monsters and interaction that Felipe is going to have.
Yeah, for sure. So do you just let your opponent just keep summoning all of the Yummy monsters you played on their turn, so they get to play on yours?
I think you have to. You can't leave them, maybe, but...
When you
The rock is going to activate the effect, so that's going to allow Felipe to return the Cupsy Yummy Way to the extra deck to special summon back 2 more Yummy monsters from the graveyard. Probably going to summon something like, definitely a Yummy Snatchy, and then whichever Yummy monster he wants to summon.
And I think we chain Olisu here. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Which effect is the question? Are we taking, or yeah, we are taking.
Goodbye, Cupsy. It's funny, it's like you gotta imagine like Holly Sue's playing the Crane game and just takes it off the opponent's side of the field. So he's gonna bring back the Cookie, which is going to be able to destroy a card and Snatchy, I'd imagine.
Yeah. We have not used the effect of a Cookie yet this turn, so let's see.
Cookie's going to go after Mad Love. Maybe not. He's moving.
Yeah.
He's moving his target finger over to. Is it going to be Holly Sue or Valius? Sorry, Marcello just tickled me and made me giggle a little bit there. Put it, Marcello.
Yeah. Okay, no, it changes, as you've mentioned last second, to the Caesar. And now we are using this Snatchy. Interesting. Oh, no, okay, it's this Synchro effect. I was surprised. I'm pretty sure you want to keep the Akruki around.
Yeah, we've used 2 out of 3 Synchros. We're going to get to use some more in a moment.
All right, revealing.
Oh, for the Mad Love, this is?
Yep. To return the monster with the lowest defense on the field in the hand.
Yeah, maybe the targeting finger should have ended on the Mad Love.
Because, yeah, the Caesar Valius had already been used, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was the 50-50. Now a Ripper is coming down here for Shane.
Yeah, I agree with you definitely there. I mean,
no hand effects have been used yet by Felipe, although I think the draw off Cupsy was an Ash Blossom.
Indeed it was. But holding it here, knowing that things could just get even worse than they are already if he does use one of those effects from the hand. Looks like Shane's thinking about adding Lantern. Okay, now that the time has been going down, they need to start playing a little bit faster, potentially.
I mean, yeah, even though
12 minutes is still a long time.
It's a fair amount, I guess.
Yeah, Bank Result is an incredibly interactive deck, almost sometimes too interactive for the taste of the person who's gone first and has had the opponent summoned 4 monsters or something. But here we go.
So Jokel's effect's going to summon Canine Jokel and Canine Lupus from the hand.
Then we can add one from deck, either, you know, let's see if we have Lantern or just good old Izuna. Yep. And I mean, this is so much still. We can just set up a couple more interruptions. But also, we again, I'm just, you know, rewinding back again, there was this option of the Akruki, no? To summon with the Medlove. Because as in the other game, you can still activate whether you bounce it back to the end, and that was not...
As long as it's not returned to the extra deck.
Yeah. So...
Alright, Valon's going to come down next. And it looks like we're going to link away the Cup C and Ripper. Probably for an SP Little Knight.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. SP.
Clean up.
Decent decision here. You could also get rid of the field spell if you want, but...
Well, surely if you banish it with SP, then the field spell will trigger. If you banish
I mean,
the Snatchy.
Yeah, makes sense. Finally getting rid of this Akruki, and I mean, this is an interesting field. Of course, yeah, you have just so much interaction.
Yeah, I mean, he's checked his opponent's graveyard quite a few times. He needs to lock in, because the only way I can really see him losing this game is it taking too much time.
Well, you say this, there's quite a few cards in hand for Felipe. I guess one of the issues is when you've activated a Pot of Prosperity, it makes your extra deck just so much weaker in terms of what it can achieve. And sometimes in these like grindy games, you need those weird extra options that you might not otherwise. In like most games in Yummy, I think you just, you know, you could probably do with the Yummy Synchros and 3 Snatchy, and that'd probably be enough. But in a game where your opponent's got a lot of resources, you might need to pull some of your sort of niche options out the bag.
But that's it. So we do see a draw. And now we can special summon our Yummy monsters. At least that's the good news, I guess. But then we are, we have at least 4 interruptions that we need to deal with. And that's rough. So we do...
Starts with special summoning Cupsy.
I would assume so. And let's see what the chains are going to be, because...
I would put 4 even on the low side of the interruptions we're going to see.
Okay. So I assume something has been activated. Maybe
I guess the
Mad
Yummy
SP,
Snatchy, right?
Or
they went to the life points. I assume he paid 100.
Yeah, but
it was a chain.
Okay, it was. I guess SP was chained, and then Valon was chained later on. So we still can normal summon, and we get the surprise. So at this point, we have Mad Love and Rock available.
Yep, it looks like he's going to use the Rock of the Vanquisher to add back from
Maybe
the
Caesar?
graveyard.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Caesar is back, and at this point we might allow Felipe to continue.
Yeah, still so many cards in hand for Felipe. It's amazing just how much advantage you get. Here comes the cookie. Cookie gonna get bounced straight to the hand.
Yep.
So maybe the plan is simply you just keep your opponent off any monsters, and then that'll be it.
And I think that's pretty much it, because as soon as we get to the Link one, we can just use the Caesar.
Yeah.
And that's should do it. I mean, I guess we can put the field spell on, but we are out. And yeah.
Yeah, he also has Holly Sue as well. Oh, he's just going to use Mad Love here, maybe.
No, Mad Love has
oh,
been
yeah,
used already. But yeah, we do have both the Holly Sue and yeah, that just seems like it's gonna be it. We only have monsters in hand, and there goes the end shake. Shane does the comeback and takes this round 4 by storm. Great effort from Felipe, but it is gonna be the Vanquish Soul deck taking it.
Yep, we finally get to see the K9 Vanquish Soul in action, and how good it can be when you draw the right combination of cards. Like, it's night and day different whether you have the Holly Sue plus, you know, the right attributes, but when you do, it kind of snowballs into so much advantage in so many ways to disrupt your opponent's play on their first turn.
I mean, absolutely, but you gotta give credits to both. It was really one of the longest matches we have seen. I think the longest by far we have seen all day. And
the first 2 games were quick, but then that last one went the distance.
Exactly. I mean, it makes sense. We saw a lot of interactions. I don't know. I think it really is one of those games that you can go back and watch if you're Felipe, and you know, just I feel it's one of those games that when it ends, you just wonder. My end was so good that I'm sure maybe I could have done something different. And it was the case for both, to be fair, because, you know, whenever you see that all issue with the right materials in hand, it's always tough to fight back from. But, I mean, I think it was a great display of why these 2 decks are the most represented today.
Yeah, I think there was, like, that key moment you were talking about, right? Was that the game 3 where you could tag out the Synchro?
Yeah. Absolutely. It's sometimes that reflex when your opponent says something, you just say, okay, and then you go, oh, shoot, I was supposed to use this card, and then I forgot because I just said, okay.
Because not ending with Yummy Snatchy on your field can't feel very good there.
No, absolutely not. And at the same time, there was so much that could have been done, I feel. Maybe even that Cookie Yummy way, I think he took for granted that there was going to be a chain from that Caesar. But I think Shane, kudos to him as well. He played it really smart by saying, okay, yeah, I don't need to chain. You just committed yourself to 2 synchros. I can just flip them over and try to attack next turn.
Yep.
And exactly what happened. And he even had a bit of misfortune, we could say, in losing that 50-50 with the Caesar, the turn, because the game was 100% over there. So it only looked closer because of that. But, I mean, yeah, if we think back at the end, you open, you got pretty much Pot of Prosperity, Ornate Drones, Trust, Solemn Judgment, because we saw that the card that was popped at the end was Solemn Judgment. I mean, that's the dream end. So
it's hard to construct a hand better than that one. But
well, on the other side, Barulia, Holly Sue,
all the different
Razen, Jokul.
I mean, those are the games though that you like, you know.
Exactly.
When everyone has all of the tools available, it's when, you know, the great Yu-Gi-Oh comes to fruition even more. So we'll see. On the one hand, of course, given that our match took quite a long time, we won't be able to show you the backup future that has been concluded long before this one. So
long time ago that match did.
Absolutely. Sure. But I mean, soon enough we will check on some of these results, because I mean, Felipe couldn't quite make it to the 4-0, which means, you know, the spot is still open. They are now both on 3-1, so we'll see if there is even a 4-0 at all at the end of these few rounds. I believe 1 should be kind of guaranteed, but outside of that, you know, it's completely open.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I love about the World Championship, is having 7 rounds. Like, you can get those losses and still find a way to make it to that top 8 cut. It's a little more forgiving because, I mean, it's only 27 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, 27 players, but yeah, 4-0, you're almost like locked in at that point because you'll have such strong tiebreakers, but you never want to say that to yourself. You just got to get 1 more win in the bag.
Absolutely. I mean, again, it's close, but I think on the back of your mind, you just gotta try and stay as focused as possible, because this has just been, you know, kind of like the central duel of the day. From now on, you know, it's the second half of the tournament that opens up, and 3 remaining rounds. The most important one, I feel like, you know, you should be settled at this point. You know your opponents. You start to know what they are playing by looking around, and these are the most important matches of your life.
Yeah, definitely. Not even just looking around. Like after every round, you know, all the players kind of go back into the same players' lounge. There's always discussions and everyone talking about like what happened to their matches as well. So you just kind of get more comfortable as the day goes on, and sometimes you get too comfortable. You got to lock in and focus and finish strong, because it really is still anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, Yummy is definitely one of those decks that's really like a head scratcher after, because a lot of decks you kind of play and you can map out all the interactions, but Yummy you come off afterwards thinking like, could I have done something different? Like, because they have about 10 different points of interaction. They tag out here, they synchro there, they do about 10 different things during your turn, and you can kind of see it all coming, but then they can kind of wait to do things. So it's definitely one afterwards. You could like try and analyze a game and go through all the different paths, but it's almost impossible to map out.
Yeah, and hindsight's always 20/22, because you're going to be thinking differently when you don't know all the cards in your opponent's hand. So just having that different thought process could really lead to a different result also. But looking back, like, oh, had I known he just had everything that he possibly needed, I should have done this there. It's always something you got to... It's still good to assess your games after the fact, though.
Yeah, totally. I mean, again, you learn more from especially the losses, and we have mentioned... especially when you're playing against the top players in the world, there is always something to learn, whether it is, you know, just a specific play or the way they've sided against you. And I think that's why we are excited to now hear it from Shane Tai, which, you know, has been the winner of round 4, player that has made it all the way to the 3-1 record, playing Vanquish, so K9. So I think we want to hear it from him. So let's just go to the post-match analysis.
Right, I really need to pee, that's one thing, but I'm feeling alright.
Yeah, of course, that was a very long match, and from what I saw, you lost to Yuna in the last round. She's also 4-0 now, so you're doing quite well. Your tiebreakers are quite well. Does that make you a bit confident going into the later rounds of the day?
To be honest, I'm just taking things round by round, so we'll just see where that goes. But yeah, hopefully Yuna wins every single round.
Definitely. So, my main question, why did you pick the deck that you chose, and why do you think is the best deck for the tournament?
So I think like throughout the entire training preparation process, I tried every single deck, and just nothing was as comfortable as VSK9. It's a deck that helped me get here in Taiwan. So I just said, yeah, let's do it. And if I can high roll enough, then I can high roll my way to day 2, and then we'll see what happens. If I can't high roll, I go home a happy boy.
Yeah, like I think a lot of people who didn't want to play the deck weren't wanting to gamble with having the right amount of attributes. We did see you get quite fortunate as well. What's your approach to luck in the game? Like, how do you factor that into your strategies, and how do you try to mitigate the impacts of luck?
I whisper interesting things to it at night. No, I'm kidding. It really boils down to just testing what kind of ratios work. And I feel like right now VSK9 is roughly a cookie cutter list.
Yep.
So I think it was just in those remaining slots, what attributes should we prioritize? And the build came from there. But also shout out to like the entire Singapore community that the deck I currently have, even though there's like 5-6 like flexible slots, it's essentially like the minds of so many people helping me test, figuring things out, and even like giving their own opinion. So it's really the brain work of an entire community rather than just myself.
Yeah, so how much preparation did you put into? Were those people really willing to help you out in this tournament, which doesn't really matter to them but means a lot to you? Are you playing for the country, sort of?
To be honest, like actually for the first, like I've represented Singapore in different fields before, I would say. But when it comes down to this, like I feel like everybody was super willing to help me, and I feel like everybody's just cheering for me. It's the first time I feel like an entire community is like kind of come together behind my back to support me. So in that sense, yes, I represent every single one.
And what does it mean for you to be here this weekend?
It's still surreal.
Really?
Every round I play, I'm just like, I'm here, but I'm having such a good time as well. Everyone's super friendly. Like I'm having the most fun matches. We're just laughing. Like every single round, I'm just laughing with my opponent. So I think I'm having a great time.
Definitely, I've definitely seen you laugh as well across the day. We're going to take a look into one of your matches, starting from game 2. Around this point, you draw, I believe, the Black Goat Laughs, and that was a pretty cool card. And then you also play a card that we haven't seen in quite a minute. Marcello was definitely talking about it, and tell us about this. What was going through your mind?
So this card, a lot of the more experienced Singapore players, shout out Lao Niang, Yogi Bear, they told me like you have to play this because your weakest matchup is Yummy. So that's exactly what happened. And then once I saw the Black Goat as well, I knew I was safe into Harpy. I was hoping he just Obedient School and I'd win the game from there. Once he thrusted, I was like, yeah, you're good.
So we'll go into clip 2, which was exactly where I was going to show next. It's when he thrusted into the Harpy's Feather Duster. You knew you were safe, didn't you?
Yeah.
If it comes up. And then, see, this one, he goes for the thrust, he goes for the Harpies, and you're like, no, that doesn't matter at all, right? So how certain were you like that you had this game?
Once I saw the 3 back row I had, I knew the game was like set and match because this is the bait, this is the throw.
Yeah, cool. And then going into game 3, so you had I would say a very impressive start. You had the Perulia, you had the Holisu, which also had the right attributes. There was a play where he didn't choose to get Obedient School from his Prosperity. What were your thoughts on that point?
Okay, so when he didn't get Obedient School, I thought that maybe he was just greedy enough to try and go with the striker plays, or he didn't have like a single starter and he felt it was safer to just get surprise in rotation. So that was my idea. So I just had to play into it. I feel like if I didn't play into anything and just let him go off with the Sky Striker combo, there was no way I was coming back from that. So I had to play into it. And yeah, once he potted into the Cupsy, I was terrified. I was like, yeah, he's going to get surprised, but I'm going to have to stop at least something, at least stop the board from getting bigger. And my thought process as well was that I have to get him to use Obedient School because my hand couldn't play through Herald, but my hand could play through a rough board as long as I don't misplay. So that was the thought process.
Yeah, so this clip is from game 3. It's when on your second turn after you had a very, I guess, a tough navigation at the start where you were trying to just enter the battle phase without triggering the Synchro's effect.
Yeah.
And then at what point did you figure out you needed to be more proactive than passive?
Yeah, so once he set it up 2 synchros, I was quite surprised because I thought there would at least be 1 link, 1 there. So the surprise can bring something back and then you can book a Mumi during the battle phase. So when he booked a Mumi on his turn, I was super happy. I was like, okay, I got this. Just flip both. And then I normal summon Mad Love without effect. The reason why was just to play around droplets. Just to make sure I can clear the bodies, but at the same time also if he were to droplet me at any point, I can either use Mad Love to decrease his attack or at least I have an extra body to attack. That's why I didn't go for the field spell. And looking at the rest of my hand, I knew I could just control the game in main phase 2. Holy Sue and Mad Love, if it doesn't use the attack reduction, would just basically answer the rest of the Yummy responses.
Yeah, and it looks like you definitely expertly navigated your way, bridged into the K9 part of the deck as well. And was this just another day in the office for you, or were you thinking out every play, making sure that you didn't make a mistake which he could then capitalize on?
Yeah, I had to think everything thoroughly through. I had a lot of respect for my opponent. I feel like he played well. And it's the first time I ever made SP without a minion being anywhere on the board. So the second I made Ripper, I was like, I need to get rid of this Cupsy on my field, and at the same time, I need to be able to clear his grind game. So there's no minion, at least I can get rid of a Croaky. So it was harder for him to kind of like get stuff back in the deck. And then from there, I just counted my interactions with how many summons he has. I only lose to Obedient School and Droplet and nothing else. And even Droplet, he has to drop like 3-4 cards.
Yep. So, and then that's pretty much you just locking up the game, even though you weren't ending the game this turn. Was the clock ever on your mind? I do notice that we were dropping down fairly low. Was that ever applying pressure to you? Did you ever take that into consideration?
So the thing is that Felipe is actually a super chill dude. We were like, he was asking for the time, I was asking for the time just in between rounds when we were siding. So it's never really a consideration because I think for the first 2 games it went by pretty quickly. Like I just knew when to scoop, he knew when to scoop, and then we could just spend the most time on game 3.
Yeah. And looking into the difference between the East and the West, what are your thoughts on the differences between the deck building and technical play between the 2 regions?
I personally think that Max C should be banned.
Yep.
I think Max C tends to allow players to be a bit lazier in thought because it's just throw the card, draw your deck. However, people may disagree. But personally, I feel like testing for Worlds, it feels way more skillful. Sadly enough, it's the truth. I feel like today has been a way bigger test of my ability versus any other OCG time.
Yeah, so that is what we were wondering. So on the one hand, the OCG players have had the Justice Hunters cards for much longer than the TCG, but the TCG overall have been practicing or playing without Maxi for a longer time. So which one do you think is the bigger adjustment?
The bigger adjustment, actually, I think is us.
Yeah.
Playing without Max C is, especially when it comes to VSK9 or Yummy, because your non-engine slots change a lot.
Yep.
Yummy being an Max C being an Earth is very important.
Oh, definitely.
So I think it does actually make a drastic difference in the nitty-gritty details. If you look at a list blindly, you won't necessarily realize it, but as you play, you'll feel the difference.
Yep, definitely. And with your deck building, are you more of a person who looks at the stats and goes off the numbers, or do you go more with intuition?
I go with what my friends say.
Oh, okay. You put a lot of faith into your friends?
Yeah, I'm not... Okay, my gameplay is, I would say, above average, but my deck building is below average. So a lot of it is really through the opinions of my friends, and it's really just like bouncing back theories. So my voice is in that conversation.
Yeah.
But all my success, normally my deck list isn't made by me.
Right.
To be completely honest. Even Taiwan, 2 guys told me what to play. I said, sure.
Yeah, that's great. Like they say, it takes a village to raise a child. I guess in this case, it takes a village to raise a duelist, and you are representing not only your country yourself, but your entire region as well. What's your plan for the remainder of the day? Like, obviously you're in a very comfortable position. You don't want to lose the momentum. What's your mental game like?
Well, whenever I enter a big tournament like this, it's always just take round by round, stay as relaxed as possible, have as much fun as possible. That's when you make the best decisions. When you're stressed out, you can't think properly, but when you're relaxed and you're having fun with your opponent, that's like what really creates more memories for the game.
Definitely. Is there any specific deck or a specific player you're afraid of playing against, or you really want to play against?
I've lost to Malice in every single big tournament this year.
All right, so you're definitely here to take them on, or are you afraid of them?
I want to run away.
All right. It's not a lot of them, but yeah, congratulations again. You've done really well so far. We wish you the best of luck going into the remainder of the tournament. Hopefully we see you back at some later stage, but we'll now cut to a break, and we'll be back with round 5 shortly.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここ こにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあお前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
Have you ever wondered how to actually qualify for the World Championship yourself? We're going to break down to you, and with we, I mean one and only Billy Break and myself, Sebastian, to talk to you through how to qualify in the TCG, in Master Duel, or in Duel Links, all the 3 different categories, how you can manage yourself the way to the World Championship. And Billy, you're going to start off with the TCG, aren't you?
Yeah, definitely. That's right. I mean, I've qualified through the World Championship, through the point playoff. There's so many different ways to get to the World Championship through the TCG. But you got to start playing like at the local level. You got to go to your OTSs. And then beyond that, we have regionals. And if you go to a regional, that's where you're going to find your invite to the NAWCQ. That's step number 1. If you aren't able to get that invite, though, there's still another chance. At the NAWCQ, we hold last chance qualifiers. And that's going to be your last chance to get into that NAWCQ, the North America World Championship qualifier. Yes. But when I go back to the points playoff, just by playing in those regionals throughout the seasons and our YCSs and some of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, you're able to accumulate points. And if you're in the top 16 throughout the year, which means you've done better than all the other players at regionals throughout the year, you accumulate your points. We have a point playoff on Friday at the NAWCQ. You're able to play against the other players in a single elimination tournament on 2 sides of the brackets, and only 2 of those 16 players will make it to the World Championship. If you watched the NAWCQ this past year, you would have seen our players, Julian and James, made it through the points playoff. And then you're able to also qualify through last chance qualifiers to get into the NAWCQ. So if you didn't get to go to any regionals, you should still go to that World Championship qualifier because you'll have that opportunity to play in a tournament. And if you win that 16-person tournament, you're able to get into the qualifier.
Totally. So a couple of things that are different from Europe to America. You mentioned, for example, the last chance qualifiers. Those are not a thing in Europe. But instead, for example, we have something very cool like open events, which is basically a bigger regional, and you can win the UK Open or German Open title. All kind of different countries in Europe have that very, very cool event where it's another regional and another way to qualify then for the European World Championship qualifier. And then at the European World Championship qualifier, it's pretty similar to what you have in the US, only in our 16 players that we have at the points playoff, 3 of them actually ended up making it to this World Championship, and that could be your way, of course, as well. And they have also grinded the entire year, the entire season to get to that playoff and then secure their spot in the playoff. And then in the main event, as it is in the US, the top 4 finishers are also going to go to the World Championship, which is where we all want to go eventually, of course. And that is your way to do it in the TCG, but that's not the only category we have, of course. Second category is the most recent one, and that is the Master Duel category. And in Master Duel, it's completely different from the TCG because it's not really coming down to that one event, but you have more chances of qualifying throughout the year. You have multiple Duelist Cups. There is 3 Duelist Cups in total. There's one in October, there's one then early in the year as well, and and that is really, really, really insane about it, the winner of every Duelist Cup, the singular person, qualifies for the World Championship. The cool thing though is you don't have to go on your own. You don't have to go alone, right?
You can take your friends with you.
That's really the crazy thing. Yeah, exactly. You are the team captain, and then you can take 2 persons with you. So the Master category is played as a 3v3, and you have therefore 2 more members to take with you. So you have to get the effort on your own. You have to qualify, but then you can take your friends with you, which is really cool. And then if you couldn't make it through the Duelist Cup or one of the Duelist Cups, you still have the regional qualifiers at the end of the season, where it's a little more forgiving because you only have to basically finish first place in your region. For some regions, for example, this year in Europe, it only has to be first or second place even. That's, for example, how Team Snipe Hunters made it back to the World Championship because they finished second place in the regional qualifiers this time around. And therefore, there's multiple ways. Still, in the end, though, it's only 12 teams that do come to the World Championship stage here. But of course, you could be one of those 12 teams next year in the end then. And that's not even all of it yet. We also still, of course, have Duel Links as our third category.
Yeah, Duel Links is very similar to Master Duel, but they have the same Duelist Cups and ways to qualify throughout the year. But the only difference is you're not going to have that team aspect in Duel Links. But with Speed Duel and Rush Duel, there's 2 different ways you can play Duel Links and still qualify and make it to the World Championship.
Indeed it is. So you have the KC Cups and the regional qualifiers, as you just said, that is absolutely possible in both of these use ways, and it's also a very limited field of players, and it's a really, really hard competition, and it's very, very much every single one of them eager to, of course, become the world champion. So I hope all of you at home are also now eager to maybe get your shot at competing here at the World Championship. So maybe see you next year for next year's WCS.
Welcome back, guys, to the coverage of the TCG 2025 World Championship in Paris. We are now in round 5. Things are getting serious, as pretty much there could be already some duelists who are locked in Top Cut if they win this round. So, and there it is. But actually, only Yuna has that possibility, as she's the only one undefeated after the 4 rounds.
Yep.
What a run.
Yeah, I can't say I am not surprised after seeing that impressive round 1 from Yuna defeating Ruben, but then we have 8 more players with only 1 loss that are going to be competing for those final 8 spots. And even with all the players with 2 losses, they're still going to be able to have the opportunity to win out and make the top 8 tournament. Since this is round 5, there's still, including this round, 3 more rounds to play, so definitely not out. But the players with 3 and 4 losses, it's going to be a tough climb for them. And you see Ruben there sitting at 1 and 3. It looks like he also ended up losing this last round as well.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate. On the other side, of course, we have Felipe in 2nd place. He also had a chance to advance to 4-0, unfortunately losing in the end. We have Dino, which is one of those players who qualified with quite an interesting strategy in White Forest. And by the way, spoilers, we are gonna be seeing him in action for this round. But as we are going through the list of names, I mean, I also saw Lorenzo Muselli was able to, you know, get back on his feet after the round 1 defeat and then winning it 3 in a row. So a lot of interesting names, but for now, congratulations to Yuna. She's gonna be the one having a chance already to pretty much almost go home 2 rounds in advance. You know, if she wins this one, she doesn't even need to show up kinda for the last 2 rounds. So I'm sure she's feeling great about her chances to advance, possibly even losing all 3 rounds. Who knows? But
definitely want to at least win the next one to lock it in and guarantee it. Sure.
I guess so. But as already mentioned, the game that we are going to be featuring is going to be Table 3. And I'm excited to say the least for it, because as already mentioned, on one end, we're going to have Dino with this unique take, the only deck that we are going to see with those White Forest cards in it. But against him is going to be Tom Kleine-Brage, top 4 at the European Championship with Lunalight.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite decks right now, with a lot of favorite cards of mine. But yeah, White Forest versus Lunalight, probably not a matchup I would have expected before this weekend. So see both players in contention here, competing still as the rounds are winding down. It's going to be an exciting one.
Yeah, let's hear what Tom has to say.
I'm Tom Kleinreber. I'm from Germany. I've been playing this game for, I don't know, 15 years probably, and I'm so excited to be here. My first Worlds, hopefully not my last one. I qualified for this event at the European Championship. I got top 4, and yeah, I played with Rugi, Raziel. What I'm looking most forward this weekend is the entire event. Like, I've been to Paris. Paris is nothing new for me. Like, I've never been to the World Championship of Yu-Gi-Oh! Like my dream, and I'm just excited to be here. Looking forward to meet all the great players of the world and just have fun and enjoy the experience. My ace monster, probably Kastira Arisat, because he's like the monster I had most success with, like losing 2 finals unfortunately. But yeah, like I qualified with Mitarugi, so maybe also Murakumo. Yeah, croissant.
And the theory continues. The croissant enjoyers are there with Tom. Obviously, great guy, as mentioned. After losing those 2 finals, definitely deserving of a spot at the World Championship. Who knows? We'll wish him best of luck to make it. But now, to make also our great analyst happy, we do have some representation for the Oceanic side of things. So let's hear it from Dino.
Hi, I'm Dino Spasovsky. I'm from New Zealand. I like playing weird, strange, off-meta decks that people aren't prepared for. I qualified for 2025 Worlds through the Oceania qualifiers, where I came 2nd place. I am just looking forward to seeing all the new players that I don't get to see ever because I'm from New Zealand. We don't get to travel anywhere. So just making friends, making connections, and just playing some really good Yu-Gi-Oh! My ace monster has to be Ib the World Child's Justicia. When that card got released, I played it in every single deck possible until it got banned. I prefer croissants over macaron.
Again.
It continues. The croissant dominance.
Absolutely, the streak. We'll see. I mean, whether we're eventually gonna get one. I mean, at this point, I'm just wondering if people don't even know what a macaron is, and they just
they
answer.
are delicious.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Little cookies with like the little
the
flavor
inside, almonds. Yeah, I mean,
but it depends on the flavor of the like.
Absolutely.
All croissants are gonna basically taste similar, and then macaron, like one flavor can be much better than the other.
You can put some different things in croissants. You
True.
can put some chocolate in it or something.
but
Maybe
the
I'm
good ones
upsetting
you don't
French
need
people by saying this.
I feel like the chocolate and almond croissants are just like old croissants, like being reused, right?
Absolutely, but I mean that has been an amazing way to have this presentation for these two players. We have not seen them in action yet, but I'm excited. Two very different takes, I'd say. But overall, Tom has been known for playing meta decks, like super renowned meta decks, probably always with the top 2, top 3 best decks of the format. And I'm actually shocked to see this Luna Light match. So I'm excited to see it. Let's see who is going to take it. And we already see the ends. I believe they have already rolled, and I think Dino is going first. And yes, that is the case. Probably a big die roll in this case as we open with the first White Forest card that we see all weekend, which is gonna be that Sylvie.
You can see Dino just laughing there. He plays the card, Tom immediately picks it up. It's probably his experience of the weekend. As I was saying, it's like one of those cards where I kind of like, most people probably know what it does, but you want to double check it because it's not a card you're playing with all the time. So you just want to say, okay, I'm just going to double check all of these cards. Got to figure out what's coming for you now. And we're going to search a White Forest spell, and then we're going to search it, use it to search another White Forest monsters. And here comes LZ.
Yep, Tales of the White Forest adds LZ of the White Forest. There's a couple versions of LZ. There's also the Azamina one. But this is going to be the original one. It's going to be able to send a spell and trap from the hand of the graveyard to special summon herself to the field and special summon.
Yep, it's not going to be quite one of those spell and trap that works perfectly with the White Forest. It's going to be a Book of Eclipse. Definitely a popular choice. I've seen a lot of Book of Eclipse this weekend, both on Master Duel and now in the TCG. What do you guys think of the card?
Oh yeah, it's actually wonderful. I really like the formats where you can play something like that because it's something you can use going first as a defensive option, but it's also something that you can use into a field as long as they aren't link monsters. But Mulcharmy Flawless is huge here against the White Forest strategy because they do utilize the extra deck quite often.
I feel like in more recent sets though, the White Forest deck have got some very powerful main deck monsters and they really help you play through a Fualos.
Yeah, but in this case, it's going to be the Arciela, one of the best cards, as it allows you to send spell and traps again to add any White Forest card.
Yep,
Let's see.
Send Morian, and Morian will be able to reset itself as well. It kind of works like a Book of Moon on a special summon monster, being able to turn a special summon monster face down. You can also reset it from your graveyard if you control a Diabell, I believe. Might be a level 7 or higher spellcaster, but...
Yeah, all these themes of the Diabell and the White Forest all kind of moving together very nicely.
Oof, and look at this. So much advantage coming off Dino's way, adding the Diabell Z, the White Witch, to his end.
Yeah, are we going to have a sort of mirror match of everyone reading everyone else's cards?
Maybe. I mean, Lunalight, I'd say it's to be a little bit more expected. Definitely also from the OCG players. I guess it has been played a bit, but White Forest, I mean, it is the unique deck, so no one else is playing it this event, and maybe they should, given that it's on a 3-1 record.
Yeah, and especially with Droll and Lockbird not being as popular as it was before, it definitely works to the White Forest advantage. Now we see another Synchro Summon. It's going to give Tom another card, but it's also going to allow Dino to add back a spell and trap card from the graveyard.
Diabell, Queen of the White Forest, one of the most powerful extra deck options for this deck, allowing to add any spell and trap back, so even the Book of Eclipse, and that is going to be the case. So we have a lot of disruption in terms of spell and traps.
Yep, now it's going to send White Forest card to special summon Diabells.
I thought you said that, Synchro, did you say it was called Dark Magician of Chaos? Is that what it was called?
That's the first thing I thought about it when I first read the card. I was like, this is very similar to the old Dark Magician of Chaos. Now going to send down the, I believe it's the Philodiabell? Or no, the Philodiabell is the spell. This is the Curse of the Diabell.
Yeah. And that is essentially a EC Raigeki, potentially. So if we want to use that effect later on.
It adds Philodiabell.
And then that adds another level 8, I think. Another level 8 Diabell, so there's one more dragon, I think, to come out of the deck.
Yep, Diabell Star Vengeance.
This does quite a lot for you, I think. You can pay half your life points and special summon a Tuner Synchro or something like that from your extra deck.
Yep, it also can take care of a card on the field as well.
Yeah.
That's a lot of things.
Wanted, Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. I know those players doing Snake Eye format saw this card a lot, but now we don't get to see it as often. But it's going to add probably a copy of Diabell Star, the Black Witch.
Yeah, because this is where the engine, you know, meshes into the Alzamina cards, which are also a key component of this deck, able to set up even more interruptions.
Sends a Stellar of the White Forest from the hand of the graveyard to special summon itself, and going to be able to set a Sinful Spoils from the deck. And you set Deception of the Sinful Spoils. As you said, the Azamina cards are going to come into play. Dino already has on the field what he needs to reset the Morian also from the graveyard. That's going to be some great interaction.
Do you have to reset it in the end phase, or can you just reset it?
Just whenever.
Just whenever.
So he's going to be able to send the Vengeance, which is a great card to send for Deception because it can summon itself from the graveyard to add the Hollowed Azamina. This is a card that kind of cheats out the Azamina fusions. Instead of using monsters, you use a Sinful Spoil cards to count for the materials required for the fusion summon. Going to just go straight into Ilias Silva, which is going to offer him a negate.
I guess the good news is we did get 3 draws, a list of this Fuvalos, but this opener is starting to be quite impressive from Dino.
So banishes the 2 cards, summons back the Diabell Star Vengeance. Looks like he's thinking he needs to set the trap again. He's going to use the original Sin Keeper's effect. Oh, wait, maybe he's just activating the Hollowed Azamina to return. Oh, no, he's adding it back. Okay.
Yeah, adding it back because that main deck monster is an Azamina as well. So fantastic.
That always trips me up because you always assume they're going to put back a fusion.
Could we be almost done finally, or are we gonna do something else?
You have to wonder what this fill would have looked like if not for the Perulia.
Yeah.
Sorry, not the Perulia, the Fulos, yeah.
Get a draw.
Wanted is, it looks like he's going to put back the Deception, so he's not going to be able to reset that there at the end phase, but not a big deal.
Oof.
Yep, gets to reset the Morian now.
And I guess worst case scenario, we can just set the Book of Eclipse and call it a day, but let's see if Dino has something else in store for us. Yeah, that's going to be the Raigeki effect for Tom to deal with. Yeah, that was in attack. And I believe, yeah, that is it. So we do set Book of Eclipse. We move on to the end phase, it seems like. And that's a pass for Tom. Obviously gonna have again a read. I mean, these are those kind of scenarios where time can be tricky. And I can already inform you that Dino's only loss was actually, I believe, the only double loss that we have seen this tournament. So he couldn't, you know, quite complete the round in time, and then unfortunately didn't, you know, manage to close things out before those 50 minutes. So it's obviously something to keep in mind. And yeah.
Yeah, you see he's kind of hedged his bets on that, knowing his opponents are going to have to read his cards. He plays at a lightning fast pace.
Yeah.
There's only this is a huge combo that he really went through in under 3 minutes. Or sorry, I guess it's been about 8 minutes. Yeah, there's I'm used to 45 minutes. Yeah. So it's still a decently long turn.
Yeah, that's a fair bit more. But yeah, fair enough. Now we do get a full end of cards, I believe 8, if not 9 for Tom. And let's see.
Yeah, this is one of the times where you want to ask yourself, is my opponent playing sort of field breakers? Are they playing hand traps? Because if they're playing these field breaking cards like Book of Eclipse, they might start to stretch your negation. Yes, I mean, here we go. 1-2 punch.
Yep, Book of Eclipse with the call by to banish the Elias Silva to try and resolve it. That's huge.
Yeah. That's actually a huge response from Tom, who might just be able to do whatever he wants now, given that, I mean, he has to deal with the Book of Eclipse of Dino, but...
If he has something like heavy polymerization or a way to get Liger Dance out really easily, this game could be over in minutes.
Yeah. But like, the thing is, now you can't use the Curse of Diabell anymore. It's completely useless. You can still use...
Morian?
guess, yeah.
Does it require you to have
2 Diabells, yeah.
Morian or
Curse? Morian, no.
Morian, you can just target a special summon monster and put it face down.
Pretty much another...
But Luna Light Masquerade is going to send Silverhound from the deck to the graveyard to special summon a Luna Light from the deck, and it's going to be Luna Light Gold Leo. Gold Leo on summon is going to allow Tom to try and add a Luna Light monster from the deck to hand, and then he has to send a card from his hand to the graveyard.
Yeah.
This is the one like lock that is in the deck. Like while that monster's on the field that was summoned by Silverhound, Tom can only summon Luna Light monsters.
Luna Lights, even though there's no lock, because of the requirements, it feels like because you need a bunch of Luna Lights in the extra deck to make good use of Liger Dancer, you almost like need to play the Luna Light deck by itself. You couldn't, for example, try and jam a Fiendsmith engine in it or something like that, right? You just have no space in the extra deck.
It is quite full. It looks like he's adding yellow. I mean, he had the Yellow Martin already in hand, so he gets to send the Yellow Martin, and that's going to allow him to add a Luna Light Speller Trap from the graveyard. And it looks like he's also going to use the Gold Leo to add the Yellow Martin right back to the hand. And then he's going to go for a Luna Light Fusion. This is another way to get Liger Dancer onto the field pretty quickly because it lets you use a monster from your extra deck if your opponent controls monsters.
We're going to see the double Book of Eclipse. Both sides of the field, we're going to have a nice bunch of face-down monsters. These flipping face-down can be very premium against certain decks, but against decks which fusion summon, it feels a bit weaker because you actually then would much rather the monsters were destroyed because you can always fusion summon with face-down ones.
That's definitely a good point to make. That definitely comes up with the Yummy versus Draco Tail matchup a lot. But yeah, Luna Light Fusion is going to be the next card here from Tom. He's going to send Leo Dancer probably. But then he's also going to have to send 3 Luna Light monsters alongside that if he wants to go straight into a Liger Dancer. With all those cards he drew from that Mulcharmy Fualos, he's in prime position to be able to do so. And it's not like you're just losing all that value from using all those monsters. A lot of the Luna Light monsters will get an effect if they're sent there by card effect. But it looks like we do have a quick pause for some reason here.
Or maybe just translating it. Tom obviously from Germany, and maybe they don't read such good German in New Zealand.
Potentially.
I feel like there's a special, like, there's a difference between speaking, you know, a different language, but then being able to read the Yu-Gi-Oh cards from another language. I feel like you can pick up a little bit more from cards than you can with your language abilities.
But I mean, as mentioned at the start, this was gonna always be the future match of reading from both players, and that has been the case up until now. Book of Eclipse shining a lot. Essentially, we have 2 interruptions to go through, which is Dino's own Book of Eclipse face down, alongside another, you know, smaller version we could say, because it's just one single face down on a special summon monster through the Morgan. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you say this, but why you don't need to deal with your opponent's interruptions if you just summon a Liger Dancer. They cannot be used against it, so just destroy the field, attack, and go to game 2, you know?
Looks like they're just having a quick discussion about something. I haven't seen anything crazy happen just yet. But it looks like, yeah, it's going to be a little further discussion. It looks like they might be done. It looks like he's looking back at the match, but it looks like we're going to jump back to us real fast. But, I mean, yeah, this is kind of the unexpected matchup of the weekend. I mean, the big surprise is 5 Malice, but Lunalight and White Forest actually just even be included is absolutely incredible. But, yeah, it looks like they figured it out, and they're jumping right back into it so we continue where we left off moments ago.
Yeah, you have to imagine this Lunalight fusion about to resolve, and what else would we summon other than the powerful Liger Dancer? Mixing lions and tigers is no joke. I wonder how well it translates into other languages. Do you have a Liger in Italian, Marcello?
Not quite,
it doesn't have the same ring to it.
I've seen our dear Leonard, which is rocking today on stage, a leopard ring. And he did it on purpose, not even joking. His pun, not mine. Not taking responsibility for that. So
I don't think anyone wants to take responsibilities for Leo's puns.
His suit today is something else.
Yes, absolutely. I mean,
I hope you got to check out the Macedals team. He's just shining bright. Okay, so he's just going to use the Lunalight fusion to go into Perfume Dancer, looking to go into Liger Dancer later on. But Perfume Dancer is going to allow him to add a Lunalight perfume from the deck to the hand.
Yeah,
unless there's some sort of effect negation here from Dino.
Okay, if he was in the feature match area, we wouldn't be able to see him. It would be just just have a disco ball in the player cams.
I'm down to disco. All right, now he's looking at the graveyard. The Yellow Martin can summon itself back from the graveyard at some point by returning that Masquerade to the hand or any Lunalight card. Perfume Dancer also has the effect to return a Lunalight card to the hand and then special summon a Lunalight monster if you so choose to do so.
Has there been a normal summon yet? I don't think so.
Nope.
So the world is his oyster at the moment.
Looks like he's going to use Black Sheep to either add polymerization or add back a Lunalight monster.
I do remember a long time ago when this deck was first popularized. It won a YCS, and it mostly just centered around summoning rank 4s, but a bunch of people thought that the Lunalight fusion was really important because it was Lunalights, and everyone was kind of crazy rushing to get this card, and then that seemed to go around faster than people was going, no, you don't actually, no one used this.
Nope, here comes that normal summon of Kaleidochick. Kaleidochick's kind of the heart and soul of this deck, being able to send a Lunalight monster from the extra deck or deck as cost and copy the name. Dino is well aware of the effect there and going to activate the Book of the Eclipse before Tom Cannon. Keeping that the card face down, the Kaleidochick, is huge because you just kind of recycle that card from the graveyard over and over again. But as you mentioned, face down isn't great with fusion decks because you can still use something like polymerization to get it off the field. And the best part is Kaleidochick's effect, if it's sent to the graveyard for a fusion summon, you're going to be able to add that polymerization right back, or he can use the Masquerade to add polymerization back. And then the Masquerade effect will also let him use polymerization to banish from the graveyard for the materials, which is an easy way to get Liger Dancer onto the field. But he makes a second copy of Perfume Dancer just to get that Kaleidochick back into the graveyard.
So we just need to figure out then how to get the Kaleidochick back onto the field somehow, but as you say, you've got that Perfume Dancer that can just special summon monsters straight out.
And we got rid of Trust, even though, I mean, we could even use it, and
this
that speaks volumes.
This means he is using the Masquerade effect to add back the polymerization, so he will be able to banish the materials from the graveyard. So the Kaleidochick comes back out. Dino knows he can't let this card resolve, so he's using the Morian to put it back face down right now. Every time that card is touched down, Dino has gone after it. Smart stuff here from Dino.
Yeah, he's clearly got a plan, because you can't access the Liger Dancer very easily unless you use the effect of Kaleidochick. Tom just going through the graveyard there, so maybe that means he's going to use that, is it the Silverhound? Graveyard effect to banish itself to negate a spell or trap.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one here. We do have a lot of effects going on still from Tom with Lunalight Perfume now in the graveyard, so let's see.
Does this Diablo Trap not get banished after it sets itself?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
A lot of cards do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's very common, like you set the card back, you can't just keep setting it back forever, but apparently
and
this one you can.
Yeah, yep.
No, it does get banished.
Nah, you're right. Good
Score
call.
one for me.
Good call. Quick fist bump there for Tom. All right, now it looks like Tom, the other Tom, not the Tom sitting next to me, is going to banish Lunalight Perfume to try and add a Lunalight monster from the deck to hand and then discard a card. Discard talent.
This is amazing. Discarding talents and thrust. Just like, yeah, I have all the cards I need. What of it?
Really?
All right, so now it looks like he's using Perfume Dancer to return the Masquerade.
And there it is.
Special summon Kaleidochick again. Is
Third
there anything
time
else?
the charm. Yeah, first time the charm. Finally, it should be fine, but no, okay. Again, prompting a response.
But yeah, here's the patience from Tom saying, look, you know, you've used I'm just going to summon another Kaleidochick, and then you've only got one more face down card.
That's it.
And then I'm going to negate that one. So I know there's just nothing that can be done to stop me.
Yep. Finally gets the Kaleidochick to send the Leo Dancer to the graveyard. Now the Kaleidochick's name is going to be Leo Dancer. But more importantly, he has the material he needs for Liger Dancer.
Yeah, gonna make sure to not mess up anything. We have seen plenty of duels already where, you know, the player is just miles ahead, and then let's see.
Here comes the Cross Sheep, one of my favorite cards come out recently. So much fun to bring back monsters from your graveyard and fusion summon at the same time.
Yep. Uses all the monsters from the hand. Or he's banishing them from his graveyard, right? Because he used the Masquerade earlier in the turn. Kaleidochick's special summon it back. The Liger Dancer's on the field. The Kaleidochick came back thanks to that Cross Sheep.
Did he banish a Kaleidochick as well?
I think so. I think he banished one of them.
Yeah, it's got that. It's got so many effects, it seems, Kaleidochick. But one of the effects is if you banish it, then your opponent can't use effects during the battle phase.
That's true.
Which is just, yeah, a very strange line of text, but pretty I saw players using it in Tenpai occasionally. You could just banish it with the Gold Sarcophagus, and then, yeah.
Now Triple Tactics Thrust is going to be activated. He did use Did he use a monster effect?
Yeah.
Oh, the Ilya Silva, yep.
And also there is an interesting interaction here, which might be niche for some, which is if you Book of Eclipse, you can still destroy special summon monster because they keep remembering, you know, that they were special summon, and this is exactly what's going on. And Dino has seen enough. What a play from Tom! Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Dino knew that as soon as he got the Liger Dancer on the field, it was going to be over. He tried to stop that Kaleidochick every time it came out, but really came down to those Fuwalos draws. Tom had so many cards, he was going to be able to keep on playing through every interaction that Dino threw at him there.
Yeah, it is pretty devastating to see when your opponents use that Fuwalos and you're thinking, okay, well maybe they've got some like hand interactions. I'm going to push through those. I'm going to set up my field, and then I'll be good because my field's going to be so powerful. But then when your opponent's playing, instead of playing the hand interactions, they're playing all these super powerful spells. They're so much better against an established field. You know, like what's an Ash Blossom going to do against that field? Maybe nothing. But then when you do this combo of like Book of Eclipse and Called by the Grave, and it just cracks through the field with 2 cards, and then Tom's got like 8 cards in his hand left over to fusion summon and attack the game.
Yeah, because the Liger Dancer not only does it have 3,800 attack, not only can it destroy all your special summon monsters, it can attack twice. So once you have that on the field, you only need just like, what, 400 more points of damage?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's pretty easy to clean up there with Luna Light.
Absolutely, and I mean, if we have seen that approach from other decks, it just makes so much sense to do it in Luna Light, where, as mentioned, you can just pretty much Raigeki the field through pure engine. And yeah, Tom is looking in a very, very good spot, considering that, to me, the only concern might be time, because they took about 20 minutes to get that game down, and it might be a question of can Tom really wait it out, or should he just pick up his cards at some point? Like, what's the threshold for when to pick up the cards and try and go into a game 3, you know?
Yeah, I think, so we saw how long it took there. It was about 8 minutes, so maybe you just have to access that White Force card if you don't have things like Book of Eclipse.
Yep.
Maybe Triple Tactics Thrust will help him access things like Harpy's Feather Duster, because you saw White Force relies on a lot of set spell and traps and forms of interactions, so it's really going to depend on the cards he draws. But I could see a quick concession to go into game number 3 and going first, where things would be pretty good there for Luna Light. But
yeah,
it's tough.
Definitely got to be a consideration, because I mean, as mentioned, it has already happened to Dino as well. And when you're both on a 3-1 score, definitely you don't want to make your opponent's life easier, you know, and just both go down to a 3-2. So I'm sure they will try their best to at least make it to a game 3 if Tom is not going to just completely stop him and get that 2-0 lead. But, I mean, in terms of side decking, I think both will be improvising, not gonna lie. I doubt that they prepared, you know, with this matchup specifically in mind. And especially Tom, we have seen just how much reading yet to do throughout the previous game, so.
Yeah, kind of the one downside to Lunalight, which before Justice Hunters was a huge downside, is there's one card that kind of overlaps that everyone is using in their side deck, and that's Artifact Lancia. It's really good against Malice, but Lunalight also banishes a lot from the graveyard. If you don't have that access to banish from the graveyard, you're going to have to summon Liger Dancer by using like the Kaleido Chick effect on field to copy the name, and then plus 3 other Lunalight monsters from your hand from a polymerization. So stuff like that will just kind of happens to also work against Lunalight. Kind of not so great for the strategy.
You know, I thought you were going to say Draw and Lockbird.
I mean, okay. I mean, yeah, that card's absolutely devastating.
Basically everything. Everyone was siding for all the other
There's a lot of things got to go against Lunalight, but we're going to have to see how it plays out here in game number 2 of this awesome matchup we have at the World Championship.
Well, I mean, it seems like Tom thought those cards were not going to be popular, and it's working out until now. We haven't seen Draw and Lock at all. We have only seen a couple Lancia throughout the entire event, and well, let's just wait and see whether that will be the case. But I'm pretty sure Dino will try his best once more, going first with this White Forest Zamina deck. And let's see, because there was not all that much more that he could have opened, to be fair, in game 1. The opening was solid, so.
Yeah, even, Tom even discarded both triple tactics cards.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. I suppose I mean, we get to see it here, but as well as the croissant or macaron discussion, I feel like red sleeves or blue sleeves is also pretty...
yeah, one-sided argument, I guess. I would be for the blue ones.
Me too. Yeah. I saw a lot of the players picking the red sleeves, but yeah, I'd go for blue.
Or maybe they are playing red because they want to keep the blue ones and just for themselves, you know?
That could be the case here.
Who knows? But okay, now we take a look at the ends, and the same opener as game 1. Sylvie is going to be the normal summon for Dino.
Do you think Tom is a player, you know, some players will, like, if they have no interruptions, that's when they put their hand on the table, but other players will, you know, you'll put the hand on the table, you say, okay, I know my hand, and then just watch your opponent more carefully.
Yeah, it really is a 50-50 shot at that. So Tales of the White Forest can be added to add LZ, just like we saw in game number 1.
The question is, do we see that Fuva loss this time around from Tom once more?
Going to send the Black Goat Laughs this time to the graveyard to special summon LZ, and adding the other LZ Azamina of the White Forest.
I mean, it's just a card that works so well in this deck, given that you can use both the graveyard and on-field effect easily. So
no Fualos this time.
No Fualos. So we might get the answer to that question, Tom. You had in game 1. How does the field look like without Fualos?
Yeah, here we go. And also with that Black Goat in the extra deck in the graveyard already, so keen to use on a Lunalight monster. Well, I'm not sure which one to use, because you can't just call Liger Dancer, right? Because if the Liger Dancer gets summoned, then it can use its effects anyway.
Yeah, you'd have to call... There's a lot of options you can really call. It depends on how they start. Black Sheep, Leo, Kaleido Chick. But even Kaleido Chick, because it doesn't negate the effects, you can't activate the effects. Can't activate, right? So I don't think you'd be able to even send. There's a lot of options. Going to add Woes of the White Forest here.
Yeah. And again, this Triple Tactic Trust being discarded, not really activated, but works out. I mean...
Oh, you can always get it back. Oh, we're going to get back the Black Goat. So if it's set face down, then surely you would be calling a Liger Dancer.
Yep, that makes a lot more sense, because yeah, when it's on the field, prevents them from being summoned.
Oh, but there's so many powerful... I mean, the Perfume Dancer as well is so powerful. It's also a shout, but...
So it looks like did he summon the Sylvie back by returning the Synchro? Yep. Nope. Oh yeah, and then you use Deception, attributing the Sylvie to add the Hollow Azamina.
Yeah, Sylvie's such a cool card, having that quick effect to bounce or return a Synchro from the grave or extra deck. Grave or field, so it allows you to play around cards like Infinite Impermanence or Effect Veiler. Not that I think Tom has got any of those in his deck, given the shape of it we saw in the first game, but always nice to have.
Yep, not being under Fualos this time, he's going to be able to go through the whole Azamina line. So he can access maybe wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils.
Both these decks having so much fun now, not getting hit with the Drawn Lockbird.
Yeah, definitely. Drawn Lockbird pretty strong against both strategies. Now Hallowed Azamina is going to be activated again. Chain Wanted, one of my favorite plays that you can do because you can send that Wanted from the field. Since the cards stay on the field till the chain resolves, and then use that as well to add the Black Witch. And he's going to send 2. So this means he can summon one of the level 8 fusions.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day. But
it's going to be Saint Azamina. Saint Azamina is a really cool card. It reflects damage back at your opponent and also lets you summon pretty much any Azamina card from your extra deck.
Is this also the one that prevents your opponent from targeting their own cards?
Yes, yeah. Your opponent can't target their own cards on the field or in their graveyard.
That's probably one of the most unique lines of text I feel on a card. I don't think I've ever seen that on any other cards, and depending on what deck you're playing, it can be extremely annoying. I don't know how annoying it is for Lunalights in particular, and a deck like Yummy, it feels like none of their cards target their own cards. They'll just say summon 2 from the grave, but the Lunalight cards I don't know so well, so maybe it's helpful.
Yep, so the Saint Azamina is going to bring out Ilya Silva. Black Witch is going to send the other Azamina fusion to the graveyard to special summon. I love that variant artwork.
Yeah.
Going to set Sinful Spoils of the White Forest with the Diabell Star.
And Tom is just having a read at it, but again, we just gotta keep our eyes on that clock. Now eating 22 minutes remaining, and still comboing off Rondino.
You want to make sure you don't add a card from your opponent's deck to your hand.
That's a way to end the duel, yeah.
Puts the card on the bottom to get a fresh draw. Draws Phila Diabell. We'll activate
And
immediately to add a level 8 Diabell.
Maybe one year at Worlds, everyone will have their own, sleeves with their own name on them. Then you can't mix them up.
Gonna summon the original Sin Keeper by sending Woes, and then Woes of the White Forest is gonna set itself to the field. Woes special summons the White Forest from the deck and then lets you synchro summon.
Yeah, it's a huge effect usually that allows you to summon the Silvera and change all face-up monsters, in down defense position, which is...
So Tom's not conceding yet, so maybe in his hand he has some sort of field breakers, but this is going to be tough. With only drawing to 6 cards, he can't target his own cards. It's going to have to be like something like Book of Eclipse plus Called by the Grave yet again.
Yeah.
You gotta have room to summon something from the extra deck.
And even if he has Book of Eclipse and Called by the Grave, he still knows that Dino has that Black Goat Laugh set as well.
Yeah. I mean, we have seen a lot of going second cards, and ooh, there comes Dark Ruler no more. That explains it.
Yep.
Great
Step 1.
play. Yeah, step 1 completed.
Step 2, Leo. Wanted to summon that quickly before the Black Goat Laughs was activated potentially, but Ash Blossom, last card in hand for
and
Dino.
Called by again.
Field Breaker plus Called by plus Starter.
Yeah, these fields, Dino putting up looking so powerful, but then just soft to a single kind of removal.
Makes sense. We can still activate our effects, as Tom was saying, just to making space for that synchro play. So,
but how do we summon the synchro when our monster's negated? Are there more ways to do so? Oh, with the woes.
With the woe, yeah.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. Plenty of different ways to say it here, but Tom is going to resolve the Lunalight Gold Leo to add.
Well, I think definitely Tom is the one who should play quickly. Like he is the one who has something to lose out of it. So obviously you want to think things through, but yeah, you can see it here. Just eyes in the sky, trying to go through his lines.
Going to add and send Yellow Martin. This is kind of the bread and butter. And he's going to also use the Leo effect to try and add back the Yellow Martin. The Yellow Martin's trying to add a Lunalight spell. Not Lunalight Perfume, but Lunalight Masquerade will be the one that he's going to go for. Or potentially Lunalight Fusion. But yeah, Masquerade, if be the one you want to grab if you don't have it. I mean, yeah, he's in great shape outside of, the woes and the Black Goat Laughs. Because, I mean, without Liger Dancer, it's kind of hard to clean up an enormous field like the one he's dealing with right now.
So yeah, what do we think is the game plan here for the Lunar Light deck? What is the plan B when you don't have access to Liger Dancer? Because to me it seems like very much a plan A sort of deck, you know?
Yeah, I was like, I haven't made it to plan B yet, I can tell you. Masquerade's going to be activated next to send a Lunalight monster from the deck to the graveyard. Going to send that Silverhound, and Silverhound's going to be able to special summon a Lunalight monster from the deck. Looks like Dino's thinking about responding here.
Could you also just call Collider Chick and then it's almost impossible to get to the Liger Dancer? But then if you do this, so as the Black Goat laughs, you cannot special it except from the graveyard.
Yep. So you might find a way still.
But
gonna use Sylvie here, right?
Yep.
And Woes is being activated. It's gonna special summon a White Forest monster, and then you can Synchro.
Oh, so we can just make the
Silvera?
Yeah.
I think Silvera, yeah, is
that's the field. Do it the old-fashioned way rather than summoning it directly.
There it is. Both cards are gonna be put face down, and again, as we have seen, Tom can still use them for a fusion, but does he have access to it? Is the question.
Also,
Lunalight Fusion. This is huge.
That's big, because also there is an extra deck monster on the field, so you can use a material from the deck. Kind of like Shadow Fusion used to do. But
do you call the Perfume Dancer or the Liger Dancer here?
I think you have to call Liger Dancer.
Just don't want to take the risk.
Yeah. And it looks like he is going to call... Oh, no, did he call Perfume Dancer? No, okay, he called Liger Dancer. He's just going to make Leo, which does have a pretty good effect that involves the battle phases. It's been a minute, though. Let's pull it up.
Maybe he called the Perfume Dancer and this was all he could make.
Oh, that could be true, too.
Because I feel like otherwise you'd be going in for the Perfume Dancer here.
So it can make a second attack, and then if this card attacked a monster, destroy all special summon monsters your opponent controls. So it can still clear up fields quite easily.
yeah, it's gonna be a really close one. And
Tom even reading the Leo Dancer.
Yeah.
It doesn't come down on the field too often.
No, it's definitely not a card you make all that much.
Oh, and we are just moving to the battle phase here. And yeah, as you can see, wow, look at this from Tom.
But does the Black Witch come back onto the field now, preventing any damage? No, it does not. Okay.
That's absolutely insane from Tom.
Well, Tom did not need the Fawls this time to draw the cards he needed. He just already had them all in his hand. He didn't search out this Lunalight Perfume or the Lunalight Fusion.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, brings back the Kaleido Chick.
Can the Leo Dancer not attack twice?
Yep, can.
Didn't look like he attacked twice. It's still 8,000 for Dino. I mean, I guess it's at the end of the day, it probably won't be too important, but yeah.
Yep, and now he's going to banish the Lunalight Perfume to add a Lunalight monster after sending the Yellow
He
Martin
went
to the
for
graveyard.
Dark Ruler, no?
Oh, yeah, of course, of course. You still have to attack twice for style.
Sure.
It's a dancer, you know, it's got a dance.
Yeah.
I'm a kitty cat. And I dance. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. In my head, I like contemplated for a moment, and I was like, nope, I'm going to let it rip. I'm showing my age. And it is a cat, right? I mean, these are cats.
And yeah, I think Tom right now is just going through the graveyard interactions that could be relevant during the next turn, and should do so very carefully, because 14 minutes remain. I doubt that's gonna be enough to just play a game 3 at this point. We are all in on this plan of just winning 2-0.
Yeah, it feels like it's gonna be a tough one. Because, yeah, what does the deck end up doing at the end of the day? Yeah, is it just Baguska? But Baguska doesn't feel like it's going to be enough. But I'm not too familiar with White Forest's plan to deal with it.
I think it might be pretty strong here with only 2 cards in hand, drawing to 3. He does have the Sylvie still in the graveyard, I believe, with some Synchros he can send back.
And
Dugaris, okay.
Not quite. It's gonna be the Dugaris, and we do use the effect to special summon back.
I mean, there is a chance he did call Perfume Dancer, and he can still find a way to get to Liger Dancer potentially, but.
Yeah, it does seem like he would have called the Perfume Dancer right, 'cause otherwise why wouldn't you have summoned that first and added a Perfume?
But this is gonna be a big one as well, because skipping the main phase can be quite annoying.
Yeah, you're right. It makes it very difficult to end up, you know, pushing all the damage that you need, because he may need to do 8,000.
Is he just going to go for SP Little Knight? No, surely not. Surely he wants to at least have Baguska out in the field. He also knows there's a Black Goat Laughs in the graveyard.
Yeah. No.
He still has Yellow Martin too, so he's going to go to SP Little Knight, probably going after Sylvie.
There's so many
Or
targets.
Black Goat Laughs. So yeah, there's just so much.
It's like Curse of Diabel, Hallowed Azamina.
But I think Sylvie just... It has to be Sylvie.
Yeah.
But can't we just bring back the
Hallowed Azamina too?
Yeah, no, I mean the Curse can just bring itself back, right? As well, because we have traps in the grave?
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, we have a spell and a trap.
It's gonna be the Hollow in the end. And yeah, as mentioned, we can go into this.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, the Google combo. You know, this was the one with which Luralite won back in the day. And I guess, yeah, it's gonna be the Baguska plus SP.
The SP probably gonna get checked by the Black Goat Laughs, so one Baguska to deal with.
Yeah, that's not Liger Dancer. Leo Dancer is switched to defense mode. This number 41, Baguska, the terribly tired Tapir.
Gonna have
He's
a little
so
nap.
sleepy. Just let him take his nap. Leave him alone.
He's so sleepy he makes like everyone else on the field.
Also sleepy.
Also sleepy. It's got that aura.
I mean, again, an incredible attempt by Tom, able to clear a full 6 monsters from Dino, but now he gets a turn, not
Wait,
quite.
was
like
that just a second Hallowed Azamina?
Does he play 2?
It looked like
That
another
would be
one.
incredible.
That would just be gutting if you've just banished that one out of all the things you could choose, and then your opponent just activates the second one.
No. No, I think it might be instead the Snake Eye, Sinful Spoils of Subversion. They look kind of like.
I mean,
that would be even worse.
That would be an incredible card. That would easily deal with the Baguska right away.
Yeah.
So it looks like LZ is going to add Sylvie.
But like Subversion surely is not the kind of card you would have in your deck if you were going first.
Might be just Deception.
Ooh, but the Drone and Lock now comes from Tom.
That's one of the best cards you can have against White Forest.
Yeah.
But he does already have a graveyard full of cards we were talking about previously.
Yeah.
The Sylvie's going to be able to special summon itself. Won't be able to add on summon thanks to Baguska, but it might give him the materials he needs to make like a Link monster or something to deal with Baguska. The cool thing about with the SP Little Knight and Baguska, it kind of protects that Tapir.
Yeah.
There is the Black Goat Laughs that can call SP Little Knight, but I feel like you'd probably do that at the start of the turn, maybe if you were going to. So maybe there's another plan for Dino that he thinks he can just deal with both without needing it.
Yeah.
And Tom doesn't have a main phase 1 next turn.
Yeah.
Which is tough when your Leo Dancer's in defense mode.
That's actually very funny, because you could just pass. And what's Tom going to do? Like, the Baguska's there. It just has to sit there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering why he was digging with that Dugaris. Maybe he just felt like he really needed some more interaction. But Lina, the Light Charmer, and then another Link Summon's coming down here for his own SP Little Knight going after that Baguska. This is huge. And it looks like Dino's looking to take them both out potentially as the clock is winding down.
That's what I'm worried about. We've mentioned it plenty of times. We might see it on stream for the first time. Less than 9 minutes remain, and
you know, Tom, if that ends up happening, Tom would look back on this game and wonder if maybe this is something he should have considered conceding if this result. But yeah, it means it's just that the Dugaris.
Yeah.
If he didn't skip his main phase 1, now he's in battle phase.
Now we are in battle phase, and we gotta move to main phase 2. Yeah, and this is what he's reminding, I think, Tom of. Yeah. So his main phase 2 has been announced. Wow. Well. Yeah, that Dugaris seems like it might be one of those moments you look back at and be like, was that really necessary? Because if he had a main 1, now this would be over. Look at that. Top deck tanky. There would be plenty of damage to close this duel, but no.
Nope, yeah.
But you think, I mean, maybe if he hadn't made the SP, then Dino would have been able to do a lot more, because he needed to make the Dugaris to make the SP and Baguska.
Yeah.
So it's maybe one of those situations where, you know, if you end on just Baguska.
Did the SP do anything?
You could just, yeah.
Well, the SP got crashed in.
But you can make it still, no?
Yeah.
Well, without using Dugaris?
Yeah. I mean, you had the 2 monsters, no?
He could have used the Leo Dancer.
He could have used the Leo Dancer rather than, the Dugaris.
But he can still win this game right here. Like even though it's main phase 2, we still have 7 minutes on the clock. And if there's no interaction here from Dino, he will end up with a Liger Dancer on the field. So he's definitely not out of this by any means.
No, absolutely not. But
we just would rather it end faster, just because our nerves are on the line.
No,
here.
absolutely. I don't know if I can take it. Like 7 minutes. Oh my. Yeah. Oof. This looks rough. I can't imagine what they must be feeling like right now. Oof. I don't know.
It's definitely a complicated game state.
Are there any more traps, we think, in the graveyard for Dino to keep bringing back his Curse of Diabel? And what are the plans for Tom?
Now's not the time to slow down, Tom.
Sorry, I'll talk faster.
Nice one. What is he thinking? What is going to go next?
Oh, here comes the wolf. Allows you to banish from your graveyard, so it's Perfume Dancer time, perhaps.
Looks like you called it.
Yep.
But what is left in the extra deck? Moonlight is a deck that seems to run out of extra deck more so than any other at the moment.
Oh well.
Every time the minute goes further on the clock.
No, really. I mean, I can feel it, and I'm starting to wonder. I mean, let me check. Do we ever play Chubaguska in the deck?
So he's gonna use the Perfume Dancer to return the Lunalight Wolf to the hand.
Yeah.
He needs to like commit. He's in a prime position. He needs to not. Sometimes there's an optimal play, and then there's an effective play that's good enough to get you to where you need to be. So he summons a Cross Sheep, but it's already pointing to the 2 zones.
Yeah.
Like when the SP Little Knight's gone, I don't know. I guess he's just summoning the Cross Sheep to clear up room. Now he's going to use the wolf to try and summon a Liger Dancer, but like he needs to stop worrying.
Oh, yeah.
Because he also has the Hound in the graveyard that's going to be able to negate. Like he's in prime position. The only thing that can beat him right now is himself.
No, you can't count Dino out.
No.
You're right. I probably shouldn't count him out, but
that's it. It seems okay. So there are a bit less than 5 minutes remaining, and Dino throws into an artifact Lancia. That would have been better one turn in advance.
Last turn, it would have been fantastic. He used Lunalight Wolf twice.
Wow. And now we start things off by using this Black Goat Laugh.
Did he call Liger Dancer?
Well, what is the text on the the Black Goat Laughs? Because it doesn't
cannot
say
activate the effect.
Yeah, but it should. Does it say your opponent can't activate
it could affect the player.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Given how fast he did it, I'm willing to believe that it says it that way.
Yeah,
and
neither
that he knows
player.
it.
Yeah, neither player.
So it's actually the one card that can stop Liger Dancer here.
Or maybe he's just bluffing.
I mean, it worked anyways.
Yeah.
So now we move using this Lancia us seeing from the deception.
But how?
Oh, are we out of targets? That may be what you guys realized before.
That could be a P minor. Maybe they'll add 3 minutes onto
Yeah.
the clock.
I mean, it's a bit of a stretch.
Like I don't know. I just feel like Dino's he's trying to take them both down right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it has happened to him already. As a reminder, the one loss he had was a double loss indeed. And that would be a shame if it happened again to Dino. So
I mean, terrible for his tiebreakers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there is an argument for just conceding at some point. If you have lost the game, obviously it's a big call and a sportsmanship, I feel like. But also you get in a way those tiebreakers you've mentioned about. So might as well if you think the game is over.
So with White Forest, there is a chance if you get like all of the synchro monsters on the field, they get those additional bonus effects where they gain a bunch of attack. You get piercing on top of that. This cross sheep is vulnerable, so there is maybe a chance here for Dino to win. But even if Dino wins this game, they both lose.
That's the thing. Unfortunately, that's the reality.
And Dino has to know that.
There is also, so this one does piercing, I think, or double piercing.
Yeah, double
so
piercing.
it can do quite a lot of damage without
But
that much difficulty.
even if he wins this game, he loses.
Yep. So, I mean, yeah, okay. Now the timer has been slightly updated to what has been, just a couple more minutes, but I mean, it's still only 3 minutes, which still pretty much guarantees the same result.
I just don't know what Dino's strategy is here.
Yeah.
I mean, Dino's not going by any means slowly. So.
No, totally not. But I mean, his deck.
But there's no scenario where he wins this match.
No, of course not. But at the end of the day, there's only 27 players, and he needs to beat Tom as well as all the, as well as having high tiebreakers.
Yeah.
Maybe the difference between Tom having the win and Tom not having the win could be very important to him if he's directly competing with Tom.
I guess.
For a top
I
8
think,
spot.
though, but if Tom has the same record as him, that just puts another person in his bracket. Like, he would rather Tom have the win to make the top 8. Like, this is only working against him and his chances at making top 8. Like, actively. Like,
yeah, I also think the same, most likely. But
he's beating himself out of the tournament by not conceding.
But I mean,
is this all in the battle phase?
Yeah. We're still in the battle phase using the Diabil-Z, but
what just happened? Did he just use the Liger Dancer?
Yep, just because this fusion in the graveyard, on the next turn, he'll be able to banish it and increase the Liger's Dancer by like 3,000 attack.
But I thought you weren't allowed to use its effects?
Yeah.
True.
Wow. And it also looked like the Diabil-Z was destroyed?
I don't know, but it's going to end here. It looks like Dino, even though he isn't conceding, knows that the writing's on the wall. The Liger Dancer's effect is back online. Leo Dancer gets flipped face up.
We might actually be able to close this one. I mean, as you can see, Tom is just reading it. Yeah.
You have a Liger Dancer. You have a Perfume Dancer. Destroy these monsters. Go to battle phase. End the duel, Tom.
Just do it. Yeah, but I mean, we do have a little bit less than 2 minutes here, but there is enough here to attack multiple times, I guess.
I don't understand this game plan from Dino. I don't think he realizes how tiebreakers work. But it doesn't matter. The double attack's going to go through, and it's going to be game.
Wow.
Tom is going to walk away with the victory despite a close ending right there. That would have
just a good celebration for him.
Like, in the end, this is the best result for Dino. Like,
yeah. Dino doesn't know it, but he should be happy here with
like, this is the best result he could have after they were in close to time in game number 2. Tom now has a 4-1 record, which is a really good tiebreaker for Dino there. I mean, his other tiebreaker got the loss because it was the double loss, but that's kind of the issue. You have to play decks that, go to... Sometimes if there's rules for a tournament, for the time rules, you have to take that into account when you're, selecting your deck. If your deck takes too long to win, then maybe you shouldn't play that deck. I mean, I know we wouldn't have been able to see the Master Duel happen when the Master Duel clock's working against you. Even if it looks like you're about to win the game, there is a clock involved, and that's something you have to take into consideration when you're selecting your deck or selecting your strategies. That's just part of, tournament structure.
Indeed, and this has actually been, one of the heartbreaking moments of the second semi-final in the Master Duel tournament today, and I mean, not quite the similar scenario, but it can happen, and duelist must be as rational as possible in those kind of moments, and especially when you put into the picture the fact that he had built his deck with just field-breaking spells. Not only is you're gonna take a lot of time going first, but also going second, because you just allow your opponent to combo through everything, and that makes it extremely complicated. But I mean, I think it was still quite the enjoyable show. We finally got to see Lunalight do its thing,
Yeah, I mean, that was an incredible display from Tom. I mean, an incredible hand. Like, game one, it was like we understood because he had the Fualos, he drew a bunch of cards. Indeed. You're probably going to have so many things to play with. But that one, that was just in his 6 cards of grip, he was able to go. I mean, the Dugaris almost made things a little dicey, having to skip his main phase as well. But in the end, he still had enough time on the clock to take it down 2-0 over Dino.
Yeah, I mean, it was well played from Tom. I mean, we were all saying like maybe he should just concede this game and go to the next one, but he ended up winning it in the end with like a minute to spare.
Yeah, I mean, he played with fire, let's say. I mean,
my heart is still beating.
For sure, for sure. I mean, I was getting worried a lot for both of them, but luckily, I mean, it turned out the best, at least with one of the two advancing, and that is Tom, which is now, I mean, was already sitting in quite the comfortable spot. He's one of the few duelists still. And with 2 rounds remaining, he only needs to win 1 to guarantee a top 8 spot.
Man, I play Lunalights. That's like the current deck like I have built, and I don't think I expected them to have the opportunity to make the top 8 at the World Championship. Can't say I'm not happy about it though.
Yeah, it's super cool. You could change your guess to, Lunalights from Yummy.
See, that's I feel like I betrayed my deck. I should have stuck with, the strategy that I played and put my heart into it. And then maybe, what if Tom ends up winning with Lunalights? I'll never let myself, forget.
Absolutely not. I mean, that's how it is sometimes. So we'll see whether that will be the case. And obviously, we'll wish both of them best of luck for these 2 remaining rounds. And as we have seen, we still have a lot of incredible duelists in the mix. We'll try to find out, how the other duels have, ended up with Yuna. That was the only undefeated duelist here in round 5.
And if she won that round, she's guaranteed. She's locked in at 5-0.
Yep.
If she won, we don't know for sure yet. But
Absolutely
she was playing incredible from round 1, and it seems like she hasn't stopped. Which means like Malice is going to be one of the decks that might be the first to be locked into the top 8 at the World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, you're not far off being locked in at 4-0. I mean, obviously you don't want to tempt fate by losing those matches. Good idea to win them if you can. But as we say, we're not quite sure of how the tiebreakers are going to work out this time because of those potential double losses. 1 or 2 could affect all the numbers.
Yeah, Dino's out there trying to make sure, like, if I'm going down, you're coming down with me. But that doesn't work to anyone's advantage. You just have to assess the situation when you're playing the game.
Indeed, but when you are the only 4-0, I definitely agree with you, Tom. There is a great chance that if you lose even all 3, you are out. But anyways, for now, let's focus on the issue at present and on what was this amazing round, because we do have the winners interview ready. So let's go to the post-match analysis.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm here with Tom. Look, that was a very stressful match. I was stressed, the cast was stressed, the audience was stressed. How are you feeling in the last few moments of that round?
I was stressed as well. We've been talking the entire weekend, and I didn't actually think that he would bring the deck.
Yep.
And I told him like 2 days ago, I don't know your cards. That he actually bring it, it's crazy. So that's my issue. Like, I had to read the cards in game 1, so that took time from the clock. And then when we got to time close, I was scared that it's double loss because I was in a winning position. There's no way he can win the match. But
Yeah. And you did read his cards, but did you have a game plan in mind, or were you just going to roll with it? I noticed game 1, you had the full loss, you had the Eclipse and the Call by the Grave. Game 2, you also had the Dark Rule and no more Call by the Grave. Were you just very fortunate, or what were your thoughts when you saw those 2 cards in your hands?
I mean, I've played the deck prior, and I knew that my deck and my engine pushes through every of his interruptions, usually. So if I have cards to play with, like engine, I'm totally fine.
Yep.
So I was, of course, I was happy to see Dark Ruler, Eclipse, and Call by the Grave to get rid of his negations and to be able to destroy all of them by card effects. But I was confident going into the matchup because I knew I am favorite because I can break everything. But still, I don't know the card, so I was kind of scared.
And why did you pick your deck, though? I guess I was going to ask, what did you find surprising? You are the surprise of the tournament. You just played against probably what you would expect as a surprise. Why did you pick Lunalights?
Honestly, like I tried to have fun on this tournament. I wanted to take Luna to any prior event, but TCG Mitsurugi was just too good. So I started testing it, and I felt like it has a pretty decent matchup against everything going first, because it can play through a bunch of hand traps. Like no matter if you double or twice hand trap me, I can play through it. And even going second, like you saw, I can play through so many interrupts. And I think I'm also kind of an underdog and expect my opponents not to be perfectly prepared against me. And if like you make one slight misplay against Luna Light, you get punished. So that's why I chose it. Like I am the underdog, and I didn't want to play like Malice or Yami or Vanquish or mirror matches, because I didn't feel like on Worlds you can outskill your opponent. So yeah.
And well, now that the wildcard deck has been defeated, who or what, is there a deck or a player that you're now afraid of playing?
No, like I'm not afraid of playing against anyone. Like this match is perfectly good into everyone. Yeah, no, I'm fine. Like I've not seen Yami yet. Maybe a Yami. I don't know. Yeah.
All right. We do want to congratulate you again. You've got 2 more rounds to go. How are you feeling?
I'm confident. Yeah. I've been calling it the entire week. Like I've never won an event. Got second twice. Maybe that is a charm.
Yeah. Hopefully we see you again soon. Well, congratulations and good luck for the rest of the round. We're going to cut to a break, but don't stay too far because round 6 will be coming up very shortly.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするなうわ来た来た来たこれはすっげえ見てみろよこれへへどうよ俺もびっくりしたぜおいみんなここにすっげえのが見えるぜレッドアイズブラックドラゴンさあお前のターンだぜナイキエアマックス95
Welcome back to the coverage for the 2025 TCG World Championship live in Paris. We are now down to the 2 last matches as we approach round 6, and this is when it's gonna come down to the wire. Only 2 more rounds to find out who is gonna make it to the top 8, and as mentioned already, they have to be working hard to get that 5-2 guaranteed pot. Otherwise, they're gonna, have to rely on tiebreakers, maybe with that 4-3 record.
Yeah, it feels like just a moment ago we were in round number 1, but already round 6. And let's go ahead and take it. It looks like Yuna is undefeated and will be making the top 8 with that Sky Striker Malice strategy. And we have only 3 duelists that are 4-1: Roselle, Tom, and Shane.
Yeah, I mean, top 3 spots, 3 European players. I mean, I gotta see they are absolutely crushing it at the moment, and with 3 different decks, I must add. On the other end, of course, we see some of the familiar players. For now, only 4 duelists, as you've mentioned, on an X1 or better record, but what a run from Yuna.
Yeah, oh, definitely. But you see Dino here still in top 8, one of the higher ranked 2-loss players, if you see how many there are, because of that strong tiebreaker being carried there from Tom. And you see Willie there, Willie. In that was a big chant from the NAWCQ. Moving on with a 3-2 record as well. Unfortunately, Ruben and Aditya and James from the NA region are eliminated. You're not going to be able to make it in with 4 losses.
Yeah, there's still so much to play for. Looking at all of these players from, what is that, 5 to 15 almost, all on 3 wins and 2 losses. So that's where all of the action and heat is going to be on this last 2 rounds. How many of them are going to make it in? 2 wins, you're probably in, a win and a draw, and it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and well, we are going to have an exciting one because it's going to be 2 players from the North American region, as we see the clash of titans between Charlie Fudge and Julian Keon. So 2 amazing players. Let's bring up the first interview.
My name is Charlie Fudge from Indianapolis, Indiana. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! About 12 to 13 years, I would say. I qualified through the Nationals in Indianapolis, Indiana for North America. I look forward to holding the trophy at the end. My ace monster would probably be Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries. I don't know. I think I prefer Croissant though. Croissant probably, yeah.
You know.
When in doubt, when in doubt, you're going Croissant.
I was getting worried there at the end, but no, Charlie, you got us still on that streak. So
something cool about this matchup, if it wasn't for Julian, Charlie wouldn't even be here.
Indeed.
He needed Julian to win at the NAWCQ because Julian was already locked in to come to the World Championship. Julian didn't need to make top 4, but since Julian did, Charlie came in 5th and was able to come here. And now they're going to be facing off. They're both with, I think, 2 losses, I believe. So this is an important match going into the final 2 rounds.
Absolutely crazy one, but I think then we should lay it from Julian. And he's going to be one of the few, if not the only one, that can answer in a different way to how did you qualify for this event. So let's hear it from Julian.
Yeah, my name is Julian. I'm from France originally, but I currently live in California. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Since I was a little kid, but I got into the competitive scene about a year ago. I actually double qualified for the World Championship. I qualified through the World's Points playoff, and I also got top 4 at the NAWCQ. I'm looking forward to just, being in my home country and playing, representing both the US officially and unofficially France. My ace monster is Malice Q Cryptor. Malice is the best deck, so, I had to rep it all the way to qualify and everything. Je préfère les croissants.
Je préfère les croissants. You heard it from the Frenchman as well, and the streak continues.
Undefeated today, right?
Undefeated, absolutely undefeated. So that's crazy. So out of now 12 out of 12 we have interviewed. That's great. So but when it comes to the match, as you have mentioned, it's quite special indeed. There is a lot to it, as mentioned, because it was the only one to double qualify and kind of dragged Charlie with him. Although you gotta give credit to Charlie, because as you have mentioned briefly earlier on today, not many people know that he wasn't just gifted the qualification. He had to fight through 2 additional matches to actually get it. So that was impressive from Charlie, and he made it deservingly here. But both on an X2 record, and also both on the same deck, Vanquish Shoal K9.
Ooh, so this is going to be one of those mirror matches that could go either way, and they can get quite complex.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more complicated decks. for the mirror matches, because neither of them put up that much in the way of like negating other effects. It's not like one of those decks where you just put a couple of monsters on the field and then your opponent plays something, you negate, you negate, you negate. It's more like you have to try and destroy things, take things, but they both acquire so many resources over the course of their turns that it starts to, the game state just becomes absolutely incredible. So let's see how it ends up.
And here they are. It's very, very interesting mirror match, this one, because a lot of interaction, and of course the K9 cards, we might see them finally, you know, at full power, just in terms of whatever they are gonna be able to do, since there is so much interaction. And let's just take a look.
You know, I'm looking at the pairings for this round. This is not the only NA versus NA matchup.
Yeah, players just rolling the dice there to see who is gonna go first.
Is there an issue with left-handers?
All right, I'm sorry, but the other matchup I'm talking about, it looks like Willie's taking on Isaias at table 3. So we have 4 players from NA all facing off against each other in this pivotal round 6.
Yes.
Not something you want to see this late into the game, but at least they're all doing well and in contention, but only one from each of them will move on with the X2 record. Even with 3 losses, you still have that opportunity to make it, but you really, really want to win this crucial round number 6.
I think I saw 3 Mulcharmies in the end from Charlie. And if that's not a Purulia, it could be an issue against this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like if you have more than one Furlos, you kind of have to slow roll it a little bit and maybe activate them one at a time, because if you activate both at once, then you might just say to your opponent, okay, just don't do anything, because that's something you'd think about before giving your opponent 2 draws at once.
Yeah, definitely, because you got to throw them down slowly. It looks like the first one is going to come down after the Jokul summoned Izuna from the hand as well. But that's met by an Ash Blossom, which is best case scenario when you have multiple. And the second is coming down from Charlie.
So now, yeah, there's some good thinking here for Julian. What do you do? Do you commit a couple of rank 5s? Do you just pass on nothing? His hand, no Vanquish Souls that I can see. So maybe that's a bit of an issue. Or is that maybe just a Stake Your Soul?
All right, Charlie's going to at least get one draw here as Julian Xyz summons into K9 Ripper.
Yeah, here we go with the Ripper.
Let's take a look at these interactions. And as you can see, we are gonna resolve, and also like what's really interesting about Julian deck is that he's playing a super high count of K9 cards. So let's see if we are gonna just be able to use full advantage of this engine. And let's go back to us in the meantime. So I mean, the game has just started, and obviously, as we can see, you're gonna have a full-on mirror match of K9 cards. There was just some clarification with the judges, so we're gonna have to kill just a few minutes of time while we go back to the match. And I mean, a lot of differences, we have to say, and in the players' decks, but assumingly play can immediately resume. So this Reaper is about to resolve, and let's see if we do have... yeah, I see it on top of the deck. The force release is in the main deck. So we're playing the full-on engine with the werewolf in the extra deck. And this helps out a lot going first.
Yeah, so that force release gonna go face down after you have searched a card, because Charlie has used a card from the hand this turn. But will it be enough? Stake Assault gonna summon another monster from the deck. Charlie going to get even more draws.
Yep.
It's a real tricky question as to how much you're supposed to give your opponent under full loss, but in this case, Julian deciding that resolving a couple of Vanquish Soul effects more important than keeping Charlie's hand small. And it kind of makes sense when you have a Stake Your Soul, because it's going to get you just so much advantage for only a couple of draws.
Yeah, and I think especially the Snow Devil is such an important card in the mirror match to set up and have a full-on, field clearing effect later on. We had seen him at the European Championship, obviously without the K9 card, and I think it's absolutely great.
Yeah, it is one of those matchups where Snow Devil is very important because Vanquish Soul very good at sort of tagging out, so every time you can clear the field, you're going to be very happy. It's that one of each attribute. Julian got a very healthy hand size there, very happy here. You are obviously going to have to return the monster for the Mad Love from your hand, from the field to the hand. It's still on the field at the end of the turn because of Stake Your Soul, but you can, I think, use the field spell first if that's what you want to do. Julian here kind of playing fast and loose, giving Charlie quite a few draws here by making the rock. Is he going to summon once more from the deck?
Yeah, things off to a good start here for Julian for sure. Hopefully the cards that Charlie are drawing are going to be something useful. He's going to have a huge impact here if he's going to want to get back into this game.
Oof, and we've seen it beautiful, but we do have the Ripper. Do we have another way to negate it? Not quite. So, not as exciting as we might have thought. Just trying to get rid, I guess, of this end interaction so that maybe we can use our own Ollisu later on.
Yeah, very possible. Or even worth it just to get the material off the Ripper in case you need to. For next turn, you want to use a hand effect, so you might as well, yeah, clear it up. Julian got so many cards in hand, but the same for Charlie, so this is going to be a game that truly gets out of control here. It's really one of the most interesting gameplay interactions at the moment in the game with the Fool Us. How many cards do you give your opponent? How much is it worth it? It makes you think very carefully. You're not just following that combo you've practiced 100 times. You need to say, okay, what's my hand? How can I organize things to give my opponent the fewest number of cards possible? Is there a point starting the turn maybe with a Fool Us for Charlie? Fool Us number 3?
Yeah, might as well, right? If you happen to draw 3 Fool Walls, all you can do is use all 3 Fool Walls.
I mean, it's there, so you do have the option to go into the extra deck with the Lupis later on, so you could get a draw. Why not?
Yeah, in fact, there's 3 ways to summon from the extra deck already on the field for Julian, right? Well, one from the deck with the Holisu, one from the extra deck with Lupus, and obviously the face down Forced Release.
Yeah.
Is it ever something you just chain now, give up the potential pop, and just use the hand disruption effect? Julian just confirming there is a playset there.
And yeah, there goes the forced release right away. First time we see it maybe on the werewolf. Last time it was on, the less popular target. Is it going to be the werewolf? Yes, it is. And this does so much. Getting rid of that Razen, as well as establishing another annoying card to deal with for Charlie.
There's so many cards in the hand for Charlie though. I mean, a hand disruption when your opponent has 3 or 4 cards is one thing, but maybe when they have 8 or 9, going to be a little less impactful. Could still keep this Holisu at bay though, if that's the next move for Charlie.
We do set the card, interesting.
Presumably to play around the werewolf.
But
we're just going to activate it.
We're just going to activate it. That makes it interesting indeed. No, it's going to be the Stake Your Soul for Charlie, revealing the Holisu.
Yeah, one of the things that comes up actually is when people set cards to play around Werewolf, then you can go ahead and summon a Caesar Vallius and pop the set card. So maybe there's mind games, maybe Charlie's just setting it because it's important, but maybe he's setting it to see if he can prompt Julian to invest his Caesar Vallius pop into that face down card. Because you're kind of saying to your opponent, I don't want you to see this card, it's really important, I really want to keep it. So maybe that might just trick him. So I'm wondering what spell is it you're setting? Like, Stake Your Soul is important, Pot of Extravagance is important, but like, what are the other spell cards that you really need in the deck?
All right, revealing 3 different attributes here for Caesar Valius, who's going to try and destroy a card on the field.
Was that note? I wonder why you didn't chain Werewolf the first time.
Just for like the Light Force Sword like effect.
Yeah, that's a throwback.
Is my age showing again?
Surely it's more like a pointer of the Red Lotus.
I guess that is a more recent one, huh?
What's going on here? Charlie just kind of showed his hand very briefly. Why did he just show his hand? Like, surely you're resolving it. Maybe Julian's going to do something else. He hasn't said he wants to fully resolve the werewolf yet.
Yeah, you can tell both of them, know each other, but they don't wanna mess this one up. And now we see that Snow Devil for free, trying to stop all of Charlie's option.
Yeah, this is the power of a non-targeting destruction here, because it forces Julian to, use a bunch of cards maybe much earlier than he might otherwise want to. Wondering though if this is a slight misstep from Charlie, because you always really want to put your monsters against Vanquish Soul into a column where there's already some monsters in play. But he's chosen not to do that, but I guess in this case it's not really going to matter. But
and we take a look at the end. It's Ash Blossom Nibiru. Oh, and he's also playing Impulse. Interesting. So the Rescue Ace cards, yeah.
So what are we going to take? Maybe it's the Holly Sue, maybe it's the Jokor. Holly Sue, very reasonable choice.
What is this face down card from Charlie?
Is there maybe a case for K9 or something like that? But I'm trying to think what else it could be. I can't imagine that many players play Talents in the deck. And you obviously can't set a Pot of Extravagance.
Okay, it's gonna be its own copy of a case for K9.
It was so shiny, it took me a minute to to recognize it.
Oh, yeah, it's a good one. We've seen quite a lot of interactions. So let's see. I guess we did have Jokul in hand, right? So we can get Izuna. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be really helpful here, resolving the Jokul. Julian's still got a pile of cards himself, but how is he going to make best use of them? You can always just take a monster now with the Holly Sue if you want to. And maybe you just wait until a Ripper or something comes into play.
Yeah, a lot of intricacies here in this mirror match. Those full houses definitely help Charlie out, just having amassing so much more card advantage over Julian here.
Yeah, it's amazing like how many extra cards you need when going second to make it fair.
That's where the Charmies really come into play.
Yeah, Charlie's like, it's a fairly even game, and Charlie had like started with 10 cards or something. Is it time? Maybe a Valon, maybe a Nash Knight, all sorts of options.
Maybe we just simply return the favor, and yeah, that is going to be it with the Ripper.
Is there still the Holisu Steel? Yeah. That's why I was thinking maybe maybe a Nash or a Valon, because that way when you get the card back it still has some benefit to you. Whereas Ripper, not so helpful.
Not sure what we are.
Going for? Looks like the Impulse, right?
Yep.
Is Fire Attacker at level 5?
I don't believe so.
I was wondering.
I think it's a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
That would be just pure nice though for the deck. I mean, it could be. It could be that level. Good to pull up the card real quickly and give it a little look.
Oh, he's taking the Fire Attacker here.
It looks like it's level 6.
That's really interesting, taking the Fire Attacker. God, it's such a complicated game.
Yeah, indeed.
But definitely both these players are well practiced. I mean, this is definitely a matchup that you would want to know really well going into the World Championship. Expected to be the most dominant deck of the weekend, but while it was the most popular, hasn't really got a lot of success. But I mean, both these players with 2 losses, winning here is crucial for both of them. Now Charlie's going to activate Izuna, no effect to send from the deck to the graveyard.
He just had to ash his own Fire Attacker.
That's pretty funny.
Gotta think though, the field starts to get a bit threatening in a minute, because Case for Canine has a sort of hidden effect, as sometimes players like to call it. Obviously the main thing people use it for is just to add a Canine monster, but it has another effect, which is if your opponent's used a hand or graveyard effect this turn, which Julian, I think, has, then all of your Canines will gain 900 attack.
Yep.
Which is quite a significant attack boost.
Indeed.
Not quite the yummy field spell, but still pretty good.
And yeah, here we see one of the most interesting options in the extra deck with this Nash.
Yeah, Nesh Knight is an incredible card that really lets you cheat out cards that would normally be incredibly hard to summon from the extra deck onto the field quite easily.
Not only that, but it's such a powerful interruption. Like, just it's better than like setting a monster almost, because it's just so unusable when it's like under your monster as a material. It's like, how are you ever going to get that back without destroying the Nash Knight?
Yep, it takes that monster and it's going to become. It looks like it's going to go for the C Nash Knight.
Might just be Nash weekend, considering Nash, the player,
Hey,
is
he's
also
in the
finals of Master Duel.
And there is C104, which is an incredibly powerful Xyz monster.
And yeah, here comes the Lantern. We've got 2 monster negates in hand, so this is looking like quite a lot of damage. So Julian going to have something special.
And we do see the Izuna, but we do have Ripper. Charlie thinking for a moment, but yeah, then goes on to negate it with the Ripper, and I think play may resume from Charlie.
Is this now the battle phase?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Are there any tricks from Julian? Because this looks like...
This is 2700 boost from the case, right? And that's it. Yeah, I think Charlie, wow. I mean, with the help of Free Mulcharmy, is able to completely take this game. What a grind. I mean, almost 20 minutes of game 1. An amazing performance by the former Dragon Duel World Champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both players playing, as quickly as they could, but really those full losses came in clutch. If he just had one, that Ash Blossom from Julian would have really, slowed him down. But having that second one on top of that, you see a smile there from Charlie. Probably feels good after losing the die roll in the mirror match. That can sometimes be quite devastating, right? Because the first player can kind of get everything going. But Vanquish Soul is definitely one of those decks where you can draw multiple kinds of monsters from your hand to fight back during your opponent's first turn, even in some cases.
Yeah, Julian probably going to have to... Again, a bit of a head scratcher there, because Charlie played the Fuvalos and he gave him a bunch of cards, and then it wasn't quite enough. But it's hard to say, like, maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. It wasn't like Charlie did anything weird. It's not like the other games where we've seen, oh, okay, here's a Dark Ruler and Caught by the Grave or something just to completely destroy a field. It was like Charlie was just playing his kind of normal Vanquish Soul K9 deck. He had all the reasonable starters, but when you give your opponent so many cards, you think they're going to have that. So maybe this just isn't the strategy. Maybe you just can't afford to give your opponent so many cards.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. On the one end, it's one of those games that you can just go back, watch, and it's been so complicated, so many different interactions, so many instances, but yeah, I think in the end, maybe that Snow Devil was more of a detriment to the field that he came up with. Maybe wrong timing on that, not quite sure, but yeah, I'm worried if I'm Julian, because also looking at these options, it doesn't seem like he focused all that much on this matchup in his side deck. We'll see what he wants to go for, and I mean, he has beaten one previously, because all the way back in round 1, he was the one who defeated Lorenzo Muselli, as mentioned, the only loss up until now, and we'll see. So I think Charlie is confident as always, and as you can see, they are pretty much done with their side decks. So without keep you guys posted, I think we can just go back into action for game 2.
Charlie definitely giving the most confident interview out of the bunch. I also interviewed him as well, and he has the same message when you say, what are you looking forward to this weekend? He said, lifting the trophy.
Nice.
I mean, he's had an incredible year. Not only did he win the Dragon Duel World Championship back in the day, he won his first YCS this year before even turning 21. I only say that because I got my first YCS win at 21, so he's already accomplished so much more than me at such a young age.
Nice.
He's one of the most promising duelists, out there that could become one of a duelist of legend.
But Julian, though, quite a unique answer from him. When everyone else, when they say how long have you been playing Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like 5 years, 10 years, and Julian's like, 1 year. You're just like, wait a second, 1 year, and you're already doing this at this high level. It's amazing.
Yeah, he is an awesome duelist. I actually met him at the 2017 World Championships that we competed in.
Really?
Yep, him and Ryan Yu. They were both there. That's the one Ryan
I
Yu
remember,
ended up winning.
of course. Yeah.
More Mulcharmies for Charlie.
Wow. This has been a trend at this point, but yeah, Purulia.
Mulcharlie.
Oh, wow.
Another one.
He is
Charlie Mulcharmy.
Yeah.
Yes, Mulcharlie.
Mulcharlie is the new official name. I mean, it's approved. Yeah, definitely. And I was about to say, Purulia is usually the premium one against this matchup, unless they open, Stake Yourself. But when you have both, wow, plus Ash, which, I mean, I don't even know if that was needed, but
I feel like you might as well, because you always want to keep the Vanquish Soul deck on a low number of cards if you can. And the problem, obviously, is the K9s give you so many monsters in hand all of a sudden that sometimes it can feel like an uphill battle.
But we are going still strong from Julian, who could already stop, but not quite decide. I mean, as you have mentioned, Tom, in game 1 he tried a strategy giving Charlie card and just ending up on a strong field. Didn't quite work, and now he's doing it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is so rough though, because what can you do? In a game where you can, you're under 1 full loss, it's like you've still kind of got options, but Purulia and full loss is so devastating to this deck.
It certainly is, but sometimes it's, going to happen. But Julian's going to have to find a way to navigate it through it here, going first. He has, if he loses this game, he's still not, even with 3 losses, you still have that opportunity to make top 8, but it's going to be up to the tiebreakers, really.
Yeah. But I think this might be it. I would be shocked if we push, more outside of adding back, this Razen. I feel like this is already okay, and yeah, I think maybe Julian agrees, and yeah, just sets 1 and passes back to Charlie, who is gonna, be quite happy with the amount of Mulcharmies opened, a lot of, options in his hand at the moment. Wow, look at it. So many cards in hand. And throws into another one. This is unbelievable.
Was it another Purulia?
Yeah.
Purulia is really good.
Yes.
As a Purulia to start. Mulcharlie is just off to the races here in game 2. Julian can't catch a break here in this match. Anything he does, Charlie's also going to just happen to draw a card as well.
Do you just negate this? That's the question, I guess, from Julian.
Julian's played 4 turns of this duel so far, and he's been under Amol Charmy every single turn, which feels a little unfair, doesn't it?
And no, I think it resolved, so we are gonna start things off with reinforcement of the army. I mean, you cannot be surprised when you see, you know, so many cards. You're gonna get pretty much all of your engine pieces. And yeah, that's gonna be a Rasen.
Are we going to be doing the same as we did last time, destroying the Rasen on site with the forced release? Or maybe this time, maybe the Ripper has a material, so maybe you just kind of hold it for a little bit longer.
Let's see. It's gonna be normal summon in the same column as that Ripper. And no, yeah, same exact thing as game 1.
We've played this game before.
Yeah.
But you have to think, though, if this was the plan, wouldn't you? Right, why wouldn't you just negate the Perulia?
Yep.
Just get the value and, yeah.
I was also thinking that, but I mean, I'm sure Julian has done this plenty of times before, and he's just gonna try to hang in there. Charlie just seems like he has so much available to him. I can say, you know, that Stake Your Soul to just push even more. And he's gonna grab the Heavy Burger. Interesting pick, yeah.
That's always a worrying sign when you're trying to add something that's maybe not the best. You think, does that mean you
Yeah.
have all the good cards already in your hand?
Absolutely.
Is there already a Holly Sue?
Yeah, there goes the Heavy Burger, maybe into Mad Love. And I don't even think there is any interaction in Julian's hand. I think it's full on engine. Maybe, you know, of course you can use some canines if they are there, if Izuna in particular and Lupis are there, but yeah, you're just gonna Werewolf. And what is in there? Double Joylong Burger. Ooh, both targets though for the impulse. That's a bit unfortunate, I guess, but
Well, that hand is rough as well.
yeah.
You only got the 1 dark, so you just take that away. All these fires.
Yeah, it's 4 fires pretty much. And
If you just pop this on site, does it not?
Yeah. Ooh, that was not known.
But surely this must have been chained to the Mad Love search. There's no way you wait, because now the Mad Love can reveal something and start summoning Geolongs. Oh, but there's no darks to reveal. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Wow. What a turn of events, yeah.
I mean, we saw this coming. We kind of saw how game 1 played out, and it's playing out here very similar in game number 2.
I think we are done, because what can you even do? Do you have any? Like, we have, what was it? Double Giant Impulse and the other... Yeah, it's a pass.
Well, the burger comes back to the hand at least.
Yeah, yeah.
But the hand was just so much wonkier for Charlie.
True,
Definitely.
True.
Like 4 fires.
Wow. So in the end, Julian this time around manages to stop Charlie, even though the 3 Mulcharmies were still there for the former champion, and now he knows he's pretty much not really fearing anything. Like, there is only the impulse, and it can only summon from deck, so that's it.
Yeah, it actually does look like Julian is going to take this game. Maybe Charlie's going to consider conceding, and yeah, he's picking it up right now,
Yeah,
throwing in the flag, and we're
Smart.
going to a game at number 3 with still 20 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, smart recognition by Charlie. No need to waste any time. He's not winning that game. Might as well save it and not risk a double loss. But congrats to Julien. He somehow hang in there. I mean, I can't feel like, you just faced 6 Mulcharmies in a couple of turns, and somehow you're still there. And maybe you want to return the favor now that you are going second for the first time in this match.
Yeah, we'll have to see how many Mulcharmies come out. Very smart of him not to give anything to Charlie with the other Mulcharmy. He could have summoned a couple of times from the hand. He could have summoned with the rock. He could have summoned with the trap, but he decided not to. Just say, okay, your hand, it's got nothing in it now once I take away the critical piece. So that's going to be that.
No, absolutely.
And now we're going to see what happens when Charlie goes first.
Yeah.
He needs to not be Mulchar.
I was about to say,
he can still draw Perulia, just kind of hedge his bets there, but he doesn't want to draw as many as he's been drawing here in game number 3.
No, definitely. Charlie is not really the thing to do when you go first, and he might just take out every single one of them. It's always interesting to see how this duelist approach the side deck for going, you know, first, especially in the mirror match. I feel like we've seen cards like just Phantasmai for that rock, but there isn't really anything that shines. Also because the deck has to rely on monsters. You need those attributes. You can't really side heavily into spell and traps.
Yeah, for sure. It feels like there's not that many fantastic options. One card I have seen recently that is very funny is I can't even remember the name. It's something Mayhem for Hire or something like that, where both players have to reveal their hands, so it stops the Vanquished Soul player from using anything, which is a very funny interaction, but it's not really something you want to necessarily do in the mirror match. One way I've seen the mirror match go a lot is going first. You just get so much advantage, and you get to set your Snow Devil, and that seems to be enough a lot of the time, but that doesn't always work if your opponent opens with the Holly Sue as well.
Yeah. I mean, we saw the Snow Devil really cleaning things up there for Julian in game 2 to really push things to a game number 3. I mean, also you have to hope that your opponent, and Charlie in this case, doesn't draw anything to play past that point, which he didn't, losing the card out of the hand thanks to that werewolf.
Anyway, I think so, as we can see, only one of them will advance with an X2 record, keeping their chances extremely alive to walk into round 7 and possibly have that win and in. Let's find out where it is going to be Charlie or Julian. Let's go to game 3.
Yeah, you really called it there, Marcello. If you have 2 losses going into the last round, that is pretty much the bubble. Because if you do finish with 2 losses, you're probably more than likely going to make the top 8, depending on how many players there are with 2 losses. But usually at the WCS, we have 1 or 2 players with 3 losses making it in.
Yeah. No, I've done the math before the event, and I'm pretty sure like X2 is guaranteed to make it.
In.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean it's good news. And of course those double losses make it even more likely at some point that they are gonna make it. So let's see. I mean, it all comes down to this. Around 19 minutes left in the clock, should be plenty of time to make it. And Charlie going in first, the first time in this round 6.
Yeah, are we going to see, I don't know, Molt Julian? I don't know what you call it exactly. Doesn't quite...
Molt Julian, yeah, that's a stretch.
I still respect it. But yeah, that could be the case. This could be the time for Julian to be the one to draw the Mulch armies, but...
Could be the case for Kane.
We'll keep him coming. Keep him coming.
Yeah.
Leo's,
you can tell that it's been a while. And the end looks promising. I see a lot of interesting cards. And... let's see. I don't see Julian activating a Purulia, so... Okay, we do see this Take Your Soul, but an Ash Blossom could be devastating here. Do we have a starter? If we're Charlie, do we have a Canine card?
Nope, just a set and a pass.
That's brutal.
He needed that Stake Your Soul to resolve, but instead the Ash Blossom from Julian is just huge.
Also, because I'm pretty sure he had Olysue, Charlie, and then... that's just brutal if you don't have anything to make it work with. And now your opponent knows you have the impulse in hand, so it will make things interesting for Julian, but that's definitely not the start we were hoping for.
Yeah, how effectively can you play around that impulse? And maybe if you're Julian, you just go straight for a Ripper here. You just go Jokul, summon Azuna, and make a Ripper as your first action, and then shut down the impulse. Because when your opponent's like past turn, you think, I want to do everything I can. I don't mind if they hand trap me and prevent my other plays, but I do mind if they draw extra cards, because at the moment they can't do anything.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I guess we are about to find out, because here we could just not use the search effect and go into Reaper. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because Jokul can just go and fetch a Lantern anyway, and then the Lantern can bring back the Jokul, so you're not like missing out too much.
But we are gonna use the Jokul instead, and this could be a risky decision for Julian.
Yeah, that is really interesting. Maybe he sided out Lantern, so he thought if he didn't use the Jokul now, he won't be able to use it at all. It seems like a reasonable thing to do going second, maybe.
Yeah, this means that Charlie is gonna now access 2 fresh new cards, as well as then discarding one to the graveyard. But on the other end, this allows now the Izuna to be special summoned, and as well as the Lupus. Ooh.
Yeah, it's kind of tough drawing from that side.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful. And now looks like he's thinking.
Yeah, he needs to discard one, no?
He's gonna discard another impulse.
And that's an easy choice.
Yeah.
But as mentioned, now we can go into Reaper right away to just make things a bit easier, I think. Makes sense. Just prevent a possible Olisu from coming down, or, you know.
What sort of cards are you thinking the face down could be? Is it, I mean, almost certainly you've got to be considering the Snow Devil, and then maybe Forced Release would be a sort of bluff. Although having said that, you can summon it. You can summon a Ripper on your opponent's turn, so.
Yeah.
He definitely still has some interaction in the hand here against Julian, but looks like he's thinking about using it right here on the Ripper. It's a tough call.
Yeah. And also others on the face down. And
ooh, Metal Tronus.
Metal Tronus.
Okay.
Interesting. Side deck option, I guess, from Charlie, and it's going to just be activated right away.
Yeah, that is quite the card to side in. I guess it's maybe one of those cards where you're just siding in because you don't have, you don't have other cards to side out for the Molchamis. Maybe it's just one of those cards you need for the siding patterns. Because I can't imagine it's something you like really want. Maybe you do, but
I mean, it's yeah. I guess it's alright, but if you need to take out those Molchamis, maybe that's what it just is comfortable with siding. And well, we still have so much we can do. We have a normal summon. We have Izuna and Lupus, which we can use. So the question is, do we have Vanquish Soul cards? We might not. So Lantern
brings back the Jokel.
Yep.
Do you even need them though? You're gonna have, like, there's the case for K9. Can you activate case? No, you can't, right? Because I think it's the on activation.
Oh, I think we are out of targets though.
Just gonna be a PE minor.
Yeah.
When you side deck, sometimes you'll side out those extra options that might not be in your deck, and that's definitely something that would happen here when you're going second.
Of course. I mean,
but
fair
yeah.
enough.
Is Izuna into Lupus not just more than 8,000 damage?
Through the...
Yeah, because you get the 900 boost, right? So all of your monsters are nearly 3,000.
Yeah, could totally be the case. I can see it. How big is the...
I want to say like 2,200, something like that.
Yeah, 2,200. Spot on.
Oh, is that right? Oh, yes. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, Nesh Knight.
You're right.
Gonna clear the attacker.
But yeah, why not do it this way? And then this way you can put up the Masquerade on top of the... for some extra protection.
And yeah, here comes Izuna. I guess we can use Ash here if we want. Not quite.
But you have to Ash, otherwise it's just... Oh, no, it's not big enough, actually. The National is only 1,700.
I mean, I guess, yeah, when you play between kind of like acquaintances, last friends, you see some good sponsorship, because I think...
He's going to summon Holisu?
What did he reveal?
Well, so why did he summon the Holisu?
Just to block some damage, maybe?
I guess so.
Yeah, but you summon Holisu just to block damage, that's almost like conceding.
It's not the position you want to be in, that's for sure.
What was the card in end? Did you pick it up? Like, revealed?
I think it was another Holisu.
Okay. Wow.
But like, yeah,
I mean,
you
I
can't just give up the card.
What happened to Stake Your... Oh, no, the Stake Your Soul got stopped, that's right.
Yeah.
It's in the graveyard.
No, but I mean, I can imagine just opening your end, maybe looking at, all this you right away, and then heartbreaking when you find out you can't do anything with it. But yeah, it seems like Julian Although it looked like he was in a rough spot all match long, has found a way to just stay in this and climb all the way up from that loss.
Yeah, it looks like Julian is going to be the one that's going to move on with only 2 losses going into the last round. But even if Charlie loses this, you mentioned X3 with three losses and however many wins, 4 would be the case here. Still not out, but definitely a lot more dicey than being locked in with 2 losses.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Julian loses, then Charlie and Julian might end up competing for the same spot.
That's a Zeus with a lot of materials.
Oh, well. Miracle draw off the top. I don't believe there is any part of extravagance to make things a bit closer. And there goes the handshake. Unfortunately, as you can see, Charlie obviously not happy with it. Has to just give it out to Julian. What
Do you
a
hear
match.
me on the list? Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, here we go. We're seeing the different kind of lineups of the deck. We see Charlie playing those Rescue Ace monsters, and Julian, it looked like playing a bit more of a heavier Canine engine. So if you were going to enter the tournament, do you think you'd rather have more Canines, or do you think you'd rather have those Rescue Ace monsters?
I mean, it's tough because if you're expecting a lot of yummy decks, the kind of a deck that's really notorious for not playing into those Canine cards, but you do see Julian there proud of the win. I love those victory poses. They're so awesome. But yeah, if you're expecting a lot of yummy, you might want to stay away from playing more of a heavy Canine package. But so far today, it seemed like that has been the better result because we also had one of the other players on earlier using the Rescue Ace cards as well, and didn't look like it worked out very well for him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not the most straightforward card. Sometimes you do like Fire Monsters, which is also why, Dogoran has been a choice for some players as a one-off, just to add that count, and I guess they are among the better options in that regard. But yeah, I definitely think it was a rough choice, because I would have expected Yami to be the most represented deck, and then, maybe the heavy Canine count, it doesn't look too great against those, but in reality, it was only 7 out of 27, so it's a close one. You never know, and those kind of decisions are the one that is gonna matter the most, especially because I feel like when it used to be 5 rounds, then you could get lucky and maybe avoid it. But with 7 rounds, you're gonna play against pretty much all of the field, and yeah, I think those decisions on your reads about what's gonna be the most represented deck do matter a lot. But regardless, I think I mean it was a nice show between 2 of the best North American players, so you should be proud. I think, really. It's
I am. No. Either way, no matter who won here, North America has a player that is X2 going into the last round, and I told you there was also another table. I think it was like table 3 with 2 other North America players that were going at it. So no matter what, there's going to be 2 players from that region with an X2 record into the last round, potentially making that top 8. But this next round is the last round, the bubble for so many players. The players that are X2 want to continue to win just to guarantee it. And then if you have 3 losses, there's still a chance. You don't want to give up hope, and you want to finish strong at the World Championship.
Absolutely, and it changes a lot. I mean, it's also going to be the first time in a while that we do not play the top 8 on the Saturday. So that means that no matter what happens, especially if you have been playing, on the bubble, let's say, for a long time, maybe your nerves, have taken quite the toll. You get to relax after the last round. If you make it, you just have, dinner, shower, and then you get a few hours of sleep, and you can come back tomorrow. And even then, you might not, play in a few hours, because as mentioned, we are going to be live streaming every single top 8 match, which is also something I think can give an extra motivation to just, want to make it, because your friends might want to support you from back home, because every single match will be shown tomorrow. So that's a great, I think, thing to be on the lookout for.
I love that change. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of having the top 8 played out after the last round on this day, because it's kind of anticlimactic.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to do that, right? You made top 8, and then I remember us all just we all went back to the hotel while you were still playing your top 8 match. So you're just like in a room alone. But to have all the top 8 matches on the stage, that's incredible, because it's incredibly hard to make the top 8 at the World Championships. You're going to be along with the 8 best players in the world, and the fact that we're going to get to watch each and every one of those matches tomorrow is absolutely incredible.
I mean, it's special also because I feel like you never know who is going to take it at the end, and so the fact that we'll be able to follow through the World Champion full matches is important, you know. You want to see how they made it there, and if they got lucky, if they got, you know, to have some battles or like their opponent bricked or whatever happened. I think it's a nice story, even for them, to be fair, to be like years after they've won. This is how I've become, you know. It's something you want to show your grandchildren one day. So it's a nice little story. So I mean,
come over here, Johnny. Check out the time that I made topic. You gotta see these old Yu-Gi-Oh feature matches that I
Paris,
had in Paris.
Absolutely. So I mean, I know I will. So I mean, hopefully. But I mean,
this is when I made the EU WCQ finals.
Exactly. So I mean, that's definitely a funny one. But no, I mean, for now, still again, congratulations to Julien.
Oh yeah.
He had really you know, an interesting tournament up until now, and he's gonna get yet another chance in the last round, as meant up until now. Yuna is the only player who we knew was already locked in for top cut, being the only 5-0 in the tournament. Kudos to her. What a run. I mean, maybe she's 6-0 at this point. We don't even know. So, you know, absolutely crushing it through the competition with her deck. But I think we obviously want to get into the brain of Julien in a few seconds, because it does seem like it was a very interesting take on the deck. Throughout the match, we saw multiple copies of a case for K9, which I think is maybe the only player who is doing it this weekend.
Yeah, it's definitely very unique, I think. You know, players just, it's searchable, so you just like play one. That's fine. But then you say, actually, well, what are the cards I really actually want to draw? And maybe they just say, okay, I just want a few more K9 monsters in my deck. So let's start with that Jokel into Ripper, and then anything you do from there is going to be uninterruptible.
Yeah, definitely. And you were talking about whether you would want to have a heavier K9 package or not, but it seems to be really proving dividends here for Julien, as he has to, it doesn't have to win the next round, but if he wants to lock it in, he's going to be playing on that bubble. And meanwhile, on the other side, Charlie, to even have a chance at making the top 8, he's also going to have to win that last round. And
I mean, in a way, he could also return to the favor. I mean, they could both still keep the trend on, because in a way, Julien could carry Charlie once more. You know, if he wins the last round,
that would
both do. Yeah,
that would be incredible.
That would be a funny story. But on the other end, we could also get you know, the opposite thing, where Charlie just plays out, wins, and then he gives the additional tiebreaker if Julien loses the round. So, you know, they are both still on the lookout for one another, and I think it's you know, the beauty of these little stories and how they made it all the way here. But I mean, as mentioned, Julien is the one who made it by qualifying twice, which I think you always, you know, just gotta be on a side and applaud because of that, you know, incredible accomplishment. And I think he's definitely one of the most deserving of at least a chance of advancing to day 2, but who knows? I mean, every single one of these 27 players deserves a chance to get there. Not everyone can make it, of course, only about a third of the field, but we'll see how that goes anyways. But as mentioned, now the spotlight is on Julien, and so I think it's only fitting that we hear it from the man himself, the winner of round 6. Let's go to the post-match analysis.
All right, thank you once again, Marcello. I've got here with our winner of the round 6 feature, Julien. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Almost finished with day 1, just one more round, so feeling good to, you know, before second to last round, get a win in.
Right. And why do you think VSK9 is the best deck for this event?
I just think that if I go first, okay, what I'm about to say is going to contradict what happened on stream, but when I go first, I should like never lose. But to be fair, I misplayed crazy and I got hit by 3 Molcharmies, so those 2 things combined.
I did want to ask about that. So obviously you got hit by not 1, not 2, but 3 Molcharmies, both game 1s and game 2. What's your thought process on navigating those hands? Like you had a different approach both games, one where you went a bit more aggressive and one where you went a bit more, I guess, passive. What's your thought process?
So game 1, my game plan was to just set up the Ripper. It's like, game 1, I wanted to set up Ripper and Trap, right? That's also what I wanted to do game 2, but game 2, I hard opened the Trap. So I just needed to get the attributes to my hand. I didn't actually need to, you know, go through all the Vanquisher cards. Also, game 1, I ashed a Molcharmy, so I was only actually under 1, whereas game 2, I was under Perulia and Fua, so no matter where I summoned from, like, I had to give him draws.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at game 2, a clip where you used your Werewolf effect to take a look at his hand when you were resolving a card. At this point, how confident were you that the match was over? What was your thought process?
100%. So here, he went Stake Your Soul for Borger, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, Reveal Borger. So he's getting Mad Love. He has no other lines of play because he can't even summon his Jiaolong from the hand because he can't reveal for the Mad Love. So all I have to do is pop the Mad Love. The field spell will never be able to target anything. I have to just not summon off my trap, not give him a draw, not give him a chance, and then I win 100%. That's why I hit the Dark. So if I don't hit the Dark, he can go reveal Dark, like lower my guy's defense, and then summon Jiaolong and go crazy from there.
Exactly, and that's what the casters picked up. By locking him from his Dark Monster, he doesn't really have any further plays. Our second clip is from Game 3. You only had an Ash Blossom as a form of interaction in this game. Tell me the thoughts in your process. Were you like, it's so over? Or...
Ash and a prayer. So the thing, when you start Stake Your Soul Reveal Fire like that, it means two things. It means his hand is the nuts, like the best hand possible. That usually if you have K9 cards and Vanquish Soul cards, you will bait with your Vanquish Soul cards if you have more ways to Vanquish Soul later. But I'm like, I have to Ash this, otherwise like I just lose. So I Ash it and it went through. I was only hand trap. Sorry, there was no other play for me.
Yeah, and we'll roll the third clip while we have a chat. So the third clip is essentially the last turn of the match where you're just closing off the game. I just want to ask, you've obviously played for a year. Everyone else who's been on stream as well, I played 5-10 years. With being relatively inexperienced, what advice could you give other people who are aspiring to be here?
Honestly, all I can say is like, put in the work. Like that's honestly the best thing to do. Like I play a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh, and that's how I just keep getting better and try to make as little mistakes as possible. At the end of the day, Yu-Gi-Oh is a game of like misplaying less than your opponent, right? Like game 1, I'm supposed to never lose, but I misplayed more than Charlie, so I lost that one.
How do you pick yourself up after realizing you've made misplays?
The most important thing to do is like not, like just the opposite, not put yourself down, because the whole time I was like trying really hard because in my head I was like, you misplayed, and it's like so hard. But at the same time, you're like, come on, there's still 2 more games after this, and just gotta go from there.
Yeah, and I guess the job's still not done yet. You are on a 4-2 record. That, while is impressive, if you lose, you're potentially losing your spot in the top 8. Are you nervous going into the last round?
I'm a little nervous, but at the same time, like I've done this a million times before. You know, last round on the bubble. I'll do my best.
Yeah, and we wish you the best of luck. I know the players are they're itching to play the last round, arguably the most important round for a huge portion of the players who are on the bubble with you. So we wish you the best of luck. Congratulations with this round, and we might see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move.
Ignite the Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ、見てみろよこれ。へへ、どうよ、俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあお前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。
Welcome back to the coverage of the TCG World Championship 2025 live from Paris. It's all come down to this. One more round of Swiss to claim who will be the top 8 duelist advancing to Sunday.
Duelist advance? All right,
yeah,
I like
absolutely.
it. I can get behind that. I can get behind that.
And I mean, that's gonna be definitely, I mean, an amazing one last round. We are gonna have a lot of matches, deciders as mentioned, because as we have said plenty of times throughout, X2 is that magic number that just guarantees you making it to the top cut, but we could still have a third back-to-back for free world champion, who knows? I mean,
yeah,
only time can tell.
Definitely. I'm just excited. I can't believe we're already here in round number 7. It felt like the day just started. I mean, that's what happens when you're watching incredible players playing some incredible duels. It just, time flies, but we're moments away from finding out who our top 8 is going to be.
Yeah, but we still have a few players kind of locked in already. A couple of Europeans.
Yeah.
So me and Marcello can be...
shout out to you. Let's go, guys.
Indeed,
Yeah.
indeed. I mean, yeah, absolutely proud of what our duelists are accomplishing. But I mean, we hopefully will be able to show you guys what are the standings before this last round. But spoilers, of course, as mentioned, Yuna was already locked in on a 5-0, and I believe she has lost her first match, going down to a 5-1 score. Not that it mattered all that much. I'm sure she also relaxed a bit after winning the 5th round. But both, as you've mentioned, Tom, the Europeans in contention, Rosalie and Tom, made it to a 5-winning record as well. So with a 5-1 score, they are both locked in. And here is Rosalie on table 1, as you can see here, for the last round. Unbelievable performance, especially because we have not mentioned yet what deck she's on, and I'm not gonna do it yet. Hopefully, I mean, we're guaranteed to seeing her tomorrow, so we'll see what she has in store for us. But on the other end, Tom has made Lunalight in top 8.
That's incredible. If you'd have told me before the tournament, I would have been like, that sounds awesome, but I don't believe you, because, I mean, I've been playing, maybe I'm doing something wrong. It can be tough, but it's all about the right meta reads, right? If you're not expecting a lot of Droll and Lockbirds and stuff like that, and you can potentially catch people off guard because they're so focused on those Justice Hunters deck and stuff like Malice, then you kind of just sneak right in there with Lunalights, and that's what happened to seem to be the case here this weekend.
Absolutely, but on the other hand, speaking of interesting decks, I can tell you guys that also Dino managed to advance to an X2 record, so he will play it out for a top cut spot with that White Forest deck all the way, you know, to the last round of Swiss, where he will be playing against Shane Tai and his Vanquish All K9 deck. But that will be the backup future match for this round. Instead, we'll go see Willie.
Willie! Any of you got to the NAWCQ? He was a fan favorite. People loved him. The crowd cheered for him. And now he has that opportunity to win the final round to make it into top 8.
Here it is. As you can see, those 3 players locked in, all from the European region. But then a lot of X2s all the way down to 10th place with Shane, Julian, of course, that we see. Johannes also made it. He was 0-2 at the event, and he has won 4 in a row with the Lunalight deck as well. That's unbelievable. I mean, what a run. And he is going to be the players that we future here for the last round, deservingly so. So we could have 2 Lunalights out of 2 in the top 8. That's unbelievable.
That's a 100% conversion rate.
Indeed.
Which is
and
difficult.
That's absolutely amazing. And as mentioned, then we have Sebastian, Dino, and Willie, along with obviously Ryohei. And well, Willie, as we have briefly touched on before, won't be playing those Orcus cards that are not quite legal for this event, and instead going from, you know, the I guess underdog strategy to probably one of the most expected decks, Yummy.
Yep, Yummy has been all over the place, especially at the top tables here this weekend. We saw it a lot in our feature matches earlier, but we're going to have to see how many of those Yummy decks are going to make it into top 8. I believe there was 7 in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And let's hear from Wilfred what he has to say about this weekend.
I'm from Florida in the United States. I've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For probably like 12 years-ish, and I like animals. I won the NAWCQ. I played Orcus Fiendsmith. The entire weekend is just exciting for me. I didn't think I'd be here, so I'm very happy. It didn't matter what the result is. I got here. That's not what most people get to do, so. Oh, it's Sky Striker Ace Rose. I like her art more than Ray, and her effect isn't as good, but the art's is better, in my opinion. Croissant.
I mean,
doesn't even have to think about it. It's croissant, croissant, croissant.
Yeah, are you kidding me? You know,
maybe we need to give them like an actual test, like bring them a presentation of both to try them and then make an accurate, you know, decision. Maybe you have like the best croissant and the best macaron.
Production, if tomorrow you wanna bring some for us,
hey,
just say it. I mean, I do it for the show, of course.
Yeah, I mean, we need to settle this once and for all.
Yeah, you have to close your eyes just so it's fair, so you don't know which one you're eating. You know.
Yeah.
I'm sure I wouldn't be able
to tell the difference.
No, absolutely not. But yeah, now I think it's time to see if the streak continues, because we're down to the last interview. Are we gonna get the one macaron? Let's hear it from Johannes.
My name is Johannes Bauer. I'm from Germany, from the Bavaria region, and I've been playing since 2020, so 5 years. I finished top 4 at Euros. I'm looking forward to meeting people from all around the world I've been talking to online and just having fun. My ace monster is Bestial Magnamut. I just really like the value it provides and the disruption in the back and forth gameplay. I've never tried a macaron, so I would have to say I prefer the croissant.
Okay, that one's by default. That one doesn't count. If you haven't tried them both, you can't have an accurate pick, but still croissant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, anyways, as mentioned, guys, it's an amazing match for sure. What an incredible story. On the one hand, of course, we have the NAWCQ winner. On the other end, the possibility of having 2 out of 2 Lunalights in the top 8 after starting off rough today for Johannes. I think it's gonna be an incredible matchup, and on the one hand I might be worried for Willie, because I believe that has been one of the, you know, matchups that, talking to these Lunalight players, they prepared for. You know, they brought this deck because they thought Yami was gonna be the most represented deck.
All right, here we go. The final round of Swiss. The winner of this will lock their spot in top 8 at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship here in Paris, France.
Yeah, here we go. You know, I was thinking to myself, like, I think we had 7 unique decks, and wondering if we could possibly get, I was thinking, can we get 8 unique decks in the top 8? But obviously we can't, because there's only 7, so one deck has to have 2. But who would think it would be Lunalight would be the deck that has 2?
Yeah, indeed.
If there happened to be 7 decks in
and yeah, I mean, the 3 locked-in decks are 3 different decks for now, so that is definitely at least what's going to happen.
Willie starting things off strong with an Obedience Schooled. This means we aren't going to see Herald of Arclight.
Yeah, we did see Johannes losing earlier to the Lunalight deck, I think, but we will see how it goes. Again, we did see Tom's deck, and I get the feeling that they may have prepared together, Tom and Johannes, so maybe their decks will be similar. So maybe we'll see those similar kinds of cards like Dark Ruler, Book of Eclipse, and Called by the Grave as his strategy going second.
All right, gonna go into Yummy Snatchy and then Synchro Summon for Yummy Cupsy Way. Or Cupsy Yummy Way, rather. Gonna add Lollipo and Cupsy, and going to send that Lollipo to the graveyard.
Yeah, this is one of the most powerful cards that I've read in a long time, because you know the sort of synchro, just search 2 and then discard 1, because when you think, oh, discard 1, search 2, you should probably, it'd be more fair if you had to discard 1 first, right? You'd think that's kind of the way it should go, but no, search 2, discard 1. So if you don't need any more yummy cards, it's fine, you can just discard 1 of them. Whereas if you have extra cards in your hand, maybe like a Fool Loss or something, you don't need it, you can just discard that. So you've got so many options with this card. Get some extra yummies in the grave, or get rid of some cards in your hand that aren't so helpful.
Certainly, and looks like Lollipo Yummy Way is coming out next, bringing back 2 yummy monsters from the graveyard. And then they're going right back, but for the Starham.
Yeah. Oh, interesting take, yeah. But I mean, I guess you have to do it when you open Obedience Coding.
Yep.
Exactly right. So gonna make a Synchro monster and then make the monster brought back a tuner, which gives you a 1 and a 3, which you can then use on your opponent's turn. Even though you can't start their turn with the Herald, you can make one pretty sharpish. And oh gosh, is that 3 face downs as well?
Wow, what an opener this is. And I mean, I must assume that on the last round of Swiss, you know what you're up against, right? Like, I would be shocked if they didn't know. So it could be interesting that, you know, Willie just tries and opens like this against the Lunalight deck. Will it be enough? Let's find out. And will we see some, you know, field-breaking spells again, as we did for...
Ooh, this is huge. Heavy Polymerization is great going second. It's an easy way to summon one of your fusion monsters from the extra deck. It lets you fusion summon using monster in your extra deck that has a fusion material of an extra deck monster. It costs a lot of life points, because you're going to take, I believe, like their attack points is damage to your life points. But it's a good way to get out your Lunalight fusions fast. This is incredible.
Yeah. So is this a card where, again, like, we see maybe not starting the turn is that much weaker? Because if you start the turn with Herald in play, then you can just negate the first thing your opponent does if it's powerful like this. But now you know you can just get your first play straight through, because it won't be negated because Herald's not yet on the field.
Yeah, and here, as you can see, we are not gonna be chaining, because basically you can use materials up to the number of monsters. So if you chain the synchro, you just give your opponent more materials, and yeah,
yeah, but
ideal.
4 monsters, they're all going to be banished, so he's not going to get the benefit of the effect. But Liger Dancer is going to come down right away at the beginning of the turn, and there might not be anything in the Yummy deck that's going to be able to deal with this Liger Dancer.
Indeed.
I mean, you can always attack it with...
with what?
Huh? Well, if you...
Oh, you get big enough?
Yeah, they don't even get big enough, I don't think.
No, I think you can't, because the maximum you can reach is 37, I believe, with, you know, 2500 boost. But maybe no, if you put one in the actual monster zone, it's that 3000. Maybe you can, but I
still, then the field's going to get wiped.
Yeah.
It is definitely tough for the Yummy deck to out the Liger Dancer. And following up with the Triple Tactics Thrust, it's going to be chained to return the Synchro monster, so Willie can summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard.
But maybe this is a sort of grind situation then. If you know, if your opponent's got the Liger Dancer in play, then you think, okay, well, they've only got so many destroys. Maybe the Yummy deck can just sit there and just keep summoning monsters, putting them in the way. It's a tough thing to do for sure, but maybe that has to be the plan.
And in the meantime, I can inform you guys, we have had a super fast game 1 in the backup future match, and Dino took it, so he's only 1 game away from claiming a spot in the top 8 with that White Forest deck. Wow.
That's incredible to hear.
We might have those 7 different decks in top, indeed, Tom.
Well, not if Johannes is able to take this. We're going to have at least 2 Lunalights.
Yeah.
If that's the most represented deck in top 8.
That would be absurd.
Absurd.
And I mean, to be fair, up until now, we know 3 guaranteed decks that are not the 2 most popular, and they're all different decks. So that definitely a possibility. I mean, if Dino wins, it's at least 4 different decks, and none of them are the 2 most represented. So that would be an absolute insane result. And we are considering Foolish Burial as a target. Definitely not the most common one, but...
Especially with Herald on the field, but he's going to have to go to battle phase to clear the Herald probably first.
And yeah, that's going to be it. We do get a draw, it seems. But... It's a rough spot. I mean, heavy polymerization just doing so much work. Heavy work.
Yeah, you know, it's reminiscent of like someone just activating a Mystic Mine and just saying like, you know, here's all your stuff. Okay, I'm just gonna play this one card. Can you deal with it? No? Okay. Let's go to game 2. Because I don't know what the plan is for Wilfred. I mean, maybe he has a plan. Yeah, you can't activate the Liger Dancer, can you? Because I think it's a cost Centigrave, or is that? Oh no, it's
because it's not from,
it's from the extra deck.
Oh, but the other extra deck monsters got banished.
Or
does heavy polymerization banish the monster?
Yeah, I think
it banishes the monster.
Ah, okay, that's what it is. So he is going to still be able to clear the field here and just need to get a little bit more damage. But you see, Johannes only on 500 life points. He's going to need to win this turn before summoning another monster, because Willie would still be able to attack over another monster potentially for a game if Johannes doesn't find a way to win right now.
But yeah, as you can see here, completely clearing the field, but we are gonna use the accrue key just to get something back.
Here comes the cookie. I'm slowly learning. They're all too similar to get the names from telling them apart, but this one is the cookie. And cookie, when it's summoned, you can reduce the attack of monster, or if it was summoned by a synchro, you can destroy that monster. So quite a powerful effect, but not so helpful when your opponent's card is unaffected by card effects.
Definitely not. Now Foolish Barrel's going to send the Lunalight Silverhound to the graveyard, which will allow Johannes to special summon a Lunalight monster from the deck. Willie still has Yummy Surprise face down.
Yeah, you gotta do something though, maybe, because once you get a Lunalight Fusion with the Silverhound in grave, then the Yummy Surprise can be negated. So maybe this is the plan now, just use it earlier rather than later.
He has it already, right? Because he sent the he sent a fusion to use the Liger Dancer. So he could negate the Yummy Surprise right now.
Does Yummy Surprise say use each effect once per turn or activate each effect once per turn?
We're gonna have to pull that one up.
I'm gonna go with use, but that's a hunch rather than a no.
Activate.
Oh, it's activate. So if you negate the activation,
well, but you can only use each effect of Yummy Surprise once. You can only activate one Yummy Surprise, but use each effect. But to activate.
No, you can use as many Yummy Surprises as you want.
Activate one of these effects,
yeah,
but you can only use each effect once per turn. Yeah. So he's going to save it and negate the infinite impermanence, it looks like.
Okay. We do get the Capsi Yummy Way back.
Giannis just has to be careful. Even though he has that Liger Dancer on the field, if Willie has the opportunity just to do 500 points of damage, he can take this game back.
And just paying attention to which column that infinite impermanence was activated in. Although having said that, it was negated anyway, so not too much of an issue.
Gonna add the Kaleido Chick with the Leo. Now Johannes has to send a card. He has 2 copies of Lunalight Perfume. That card is not once per turn.
For sure, that is not once per turn. You can use as many of those as you like.
I do think Johannes is going to be able to take this game, but Willie's goal right now is to survive and then hopefully like attack over something or attack directly somehow, potentially, to navigate a way around the Liger Dancer.
I like the different costs to activate effects because Willie's paid 100 for his.
I mean, if he pays too many hundreds, it actually matters in this scenario, which is pretty funny.
And yeah, we do get 2 monsters back with the Capsi Yummy Way. Oh, but we might have a response in Called by.
Wow, what a hand going second. Heavy polymerization, Called by the Grave.
And I think that it's devastating because we cannot access now the Mignon ever, you know, because also next turn it's gonna be blocked off in a way. So unless we have to search it with Capsi, I guess it's gonna be quite tough.
Yep. So the Lollipop is going to shuffle back the Perfume, or no, I guess not, and then
no, just banishing it because it's summoned off.
Oh, true. And then the Cookie is going to take down the Kaleido Chick.
Yep. But now we can add it back to the end.
With the Lunalight Gold Leo effect.
And we still have in hand the second copy of Perfume, I believe. So.
Yep. Willie doesn't know the bad news yet, but Kaleidochick's going to go ahead and send a Lunalight to the graveyard to copy the name, but that will be the one he wants to summon back with the other copy of Perfume in the hand.
Yeah.
Things are looking pretty good here for Johannes. I mean, I really like to see that we got to see that heavy polymerization. I mean, it's a card that we've seen a lot of side decks for Lunalight, but opting to include it in the main deck here might be why Johannes is sitting in this position, potentially being able to make top 8.
Indeed.
Yep. You want to get Yellow Martin into the graveyard?
I mean, we've mentioned it, but just the resilience of going 0-2 and then climbing all the way up, potentially winning 5 in a row is incredible from Johannes.
It's about the best you can expect after starting 0-2 for sure. But now it looks like he's going to attempt to use the Yellow Martin to try and return the Leo to the hand to special summon it out to the field. He needs to return the monster hand because he's going to need a card in hand to discard to utilize the effect of Perfume to add Lunalight Tiger or Lunalight Wolf from the deck to the hand later on in this turn.
And yeah, you got to wonder maybe what is that last card face down for Willie. It's been sat there for a while. Could it be an Infinite Impermanence? Could it be a Dominance Purge? You have to kind of rack your brain and go, what did Johannes actually use that would force cards out? Maybe it's another surprise, because
oh, it is.
Good call, good
as
call.
we learned.
You can use multiple in a turn for sure.
Oh.
So he's going to try and return both of those monsters.
Oh, but he targeted the Dancer.
That's interesting. I'm not sure why you'd target that over the Martin, because doesn't the Martin just get banished if you target it now?
I guess.
Oh, he wants it in attack mode.
Yeah, to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's actually potentially quite annoying for him. But
does Johannes have a Lunalight monster in the graveyard?
No.
I didn't think so. Wow, that second Yummy Surprise was quite surprising here for Johannes.
Indeed.
I mean, smart play here from Willie.
Indeed, a smart play from Willie, and yeah, it's just gonna attack over, and now.
Wow.
What do you do? I mean,
do you just rip the Liger Dancer right here and hope that Willie doesn't have another way to get a monster on the field?
There is the field spell, so you doesn't work.
That's true.
Like, unless he's out of yummy monsters, he has to just count, because he knows 3 are in the end. Maybe he's out. How many? 4? Oh, actually, it's kind of close.
Never count
1,
Willie out.
2,
I learned that
3,
at the
4.
NAWCQ.
Is it 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There might be just the last one in deck. Or if he has 3 more in hand, it's actually over. Let's see. I wanted to check the end from Willie, because I'm sure there is at least 3, but there might be 4, and in that case, he's out of monster. This might be one of the biggest mind games, because it doesn't summon from hand, right? It summons only from deck. Let me check.
But like, what's he gonna do at this point? Snatchy is not a threat, right? Because you call by the grave on Snatchy anyway.
I think he has 3 monsters in hand, so it might be over without. Yeah, he has to read the that is the card that you win with if you don't do it. And you can special summon only from the deck. So yeah, I mean, oof, it's a big.
Wow, that second Yummy Surprise really put Willie in a good position.
Yeah. I mean, oh, I guess, I don't know. Is it a slow play warning just because, yes? I guess so. I mean, he doesn't seem too happy with it, but I guess that has been the decision. And there is an Anima, and here is where we could actually use the Dancer. I mean, I guess there is no reason.
But there's still no reason to
Yeah, you can wait here and do it here, because I think if it's destroyed, it triggers, no? So you have to do it now.
But does it not need 2 beasts or something like that? Or no?
No, only 1 beast.
1 beast, okay.
So I think you do it now. Like, you do it now. Is there any way that he survives through it? No.
I wonder why he didn't make it there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Maybe.
surely you have to Liger Dancer here.
He's
Yeah.
scared of the field spell, maybe.
I guess, like, is he really playing? Yeah, I don't get it.
Johannes could have also summoned this Yellow Martin in defense mode, right?
I actually don't get it. Yeah, because you're right. I think, did Willy not realize he's out? Or is there one more? Let me check. Let's check the deck. Is there one? Like, there is either the very last. Okay, there is the very last one. Then, yeah, we're fine. Okay. I was worried for a moment because he had a lot of monsters in hand, but that was literally the 9th Yummy monster.
Will never count Willy out. Even when things look grim, he found a way here.
And
a yummy way.
The yummy way. I mean, that's such a maybe a tilting moment for Johannes, but I mean, if anyone's going to come back, he will, because he's come back from 2 losses down. But you can give it 1,000 less defense attack as well and just swing over it. But
an attack for game?
Incredible.
Yeah, it's a surrender.
Yeah, that's
Willy, oh man, a game that just looked almost impossible on the back of 2 copies of Yummy. Surprised there. Oh, there's so many points that Johannes is going to look back on the game and think if he could have done something different to not be put in that position. Maybe like activate the perfume like a little earlier just to get it into the graveyard, because he just really needed to get that Lunalight perfume into the graveyard and then add a card back to his hand to maybe banish and get a Lunalight Tiger potentially, because he just needed one more monster on the field to win that game.
yeah, that was super heads up though, leaving the extra Martin on the field in attack mode, so it can't be, you know, it's just kind of stranded there in attack mode. But you've got to think, maybe the burn damage, maybe there must have been a way to like
really
force
matter,
through
yeah,
the burn damage.
Yeah, I don't think it really mattered, because at the end of the day, you could have just crushed into the...
It doesn't have to be destroyed by a card effect.
No, no, no. It could just be destroyed in the all you can do it.
He was on 300 though.
Ah, he was on 300,
So
right.
there's quite a lot going on
right.
in that game.
Yeah.
That was complex.
Yeah, right, because I stopped at the beginning of the turn, but then, yeah, you couldn't crush it. Yeah, that was definitely an heads-up play, even more than by him, but wow. Ooh, it's down to the wire for sure, and now we are only 1 game away from possibly, you know, having this this upset and Willy claiming a spot in the top cut.
I'm telling you, you can never count Willy out. Like, even in the finals there at the NAWCQ, all hope seemed lost, but he still found a way to win that tournament, and he's still doing it here at the WCS, the World Championship. Just incredible. I mean, that's really the downside of heavy polymerization. The cost to use that card is extremely heavy, especially if you're using 3 fusion monsters from your extra deck.
Yeah, that was 7,500. Like that was like
that was
how much life points you have to pay before a card becomes like too much, and it turns out maybe 7,500 is
It was
the
close,
number.
but yeah, could be definitely. But I mean, on the one hand, well, now we have mentioned that this time around, Willy decided to, you know, have his own take on one of the most popular decks, Yummy. I gotta say, he has quite the interesting take on the deck. In this game, we didn't quite get to see those tech cards in the main deck. Maybe now we'll get to see, but I can tell you guys that his deck list is quite unique. But it seems like we are done with the side decks, so let's jump back into action.
Here we go, players just shuffling up right now.
Just an excellent way to finish the day for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, it has been an amazing day. For anyone who has missed any of the action, just make sure to go back and watch it at the end of this day, because you don't want to miss out on some of these amazing duels that we witnessed. But we still have a lot more in store for tomorrow. But now let's find out who is going to be making it.
I mean, this to me has got to be one of the coolest games we've seen all day, to be honest. It's not often that both players end the duel on less than 500 life points.
Certainly not. And it looks like Johannes is going to be going first this time, and he's got a lot of Lunalight cards. He's going to start with Fractal, because that's the one that's going to play the least into something like Droll and Lockbird.
Indeed.
Tri-Brigade Fractal lets you send a Silverhound to the graveyard, and now the Lunalight Silverhound will special summon a Lunalight monster from the deck.
Yep. In the meantime, I can inform you guys that in the backup future match, just to keep things more exciting, there has been a 1-1. So Shane won game 2, which means we are gonna go to a game 3 to decide who makes it even there, let's see if Johannes can do the same and bring this match to a game 3 himself.
Yeah, here we go. This has got to be a premium start. And when you see a handful of engine cards and your opponent hasn't hit you with either of the Perulia or the Fulos, you've got to be quite happy.
Goes ahead and straight up adds the Lunalight Wolf to the hand. Willie, I know, is a good player, so he definitely probably knows that means the rest of his hand is just already all the other pieces he needs there. So the reason he grabs the Wolf is because if he gets hit by Droll and Lockbird, he'll still have a way to fusion summon. Now Kaleido Chick's going to be the normal summon. Going to send a Leo Dancer to the graveyard, really covering his bases in fear of Droll. Fire Formation. Tinky is up next.
He's almost got all the materials to make the Liger Dancer right here, right? With the Wolf and a bunch of Lunalights in the grave.
Yeah, this is going to be an ideal board for Lunalight if he goes in uninterrupted. We'll probably see like a couple of Liger Dancers and a Baguska. And potentially an SP Little Knight.
Well, unfortunately for the fans of the Diabuild deck, I have to inform you that although Dino won game 1, he lost the following 2 games. It is Shane who won the backup future match and is now guaranteed a spot in the top 8. Dino must, will have to rely on tie breaks to hopefully, make it. But still, congratulations on an amazing run with one of the most unique decks in the tournament.
Was that just making a Liger Dancer with a polymerization, which seems absolutely crazy? But I suppose that's one way to do it. He's used most of his hand there, but it's all going to come back.
Yep, definitely. This is going to be quite the field. We might be going to a game number 3, but as I said, it's hard to count Willie out. But Lunalight Perfume is going to bring back the Kaleido Chick. Banishing the Perfume, discarding that polymerization.
And again, this might come as a bit of a surprise, but we have hinted at Willie's unique deck building approach to this deck. But in reality, he has a lot of going second options, just not in the forms of, end interactions. But let's see if those are going to help against an unaffected beat stick. So
Tom was making a call for Winged Dragon Raw Seer mode.
Yeah, let's see it. Sphere modes, Lava Golems.
Yeah.
What's the Link 5? I'm always forgetting.
Underworld
Goddess. That's the one. It's probably got to be quite threatening, but not if you make 2 Liger Dancers.
Fair.
All right, those 2 monsters are going to the graveyard for Cross Sheep. Yellow Martin is going to return the Tiger to summon itself back. And Cross Sheep will summon back the Kaleido Chick.
Yeah, Cross Sheep quite a uniquely worded card, I would say, in that it just has to point to a fusion monster when a monster's summoned to it. So if it's already pointing to a fusion monster, and then you just summon a different monster, even if it's not a fusion monster, you still get the effect to summon from the grave.
Oh, and it's gonna be the Dugares. Didn't quite work out in the... Yeah, it's gonna take a read after activating it. That's an interesting one. But yeah, we're gonna skip the main phase as we did in the previous future match with Tom.
Now on top of all this, he already has the Spell and Trap Negate in the graveyard with the Silver Hound plus a fusion monster. Dugares and Cross Sheep going to the graveyard. This will probably be for an SP Little Knight. Yep, here the plan is all coming together. The Tiger's going to bring back the other level 4 that he's going to need for Baguska. And Lunalight Wolf will clean up and summon that second copy of Liger Dancer. As I said, this is the ideal Lunalight board you can make, and you use all his cards. When you have all engine, this is where you're going to end up, especially if you go up and uninterrupted.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, finally can do a pendulum summon. That's what he's been building up to do.
I do like how the Lunalight pendulums, like while you can pendulum summon, it's cool that they're just like continuous spells almost. But that's kind of a good way to describe pendulum monsters. But yeah, this is ideal.
Yeah, this is by far the best opener we have seen from Lunalight all weekend long. And although you said it, never count Willie out. This is one field,
I might be counting him out this time. He's going to need that Ancient Beast of the Sky. Please hear my cry.
Yeah.
Envelop the desert with your glow and cast your rage upon my foe.
I guess what card could help out? Maybe as Tom mentioned, outside of Sphere mode, very few. And I think
the flag is coming
been enough. I mean, yeah, I mean, there are 23 minutes left. You really don't want to risk a double loss on the bubble match. Might as well take your loss and bring it up to the game, especially considering game one was close and Willy went first and full comboed. So, you know that it might take a while. So, makes a lot of sense.
And this game, too, that we just saw right here is basically why I think these players brought Luna Lights into the tournament, because they knew one of the most popular decks is going to be Yummy, not using a lot of those hand interactions, right? And if you get to go first uninterrupted, you can make this turn one field that is pretty much unbeatable outside of, as you mentioned, Sphere mode.
I reckon Willy's going to side in a couple of copies of Ceasefire and Just Desserts, just in case that heavy polymerization comes down again. You know, go down to 500.
Poison the old man.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Poison the old man. Yeah, fantastic Yu-Gi-Oh! That would be. But I'd be very surprised that was in his side deck, but I would be very here for it.
Absolutely. I mean, probably not quite going to be the case, but we have a lot of other options that obviously might be there. In terms of paying life points, he might be the one doing it this time around. We have seen a lot of Yummy players siding Solemn Judgment. That could be the case for, him as well, who knows. But I've also seen a lot of Yummy duelists playing around with some interesting continuous trap card, in the forms of, Rivalry, Gozen, mainly targeting the Vanquish Soul deck. But, if you can somehow use them against Lunalight, not quite sure. But another continuous trap card that might be in there is Anti-Spell Fragrance, and that's a good one.
Oh, yeah, that would be devastating if for the Lunalight player, Johannes here, because you really need to activate spell cards to get the Lunalight strategy going.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, when you say those Rivalry Gozens, they're all dark monsters, right? And they're all beasts. Are they all wing beasts?
Beast
or
Warrior?
Beast They're kind of a mix, so maybe Rivalry could do the trick.
But we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. Regardless, I think they both have a very similar approach with a lot of spell and going second card. So I'm pretty sure he should be uninterrupted, setting up his combo. Let's see if he opens again the Obedience Schooling, and so goes for that Star Beast, or otherwise I think not. But regardless, thank you guys for being with us. We are down to the last remaining game of the day, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it out, because we are gonna find out who of these two amazing duelists is gonna make it to tomorrow. So let's go to game 3.
I'm wondering, I mean, I know I was joking about the ceasefire, but maybe you just end on the link 2, and then you check heavy polymerization. Because if that's in the field,
I dare you to do it.
You can't do it anymore, right? Because you play the heavy polymerization, you pay almost all your life points, and now you've got this monster that if you destroy it, you lose the game. So
yeah, that's
two towers staring one another down. But
you heard it here, free masterclass from Tompe.
There you go. This is how you beat Lunalight.
Absolutely.
Specifically how you beat heavy polymerization. I wouldn't really bank on Johannes running more than like, I don't know how many copies. How many do we think?
I mean, there might be a few. I mean, as Billy has mentioned, it's not uncommon to see more copies in the side deck for going second. So maybe we'll see it again. And
I mean, this is a scary part for Lunalight too, because we saw his hand there in game 2, all Lunalight cards. If you draw that hand going second, it's bad news.
Absolutely.
But the one thing that Johannes does have going for him is a lot of the interactions from Yummy, putting your opponent's monsters face down, returning monsters to the hand, not particularly good against fusion-based strategies.
Indeed. And let's see whether that will be the case. As mentioned, Willy going first. Gonna try and set up his Yummy plays. Could be the last hand that one of these two draws for the World Championship. Big moment. And there you go, nice fist bump. It all comes down to this last duel. And you can see one by one the cards are being picked up. Oof. I think the last one was the crucial one. If I'm not mistaken, it was the Obedience Calling. The rest of the end, I'm pretty sure, was full brick in terms of engine. But this is just the one card that makes the opener so good. And you can see Johannes smiling about it.
Yeah, I mean, once you resolve the Obedience School, the rest of the cards might as well be traps or hand traps or whatever you like. But it's one of those things, like, it depends how your hand lines up against your opponent, right? Because if you only have the one obedience scored and it gets Ash, then it's not gonna do what you want. But when you've got the obedience scored resolving, now all of a sudden those four non-engine cards just come alive.
Yeah, certainly. It is one of the strongest one-card starters you can have in any strategy. We see the Cupsy Yummy Way coming down to add a Cupsy Yummy and a Lollipo. And then just like we saw, the Lollipo is going to be sent straight to the graveyard.
Indeed. I mean, let's see. We do have this Akruki, obviously can help out play around Nibiru and other possible interruptions from Johannes. Typically you want to place it on the field during your opponent's turn, but I guess you don't really need the minion if you open the obedience, so.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think it's a little bit of insurance as well against the potential Nibiru. I don't know how much I would respect Nibiru in the Lunar Line deck, but I guess you don't know how much what your opponent's deck contains for you, so you might as well play around it.
And yeah, we are gonna see once more the Star Beast, since we are locked on Beast. Oh no, and it was in the end indeed the minion. That makes, I guess, explains it a little bit better, and I think the rest of the end is full on trap cards, which could make this opener just so much better for Willy.
Oh my goodness.
Oof.
All face down.
Called, I mean, they're not not interactions from the hand, but there are plenty of interactions that are going to be on the field.
And on top of it, we are just gonna, you know, recycle some resources using the minion effect to shuffle back the Cupsy and the Snatchy.
Yeah, Pot of Avarice, eat your heart out. We're just gonna return them back for free. I'd love to see a DD Crow here just on the field spell and just just say, okay, you can attack me next turn with your, what, like 600 attack points.
And that's a pass. 60 minutes remain. Wow, what can we do? We start things off with that card, but we see the Solemn Judgment, so wow, I guess we are gonna be the one paying life points instead, as mentioned.
The Solemn Judgment was huge.
Well, we're gonna see heavy number 2.
Not quite. It seems like there is the regular polymerization, not quite as strong, going second in this field, and the Herald, as mentioned, has now been activated. Could be there, but we see a Dominus Purge stopping the tank. Is there a trap? Yes, there is a Solemn, right? I mean, not that it matters all that much, but I mean, we'll take it. And but
one of the difficult things for many strategies against the Yummy deck is you need a specific card to deal with the Arclight. It could be a Book of Eclipse, it could be a Dark Ruler no more, but unless you can actually destroy the Arclight, get it off the field, you're going to be in trouble, because in a situation like this, you're just losing so many resources.
Because, yeah, as you can see here, everything is going to get banished by the Herald, right? And it's going to be a rough one, because we can bring back Cookie to just destroy something. And what are we going to be fusion summoning? Seems like it's just the 2 monsters, and as mentioned, they're gonna get banished due to the Herald.
Yeah, the Herald is putting in a lot of work right now.
And this is an interesting moment. We still have so much going on from Willy. We have the Akruki Pop, the Cookie, the Herald, and it's Song of the Dominator.
This is a card that's really popular in a lot of Yummy decks. We haven't got to see it yet this weekend, but here it is. It's going to be able to add a Dominus card.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, we have already used the Purge this turn, but I mean, it's so good here.
Yeah, Willy just getting rid of absolutely everything, not taking any chances. We negate its effect, we book it, we still have the field spell for an extra pop. So yeah, Johannes down to like one card. Like this.
Oof, it was the second copy, but here goes Herald, and here goes the Handshake. It's Willy who takes it. Never count out Willy. You said it, Billy.
I mean, I've been here before. I've seen this game before. Willy is quite the duelist, and he found a way here to finish 5-2 And yeah, look, he's already holding his trophy in the victory pose there. He won the NAWCQ in epic fashion, and now he's locking his spot into the top 8. So we will see him again, because as you mentioned earlier, we are featuring all the top 8 matches tomorrow.
Absolutely, we will see him again, and I'm excited about it. I mean, gotta give credit to Johannes, as mentioned. Rough start, 0-2, but managed to climb all the way down to, you know, the 4-2 and the bubble match. And unfortunately, I mean, unless, you know, the tiebreaker gods are on his side, we won't see a second Lunalight in the top cut, but we will see Willy, and I mean, we all should be happy about it. Such an amazing player and fun to be around.
And having like the 2 copies of Heavy Polymerization, right? Like one of those is strong enough to play through Herald Arclight, but the Solemn Judgment was really the key moment in that game where I feel like as soon as that got activated, Johannes was like looking at his hand and knew like that was going to be it.
Yeah, that is a lot of trouble, and then you can immediately get that Herald of the Arclight on the field. You should have just made the link 2, and then you could just let it resolve. All fine, you know.
The anti-heavy
Put
polymerization
yourself down
card.
to 500. Your opponent has 2 heavy polymerizations. Come at me.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the key to winning the game. Maybe for anyone of your opponents, from Tom, you know, there's
Don't
still a
listen to
Lunalight.
me.
Listen to Tom Payne, you know. That's the key to winning against them. But yeah, I guess we do have another. I mean, we already had 3 duelists who were guaranteed in top cut. Now we get Willy, but also as a result of the Becca Future match, as mentioned, we have Shane Tai, which I believe was on Vanquish All K9, also now guaranteed to be making it. So for now, it's 5 different decks.
Is it really?
It's really 5 different decks. So it's amazing. We have confirmed 5 different decks in top cut, and then we will find out what the remaining 3 are. I believe since we had 3 players on X1, it will be depending on the X1 facing off against the X2, whether we are going to have only 1 duelist or 2 duelists with the X3 record making it. So it's going to be a close one for sure. But I mean, we saw some amazing names up there, so I'm sure we will, you know, find some amazing duels tomorrow, and I'm really excited for it. As mentioned, first time ever we're going to see all of them. So.
Yeah, and with such variety and the chance that we're going to have the opportunity to watch all these strategies go at each other in the top 8 to make it to the finals, like, I couldn't be more excited. I mean, today was such an incredible day, and we saw not only cool decks with awesome tech cards, the play from these players has just been almost immaculate.
Yeah, it's been so cool. I'd say it again, like watching that game 1 play of Willy just deliberately leaving a monster on the field in attack mode.
Genius.
Weak enough just to attack over. Yeah, absolutely perfect.
No, a lot, definitely ever since the start, I gotta say, on round 1 with you know, Ruben losing it, but still, you know, showing us, you know, quite some interesting plays. And I gotta say also Yuna back in round 1, I mean, and then crushing everyone with those cheeky, you know, Sky Striker Hornet drones playing around Nibiru on both sides. It was really a lot of amazing plays, and I think, I mean, it shows why they are here. They are the best players in the world. Everyone, us included, have something to learn from these amazing duelists, and so I can't wait to find out who is it going to be that becomes the world champion.
Yeah, I mean, this format is so cool. I mean, it is the world format, so it's a little bit different because it's the 2 lists combined, but this is still pretty close to like what we see in the TCG and stuff, and the back and forth, the decision making is just absolutely incredible, and it's been an honor to be able to watch it and, you know, cast these games along with you 2 guys. It's been a wonderful day, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
No, absolutely, indeed. As mentioned already, for anyone who has missed it, there has been a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh going on in this past few days, and there is still plenty coming up. But if you have missed any of the action from today, I really highly suggest to go back and watch some of the matches. We have been able to show you guys even more than the 7 promised matches, let's say, because on a few occasions we were able to touch on the backup future matches. But I'd say for now, deservingly, once more the spotlight is on Willy, and I think we want to hear it from the man himself. Willy,
yes.
I'll join on it.
There you go. See, all you gotta watch him once and then you're a fan.
Absolutely, I mean, I'm sold. So without further ado, let's just go once more for this day to the post-match analysis.
Thank you so much again, Marcello. I'm starting to think that Billy has a favorite in this tournament. What do you think?
Just maybe.
Just maybe? You're your fan favorite. All right. In 3 words, what's going through your head right now?
Long tournament. I only got 2 for you.
You only got 2? Yep. So that would have been probably the most stressful match of your entire life, right? Like more so than the NAWCQ top 8 match.
I don't know. That one's pretty stressful.
Yeah. All right, but you did well. Why did you think your deck was the best deck for this tournament?
I thought my deck was the easiest neutral ground.
Yep.
There's no Saki factor, so I just wanted to have consistent games.
Yep. And did you have consistent games today?
I did.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, what rounds did you lose? So when were you starting the bubble?
I lost round 1 and 2.
Oh, so you were climbing from the bubble from...
Yeah.
What was the mindset? Tell us through the mindset of you climbing the bubble for 5 rounds in a row.
To be honest, you just have to have fun.
Yeah.
You can't stress over it. It's we play because we like the game.
Yep.
So.
And that would be the advice you would give to people who want to make it here?
Yeah. You can't stress. It's just a game, and you just have to do what you can do.
Right. And thinking about your matches, you had Obedience Bull Game 1 and Game 3. Have you prepared against the Lunar Light deck a lot? Was it on your radar for this weekend?
One of my friends said I should prepare for it, and I just didn't.
Yeah.
I had to pretend like it didn't exist, and I was fortunate to win the dice roll.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and you did open fairly well. We'll take a look at Game 1. There's a clip, so it's pretty much the end of Game 1 where you're just, he's on 500 life points. Your goal was probably just to find a way to push damage.
Yeah.
You're doing everything. Yeah. Did you have a clear goal, or were you just throwing cards and hopefully something stuck?
I had a goal because I forgot that I had a Cup C in my deck.
Yep.
But I had Thrust in my hand.
Yep.
So I was going to Thrust for Engage for Hornet Drones, and then Kagari just beat over it.
Yep.
Because I had enough spells to beat over it for a game.
Yep. And and then Game 2, obviously, went very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No hand traps. There's nothing you could do.
And was there a bit of stress going into Game 3? Like,
I saw my first 4 cards, and they're not engine.
Yeah.
They're just all non-engine, and then my 5th card was Obedience School. I'm like, please don't have Ash.
Yeah. For Game 3? Yeah, we'll go to the second clip here. So we're basically, you had the Obedience School. You're going through this field.
Yeah.
Honestly, how often do you practice the combos where you're uninterrupted? Because that really doesn't happen a lot in reality, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't happen most of the time. I'm just lucky that he also probably just plays board breakers, I assume.
Yeah. And would you consider yourself an expert? It's just another day in the office, or are you calculated, making sure every play is precise and that you do not make a mistake?
Yeah, I take a second to think while I'm looking at my hand to plan out what I'm supposed to do. And then if I get hand trapped, then I rethink my process.
Yep. And with those 4 back row, what was the thought going in your mind?
I saw Judgment. I'm like, I have Judgment Herald. This game should be very good for me. And then 2 extra cards. And I'm like, this game, the only way I lose this game is Feather Duster now.
Yeah.
Right? Afterwards.
Right. So what are your plans for tonight?
Relax.
Right. You're not going to try and overthink anything?
No. I did all the overthinking today.
Yeah?
There's no more.
All right. And talking about your plans for tomorrow, have you had like a gauge of who was on the top tables? Is there anyone or any deck in particular you're afraid of playing against?
I hope there's not the other Lunar Light player. I don't want to play against that deck. So
I can tell you that they were locked in pretty much from the previous round.
I see. I hope I dodge them.
Right. But you might eventually have to play them. Do you have a strategy going into the mirror match, or is it
just win the dice roll? 50-50.
All right. Anything else you want to say? Like any words of advice to give to other players who obviously want to come here? This is like the ultimate end game for most players, right? Like,
it's just practice and time. There's nothing much other than that. So,
and looking into next year, do you think that like the hunger to come back is there and you want to chase it, or are you going to take a step back saying, I've reached my goal, I'm good now?
I actually want to top a YCS.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, that's cool.
I haven't gotten the top of YCS. I've bubbled almost every YCS I went to.
Yeah, nice. All right, thank you so much. We do wish you the best of luck in the top cut tomorrow. We are going to go back to the casters now to talk about what's been happening now that the Swiss rounds are basically over, and what we can expect to see tomorrow.
It's your time to make this go on.
And we are back with the coverage of the 2025 World Championship live in Paris. It has been great to hearing it from Willie himself, and he will be back tomorrow. But obviously, as mentioned already, we need to find out the complete list of these top 8 players alongside their decks are, and that's why we'll keep you guys hanging in there for a few minutes before we will announce one by one these amazing players, a bit more NA style, I would say, and I'm hyped for it. So we're finding out one by one who these amazing players that again we are gonna see one by one tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited about tomorrow to be able to watch all of these matches. We had 7 rounds today. We're going to have 7 rounds again tomorrow. And yeah, all these duels have just been so entertaining because like when you see the top players playing these decks that are just incredible and the tech cards are just really making an impact. Because like even down to like the 2 copies of Yummy Surprise, right? We see some Yummy players only use 1 copy, but Willie really showed why it's important to have a couple copies. Because even when you draw 2, you might need both of them.
Yeah, you can use both effects or all 3 effects if you want in the turn, so it could be worth running multiple copies. But yeah, I was just gonna say with Marcello, like I'm also waiting to see. We're here. We don't know. The rounds are still going on. It's gonna be finished. We're gonna get it live. We're on the the cutting edge of the news for you here. Who's gonna be those top 8 competitors?
Yeah, I mean, and it has been obviously a long and exciting day, and I think we can go through a small recap of just what we have witnessed. Obviously, at the start of today, we had 27 players, and the deck breakdown, as we can see, showed this surprise, maybe, of Vanquish Soul dethroning Yummy as the most popular deck, but I'd say the #1 surprise was no Dracotail on site, and instead these 5 Malice decks.
Yeah, and we got to see all of these decks on stream with the exception of the Sky Striker Ace deck. I'm not sure who piloted that.
I'm not sure either, but
they might be there in top 8.
They might be there in top 8. They can we say it? I think we can probably say that one of the 8 should be a Sky Striker deck.
So we will see
we will see it tomorrow, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Supposedly. Supposedly, that's the case. But up until now, yeah, outside of that, we do have different decks confirmed, because obviously, I mean, we saw all the way back in round 1 Yuna with her Malice deck, so she's confirmed in there. She's one of the, she was the only one undefeated after 5 rounds. And outside of that, obviously, we saw Yummy deck, we saw Vanquish Soul and Lunalight, so we have a lot of different decks there. The big question is going to be whether Kriston makes it, I think, because he's the one I have absolutely not much info about, so that would be an interesting one. It was performing well, so we have high hopes for you, Tom.
Yeah, we do. Maybe I should have swapped to Sky Striker.
But again, yeah, as mentioned, I mean, do you want to go through what we have seen today in terms of format, Billy?
Sure. This is day 1. We had the 7 Swiss round matches, and as we saw, 50 minutes per Swiss round. You got to finish before that 50-minute time is up, otherwise both players would receive a loss. And I think with those changes that we saw here for the WCS, we saw players playing very quickly.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time spent side decking. They came in with a plan because they didn't want to waste any time side decking, so they already knew what they were putting in and taking out in each matchup. It does require a little bit more preparation. I imagine a lot of these duelists before the tournament started were practicing with a clock, and so they would be used to playing under the time pressure, and I think it resulted in some really good games because of that case. You're not just like sitting around watching someone like kind of think for too long, but obviously these are the best players in the world, and it was a fantastic day to watch that.
And I gotta say that was enjoyable for sure, and we'll see. I mean, it was definitely an interesting change, but that's done.
Yeah, tomorrow though. Tomorrow there is no time limit. Doesn't mean they can play any slower. Let's not take it seriously. Otherwise, we're gonna be here. I gotta fly back on Monday. I can't stay here too much longer. As nice as France is.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, we could have a little bit, of a longer matches. But I mean, what it mostly means is that I think game freeze will probably happen a lot more in terms of that. We've seen a couple times where the players, picked up their cards a bit earlier.
No reason to concede.
Yeah, no incentive, so they might just, even in terms of, getting the best of their opponents. We saw a couple instances where, the nerfs got there, and tomorrow the big difference will be that we will be moving on to a different stage that today has been reserved for the digital titles, but we have an amazing, live crowd that will be joining us, and we will move to a different, stage where I can tell you, having played in one in the past, it gets you. Like, it's very different from playing, in a regular future match stage. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to be on that stage tomorrow. I mean, this room we're in is awesome to begin with, you know.
Yeah.
I love the AC. I've been cool all day. That's usually like my problem casting is it gets a little warm because we got bright lights shining on us, right?
Cannot relate. The Italian jeans, yeah, getting the best. I mean, I left Rome with like 35, Celsius. I have to, do the comeback.
What is that?
What is a Celsius?
What is a Celsius?
What is a Celsius? But yeah, I mean, so I mean, the AC is interesting for me, but no, I mean, we do need it after a long day, standing in suits in August.
Oh
so
yeah, for sure.
That's for sure enjoyable.
It's been it's been a long day for sure. But yeah, being on the stage is gonna be so exciting.
It is.
All the spectators are gonna file in and.
Yeah, and I mean, it's different for like a YCS, of course, also in that regards. It's deep, I think quite usual that at the end you have the live crowd even there. But players against actual spectators, it's quite different. They are coming here to cheer. So, that's very different. And I think it's going to be a beautiful, sight for our players tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if we're going to get some Willie chants. Because, I mean, it was all over the NAWSQ. And to see him, if he can win over the EU crowd, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, that would be very impressive. Because one of the things you see at YCS is like it's normally your friends or like the home country or whoever's got the most people. So you got to imagine, though, just because of where we are, there's going to be slightly fewer Americans and a few more Europeans, so
just
maybe just a touch, one or two.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will see. Maybe the chant is good enough to get behind.
Yeah, I mean, and there's plenty of EU players. I mean, we're going to find out who the top 8 is, but we already know a few EU players are locked in.
Absolutely. I mean, top 3 were pretty much at, before the last round, they were all from the European region. So we'll see, it's also going to be interesting to get that conversion rate in terms of who we could see claim the title. Is it going to be for the 3rd times in a row, the North American region? Or are we going to see, that resurgence from the OCG players as well? Or this long-lasting, European duelist after really, a long abstinence, I think, I have to say around 15 plus years, so it's been a while.
Do you remember who the last EU World Champion was?
I'm trying to think, because I'm pretty sure it was the Greek player, because I mean, I am proud of, Dario Longo back in the day, which was the Italian player.
That was a long time. I remember Dario Longo.
Like 2006.
I met him when I was a child.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, I didn't even see that World Championship. We are talking like 19 years ago. And I'm pretty sure right after it was, a Greek player. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Well,
I was not already, an adult, I guess, at all. And I pretty much think that's it. I mean, after that, as mentioned, there has been some success from, South and Central America and a lot of OCG winning players. And of course, we had a Canadian winner alongside the recent 2 North American winners. But outside of that, Europe getting close. We got a lot of finals. I mean, even, Oceanic region got there in a 2nd place with Bowden, back in the day. But,
that match was brutal. The lullaby of obedience. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, indeed. Even Mind Crush, he did everything. Those matches usually are amazing to watch. But it has been a while. So we're back in Europe. Who knows? Maybe this time around. Last time we were in Europe, I believe it was finals between 2 Japanese players. So we didn't really get a chance to bring one home. But we'll see if things will be different, and we'll at least get a chance to do that. But I mean, regardless, obviously, thank you guys for being with us throughout all day, but we have a lot more action for you tomorrow coming up, and we need to find out who these remaining players are. It could be that, as mentioned, 1 or 2 X3 make it into the top cut, and that has been a lucky number for the past 2 years, so that's interesting.
Yeah, maybe that's the goal. You just go and you say, okay, I'm going to win 4 and then lose 3, so I can go in with the 4-3, the magic 4-3 record.
Yeah, I mean, your luck is good enough to make that top 8. You just got to take that luck and continue it all the way to the finals, because once you're in the top 8, it's only 3 wins away from becoming a world champion.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you, one of my, I guess, most interesting nights of sleeping was when I was locked in, for top 4, and then I mean, I can't barely sleep at all. I was like only thinking about going back there for the matches. In this case, it's gonna be one more because they have to play the full top 8. But I mean, I'm sure they will be stoked, you know, going back to the hotel and just sharing strategies maybe with friends. Because at the end of the day, they most likely will know what they're playing against. They will definitely know who they're playing against, since you know usually you can figure it out from the top 8 standings alone. So that's gonna be an interesting one. And also we'll see whether we get some matchups in between, you know, different regions, or how it's going to be line up, you know. That has been happening all day throughout, especially the Master Duel category, I believe. And yeah, that will be interesting to see how it transitions in the end.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to play out. And we had 7 different decks total in the tournament, right? So what if we end up with 7 different decks in top 8? That would just be an incredible feat.
That would be absolutely my dream, and I think we are extremely close to doing it. Unfortunately, I mean, as mentioned, we didn't witness it because it was on the backup. Dino with this, you know, White Forest deck was up 1 game in the decider bubble match and unfortunately lost out, because that would have been 1. So if he sneaks in, he has to do it at X3. But I mean, even if
he could still like make it in.
Of course he could. But like, even if it's 5 or 6 different decks in top 8, that's honestly incredible.
Absolutely. It's something like unheard of. If you told me that like 10 years ago playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I remember the first time there was like 4 competitive decks. I was like, the variety is insane. And now the way the game is, there's so many different strategies that you can kind of pick the one that speaks to you the most and kind of figure out a way to play it to really compete with all the other decks. Like, that's one thing I love about the current Yu-Gi-Oh! The way it is even there is no like, I mean, there are strategies that are maybe might not feel as strong, but they're all capable of winning in the right hands.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see because there's so much creativity going on. I mean, I think going into the weekend, there was probably the 2 best decks, maybe the Yummy and the Vanquish Soul Canine, which probably players had their eyes on. But then we're seeing so many other different decks being brought here. And again, that Draco Tail deck not being brought at all. So many surprises from the players.
Yeah, there has been definitely a lot of surprises. And as we are getting a lot of results confirmed, I can inform you that at least 1 player is not guaranteed to make it, which has been the current world champion. It has been a really rough day for Ruben, unfortunately, and I've just heard that he has not won any other match since, you know, that one bye. So unfortunately, it can happen. You know, sometimes it's not really your day, and I'm sure it's still absolutely proud of, you know, what he has accomplished in this game, and I'm sure he will be back, you know, trying his best for the new upcoming season. But we still have, as mentioned, a lot of different duelists who could sneak in, and I do believe that we are close to getting, because I'm about to receive, you know, some standings. Obviously, the preliminary standings are out. We are just, you know, waiting a couple extra minutes because,
I don't want to spoil it.
yeah, no, I also didn't. I just received the message. I don't want to read it. I want to see it on the graphic as well. But like, there are a couple, you know, extra minutes to have them confirmed. I know something about that with, you know, 33rd places then changing. So I mean, we wanna see that, and obviously we are just gonna see how that is going to be. But in the meantime, we have been informed by our fellow, you know, analyst that the final for Master Duel has concluded in a close, again, 3 matches with a 5-4 record. It seems like Team Ragnarok made it, so congratulations to them and their captain, Mr. Herman Hanson. It means that a European team has made it, so that makes it at least 2 world champions, because I've heard, you know, the Duel Link Speed Duel has been won by, you know, the Thomas brother, and so he made it with Snifus, I believe his nickname in game is, so he made it, and that, I mean, we're crushing it. I'm proud of it.
Exactly. EU maybe not winning the TCG event, but the Master Duel, 2 out of 3. It ain't bad.
That was the NA, I believe, last year, or not? Yeah, all of NA. We kind of swept all of the games last year. Now we're in EU. Maybe it's EU's year to kind of sweep all of the different categories.
Absolutely, and I mean they had a team, very solid one for sure. They played together all season, and I think that just as proved throughout these past few years with, you know, Snipe Hunter, Team 7, and now Ragnarok, that they were all, you know, close friends playing together, and that extra synergy just gets you there.
That's Herman Hansen, Nesh, and Luca.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. I mean, really starts in the games, played and done a lot of the games in different ways for a lot of years, and so technically we do have an Italian world champion. So in Nash, of course, Antonio. So we are proud of, you know, that. I'm particularly, but I mean, regardless, it
I'm
has
definitely
been a
gonna
really
go.
amazing show.
I'm gonna go back and watch the finals after we're
yeah.
done here.
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoyed watching the TCG, but I gotta check out the Masters.
Of course we are. I mean, there has been a lot of nail biters. I was briefly watching in one of the breaks. We had also one of the semi-finals that got them there, and it was amazing. Like, I saw a Frio's whip, then a Frio's whip in game 2, and you know, it's a lot of close games. A lot of 5 and 4s today, I've heard. So that, you know, just speaks to itself by how close those games can be. And the same is going to be for us as we are finalizing the last few duelists. I will try to get some news for you guys and an update on them, but it seems like, yeah, we are just 2 minutes away, it seems, for that to finally, really few minutes, yeah.
Yeah, just for everyone at home, it is a sort of tradition at every event, every large and important event. You post the standings, and then you give the players a couple of minutes to query the standings. They say, hey, maybe, you know, this says I lost that round, but actually I won that round. I should have one more. But you just need to, like, make sure it's clear. You don't want to put it up and say, that's it, we're done, in case somebody comes along and says, you know, maybe one result was put in differently at the end. So you got to have those few minutes, keep us waiting just a few more minutes until it's confirmed.
Absolutely, but I mean, I don't know what they must be feeling right now. I mean, while we wait for these standings, if we are this excited about it. Obviously, the X2 players already know that they are done through, but as mentioned, there should be a couple spots for X3s, and them, I mean, I think they are like 1 out of 3 of the X3s probably making it, you know, like, we are talking about 2, max 3, I think probably 2 players making it out of a list of like 8, 9 maybe. So, you know,
it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's tough, definitely. And we also know that there was no, you know, 4-0, because the only 4-0 player was Yuna, and she made it to 5-0, so she's not gonna, you know, maybe be a little bit safer if you made it 4-0 and then lost out. But we'll see. I mean,
has it been 2 minutes yet?
I mean, I hope so. I mean, 2 minutes.
I don't have a watch.
I don't either. But yeah.
But I know it's time to duel.
Not actually. It's probably the only time it's not time to duel today.
That time does not exist, Marcello.
Exactly. But I mean, no, we will have a lot of time to duel tomorrow, I'm sure, with all of our amazing crowd and duelists ready for the action. And I mean, as I'm gonna remind you guys later on, but tomorrow, if you don't want to miss out on anything, you're gonna have to log in once more at 9:30 a.m. CET. So that's when we are gonna be live again for day 2, and you know, the final day of the World Championship after 3 long days of different duels, different titles, and different Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships. We have to crown the last one.
Yeah, gonna conclude it with the TCG, you know, the over-the-field dueling across opponent on the main stage. Spectators are gonna be here. The energy's gonna be electric. I can't wait. I mean, I can't wait right now just to find out who's going to be there.
Exactly, yeah, come on.
I feel like the 2 minutes has been a long 2 minutes.
It's stretching a bit, but yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it seems like apparently now they are gathering players, so we will have kind of a big reveal all together for them and us. The head judge is calling all of them, you know, in the room to then make an official announcement for them as well. And I mean, as mentioned, they are all going to be quite excited, arguably more than us, since, you know, their career and their chances on the line.
Oh, it was 2 minutes to the countdown.
Okay.
So now we have 5 minutes to wait until...
Yeah, the official time is now 5 minutes. Apparently, yeah, there was... No, because the thing was, now I got it. The 5 minutes are the ones... Once the standings are published, so once the players receive the standings, those are the official 5 minutes. So we have been informed that now the players do have the standings, so now they receive the standings, and there will be these 5 minutes whether, as Tom mentioned, you know, you can just notice if something is wrong, if the results don't match what happened, and then you have those 5 minutes to check with the judges, and afterward, finally, we'll also get them.
Yeah, you got to feel like at the World Championships, the event's quite small. There's a lot of judges, and all the players are probably going to be extremely keyed in. So the chances of anything going wrong and maybe somebody querying a result is much lower. We've got all of these extra procedures to make sure everything goes completely according to plan. We've got these concession flags. We've got judges at all the tables. You know, there's very little chance for anything to go wrong, but you've always got to just, you know, make sure. No, you don't want to accidentally have somebody have the result in wrong.
Yeah, I love the concession flags. I'm taking one of those home with me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna use it at work when I have to give it too much. I'm like, I'm waving the flag. You win this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a great one. Yeah, and I mean, let's see. Really. I mean, I have a countdown in my brain. You know, I'm trying to keep track of time. But
it's like when you start paying attention to time, it seems to slow down considerably. But it's been such an awesome day with great matches, and it's been wonderful casting with you two. I've had a lot of fun.
Same.
You guys are awesome, masters of the game, and presenting it to the people at home. I couldn't be more honored to be here and joining y'all at the World Championship and being part of this commentary team.
No, absolutely. And I mean, who knows? Unfortunately, but I mean, luckily for him, Tom will soon be moving to the US actually. So who knows? Maybe you will bring it on with you later on. We might see him at one of your events. But regardless, I mean, it's nice, and it's been a pleasure, you know, commentating with him for these past few years, and you know, having this culmination at the World Championship is really special. So I'm glad we could share these moments.
Yeah, it's been so much fun with you, Marcello, and to have you as a guest at the WCS, Billy. It's been great together, and yeah, I don't know how long we've been doing it together, Marcello, but I'm thinking back, it's probably like 8 years ago was our first one.
Time flies.
Yeah, could be.
But we're not done yet.
We're not done.
This is the end of the day.
We're getting emotional now.
Yeah, we still have top 8 to play tomorrow. Minutes left maybe until we find out who those finalists are going to be for the top 8, and we're going to see all those wonderful matches. Not going to miss a minute of the action.
1 minute and 30 seconds left. This is going to be, you know, something else. Let's set it up.
I've looked at my phone to see the time, and I swear it said the same thing every time I've looked at it. Time is just kind of frozen still because I'm just filled with so much anticipation for who's going to be in this top 8. So you gotta wait for the last part.
Yeah, I mean, imagine how the players are feeling that we're here. We're just like, yeah, I want to know, I really want to know, but the players are probably just looking and being like, I'm 8th. Please don't change it. Please don't change it. Please don't change it.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, they are just unique moments that you dream of, you know, coming here as a child, growing up, and even as an advanced player, you know, and now you're here, and you have done your best all day, and now you're just sitting down and waiting for the results. All you have done is out of your hands now, and we'll see one of them who is ever to, you know, advancing. How many different decks we are gonna have? It's still so much on the line, and well,
I mean, this is a great end to the season of dueling for this past year, but it's also going to be an amazing start for the upcoming year. It really bodes well for the format. It's a lot of fun, a lot of interaction, a lot of rewards for, you know, being skilled at the tournament. So I can't wait to see this next year of dueling that we have coming up in store too.
10 seconds, Billy.
Is it really 10?
It's 10 seconds. I've been informed. I've been informed.
10 seconds until the next 5-minute countdown.
10 seconds until the timer resets. No. I mean, I've been informed that they are now official.
Okay.
So any moments we should get the first. So we will go through in terms of Swiss. So just to keep you guys, you know, waiting a little bit, we're gonna see whoever ended up in first place after Swiss. Let's bring up the first qualified player, and of course it's Yuna, absolutely crushing it and ended up with a 6-1 record in the end. No 7-0, but I mean, everyone should be proud of her. What a run, and she is guaranteed in the first spot with her Malice deck.
Yeah, Malice coming in first after Swiss is something I would not have expected, but, you know, capitalizing on the Sky Striker cards is huge.
Absolutely. And now for the second place after Swiss, another European, obviously Tom Kleinenberg. We saw him in action with the Lunalight deck, and he has also gone X1. So amazing show for the Lunalight deck. Tom has been an amazing player all season, and now what is he gonna be in third place? Drum roll. Rosalie again. Wow.
Europe taking the top 3 spots.
I mean, they were the top 3 spots at the end of round 6, and they all went out. So all of them going 6-1, which is actually amazing also for the European region, because they won't be playing against each other, you know, in the first round. That's incredible. But now, the 4th place was not guaranteed, so the first not guaranteed from the previous round. And it's Yang from the Asian region. So that's definitely an exciting surprise out of the one that we have seen all day long. It will be interesting to see later on what obviously the deck breakdown for the top 8 ends up being. But now on the X choose, which obviously Yang was one of them. Another of the X choose, 5th place.
I would guess who this is going to be. It's Willie! I knew it!
Okay, Willie, of course, we knew he was in there with the X2 win on the last match on stream. And now I believe we will have probably the last of the X2s could be drum rolls. And from here on, it's completely open. 6th place. Isaias from the Americas. I mean, also an amazing players we have witnessed today on stream.
That K9 Crystron deck is in there for Tom's
Yeah, the Crystron made it. So actually, we might have really a lot of different decks. I think it's almost
Could
6.
yeah, we've got 6, but will we get the 7?
We have 6 decks actually guaranteed. And now it's gonna be down to Dino. Did he sneak in with an X3 record? I think these 2 following players. Felipe!
From the Americas, nice.
Yeah, Felipe had an incredible start with the, you know, a 3-0 record, I believe, and that probably carried these tiebreakers. Make sense. Made it with the Yummy deck. We saw him in action, but now it's all down to the last player, the one who will be playing against Yuna in top 8. On X3 record, is he gonna be Dino with the 7 different deck? Let's find out. The last player is Julian! Wow!
Wow, so that's, what is it, 4 players from the Americas, 3 from EU, and 1 from the Asia
1
region?
from the, I believe so, I believe so. Yeah, and they're completely split. It was like, wow, what an unbelievable. Julian, I mean, maybe that,
kind of honorary EU, because you know, he's also representing France.
I was about to say, maybe taking, you know, that French luck now that he's here playing and sneaking into 8th place. And I have to say, I have a little bit of an heartbreaking news for fans. We were this close to the 7 different decks. Dino got 9th.
No, so close.
Wow. I mean, obviously, Julian, amazing players, but Dino, I mean, gotta give credit to him. What a run with that White Forest deck. Honestly, just 1 spot away from making it to the top 8. But no, it will be Julien. But in a moment, obviously, whoever is familiar with how Top Card works in Yu-Gi-Oh! Can already make up in their mind what the matchups are going to be. But we're gonna show you guys the bracket in just a few moments. And I mean, it's gonna be an exciting one. I think we're gonna have a lot of EU against you know, the Americas region in a lot of the different matches. Let's see this bracket for tomorrow. And yeah, look at this. The first match will be the one between seed 1 Yuna against Julien, and then Shane against Willie, followed by Tom against Felipe, and finally Rosalie against Isaias. I think, yeah, we do have 3, no? Of like different matchups.
Yep, it's Americas versus EU, Asia region versus the Americas region, EU versus Americas region, and EU versus Americas region.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
everyone's spread out.
It's completely spread out, and we could have some really one-sided results at the end of the day. That's an interesting one for sure, and I mean, we'll be on the lookouts, and we will be preparing, of course, what is the deck breakdown for the event. But I can tell you guys that I think, as confirmed, we're gonna have a lot of different decks. I'm pretty sure it's 6 different decks. Every single one made it except for the Crystron, and that is just an amazing story. What a day it was, and tomorrow we will have just so much more exciting action for all of you guys. So thank you again a lot for being with us for these 7 rounds of Swiss. Remember to tune in tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. CET, and we'll be back with Deishu, where we will be live broadcasting all of the top 8 matches. You don't want to miss out on any on the action. So thanks again one more time. Have a good night and see you tomorrow.
Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yuki.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
なんだなんだなんかドキドキするな。うわ、来た来た来た。これはすっげえ。見てみろよこれ。どうよ、俺もびっくりしたぜ。おいみんな、ここにすっげえのが見えるぜ。レッドアイズブラックドラゴン。さあお前のターンだぜ。ナイキエアマックス95。